Okay, now we can hear you. Oh, but we can't hear you. Okay, we can hear you now. Okay, great.
Yep.
Yes. Of course. Well, we're about to go live here in like 10 seconds. So I'll just tell you what I told the rest of the gang. I'll introduce the topic. I'll go around the room. Everyone gets to introduce themselves, give their kind of brief opening, and then we'll just get into it. Sound good? Yes.
Are you sure my mic is okay though?
So far, so good. If it has problems, I'll let you know. Okay, we
Okay.
good?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna go live, gang.
Awesome.
Hello.
Katie's nice to see you.
Welcome.
Sorry.
How's everyone doing today? Can you hear us? Everything good? I hope so. Welcome to another episode of the Death of Certainty Show. We have a wonderful cast today. Professor Meat brought this topic to me and insisted I host the panel on it, so I decided to give into and acquiesce to his wishes. Hello, Kaylee, Buckle, Mariva, SAC, Mad Lad, KO Dave, all of you great people. Glad to see you. Glad to have you here. Today's topic is an interesting one. It's one that's kind of near and dear to all of our streamers' hearts right now. Can you mute yourself, Kaylee, while you're not talking? Because you're still getting that static in the background. I'm sorry.
If you call me Kaylee, we're gonna have a problem.
Katie, sorry.
I will.
Katie,
Thank you.
Mute myself.
I apologize.
Thank you, Nelgex, for the sub. I super appreciate that. How are my sounds for you guys so far? Is my mic decently loud? I'm feeling less sick today, so hopefully I can speak from my chest.
Topic for today. With the recent banning of Destiny, the question arises, are the policies of Twitch designed to protect communities actually working? Or are they being co-opted to bully others off the platform? Are they being enforced well and fairly? What adjustments, if any, do we need to make to Twitch policy to protect creators and allow for entertaining and educational discussion? Let's get into it, gang. So we're just going to start at Jason Society, and then we're just going to go clockwise around the room. Jason Society, tell everyone who you are, why you're here, and what you think.
Sure. I'm Jason Society, Jason_Society on Twitch. I do a weekly stream called Stonercast, where I bring on members of the Twitch community that smoke, and we talk all things weed. Aside from that, I do debates like this and a lot of political streaming. And where I stand on the issue is I think that there's always room for improvement around these policies to make it a better, more safe, more inclusive environment for all streamers. The specific issue we're talking about with this individual, I mean, there must have been something that he did, obviously, that resulted in him being banned off the platform. That said, while I think that you have these rules in place and they need to be enforced, and we need to understand that, you know, it is for the better, and not only that, but they have to worry about their bottom line, and are things being said on their platform that are going to hurt their bottom line. Additionally, what I would say that they could do that I think needs to be bettered is that when they choose to ban, when they choose to take those actions, they need to provide clear examples of what the individual did that would result in them being banned off the platform. I do think that the notifications and the way in which they communicate these bans is lacking severely. But outside of that, I think for the most part, the policies do a pretty good job of keeping everybody safe. There's always going to be a potential that, you know, these policies can be abused, but I think it happens so few and far between. I wouldn't consider that necessarily something that I would look at as I'll just say I look at that as more of an externality. That's how I can put it. And that's what I have to say about that.
Okay, thank you. Katie, who is adamantly not Kaylee, but Katie. Return.
I'm Katie. I'm Dad, D-A-T, Katie with 2 E's, and that Doe, D-O-E, on Twitch. Yeah, so unclear why Destiny got banned. Not sure why. I don't think that's the main issue, though. I think, and Wick and Professor Mead know this because we talked about it a little bit. I think there's an issue with like private corporations just basically having a free hand to do whatever the fuck they want. And the easiest way to probably make it matter in any capacity that a bunch of people who use Twitch sit around talking about what Twitch, the company, should do to be more fair to its users and stuff like that is just push for regulation because private companies only care about their bottom line. And I think it is more complicated than them just getting sued because somebody said something super bad. And Professor Mead knows more about that, so I'm sure he'll clarify later on. But yeah, I don't think you can get private companies to do anything that is not in their financial interests. And while I think that's a nice idea, Jason, it's better for them to not give very specific examples of why they're banning people. So yeah, it just seems like a regulation thing, which Americans don't like. So that's going to be my position. That's that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. Next up, we have Erudite, please.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm just fighting with technology for like 2 seconds. There we go. So basically, my overall position is kind of the same as it has been. I would echo for a bit of what Katie said. There's a big issue for Twitch as far as regulation in that most of the streamers don't know why specifically he was canceled. And that's led to a lot of kind of speculation and concern on streamers of being like, is it that I can't say certain things? Like, what is it? Which I think is just kind of an unclarity that just impacts streamers overall. And I don't think that Twitch should be leading to more confusion and not less when it comes to their bans. I do think private companies fundamentally have like the right to make any policy decision that they have. And then the reality is that people who support that private business have to decide whether they're okay with those decisions and then kind of vote with their dollars. And that includes streamers deciding, you know, if they have a major issue with certain policies and they don't want to support it, then they would need to look at other venues and kind of decide if they're willing to deal with the benefits of Twitch that kind of are counter to some of the cons that come with it.
Again, thank you for being here. Thank you for those words. We are going to go to Ninetales next. Ninetales, please.
Hi, I'm Ninetales, and just off the bat, for anybody who's watching and wondering, just having some lighting issues today. That's why I'm not on camera. I'm just a pro streamer, you know. So yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/Ninetales Cosmic Fox. That's the word 9. Tails is in like an animal tail, and then Cosmic Fox. I'm also on Twitter, where I probably technically put out more content since I only stream in probably once or twice a week. My Twitter is at M9Scarlet. That's the letter M. The number 9 is Scarlet with 2 T's. So yeah, when I was approached by this, it was like, do you support Destiny being banned? Was what I thought the thing was. So I did not see the prompt in the group message, and in my head I was like, okay, I can't speak for Twitch. And we can take what happened like subjectively. You can either take it as it's not fair because Twitch doesn't always enforce certain policies. Like I just read that they are actually against defamation. I feel like half of Twitch politics has violated that rule. So you could either look at it that they're being unfair to him because they don't actually enforce policies and then they're suddenly doing that with Destiny. Or you can look at it as like finally they, or not finally, but you know, maybe it was so bad that like it overrules a lot of these policies. And I am going to point out that the way Twitch handled this seems to denote that it was quite severe, particularly in the community guidelines. It says that with harassment, it'll have increasingly severity when or enforcement when the behavior is targeted, personal, graphic, repeated, prolonged, incites further abuse, or involves threats of violence or coercion. So I'm inclined to assume there is something like that in this, and that it is probably a harassment thing just based on how Destiny's community tends to operate. But I wasn't there, and I can't justify that directly. I definitely do think Twitch could probably be better at how it enforces things, but I can't think of any particular rules that I want changed. And I will say, as far as like politics discourse goes on Twitch and stuff like that. I'd rather see a lot of smaller streamers with like a diverse way of approaching topics who aren't so inclined to, for instance, call trans people brain dead or subhuman, especially since that contributes to the violence that trans people have historically faced. So personally, I'm kind of glad that somebody who's taking up so much space is gone.
Okay, thank you for that. Next we have V1X, V1.X. How would you like me to address you?
Just call me V1.
V1,
And
gotcha.
yeah,
Please.
so I'm V1. Pronouns, I use any pronouns, and my general position is just that Twitch should be a lot more transparent in the way it bans people and the way it enforces its TOS. But they have a right to have that TOS, and Destiny definitely should have been banned because he was doing a lot of things that violate their TOS. And there isn't really much more to it than that, honestly.
Okay. Thank you for that. Last but certainly not least, we have, and I'll sing this because someone redeemed the points. Professor Meat, please tell us what you think. Please tell us what you think. Tell us what you think right now.
I'd love to, Wick, and thank you, my friend. Thanks for having me. So there's a lot of people have already gotten into a lot of very particular arguments, which I know can happen sometimes in opening statements. I just don't want to get too much into like the particulars. Want to get into that in the panel, but I'll just say try to say loosely and quickly. We can either talk about Twitch or Destiny here, basically. If we're talking about Twitch, I think that their current prescriptions and the way that they do things is definitely problematic and probably harmful for the things that we care about and to the discourse overall. And at the very least is like blatantly hypocritical, whether it's either problematic for financial reasons or blatantly hypocritical if they're doing it for political reasons, and also harmful to their cause as well. And if we're talking about Destiny, Destiny's good for the platform, he's good for us, and he's good for most of the causes that people even the people who try to criticism for his views on the left. He's usually, I think, more good for his causes that he defends and those people defend than they tend to be. In some cases, maybe even because of the edginess with which he weaponizes rhetoric, because it opens up avenues of de-radicalization. That's basically my two fundamental positions here.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're going to open it up, but before I do, Ninetales, I won't be able to see you raise your hand. So you'll have to DM me if you want in the line. Does that make sense? Yeah, try to attack each other's points, not each other. If I interrupt, please respect that. I'm just going to try to keep the conversation going, and we can go through either the lens of Destiny or the lens of the toss. It depends on what you guys want. This is your panel as much as mine. So, Katie has our first hand raised. So go ahead, please.
So I have a question for V1 and Erudite. So you both said that you believe that private companies have the right to write whatever TOS that they want. And I guess on like the general level that obviously they have that ability, that's fine. Just seems like a truth that private companies do have the right to do that. My question is more like, do you think that there should be an avenue for outside intervention, or if there should be certain regulations or certain like policies saying when you're writing a TOS, now us as like whatever external force that is in charge of that, we're going to be there to make sure you enforce it properly or do it like transparently enough. So I would like for either or both of you to like clarify what you meant by it, because we might be on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to make it more clear, I'm vehemently opposed to Destiny's ban. I think it was mostly the result of a lot of like online kind of mass reporting, which is a really big issue on a lot of platforms actually, in that there's oftentimes like bots or systems, I'm not sure what it seems to be, but there's like major people who just report and get people taken off of platforms, not due to actually violations, but due to like en masse reporting, which is a really big issue to me. I absolutely think that there's probably time for an internet bill of rights. I think that that's fundamental. For example, when it comes to private businesses, there was kind of an argument way back in the day about whether you could let certain races into your workplace, and then certain bills and stuff were introduced to basically bar certain policies. Title IX, for example, also came in to like make sure that women could be in sports and stuff. So I think absolutely some level of government intervention is probably needed at some point when it comes to these major tech companies. what that specifically looks like is going to be a really complicated conversation, though. And I'm not like, I don't want to be so quick as to be like, this is the bill that I've drafted, because that would be unnuanced.
Okay. V1, did you have a different take or different thoughts on that?
Yeah, a little bit. I just want to clarify that when I say that companies should be allowed to have their TOS, I don't think the government should intervene in what private companies do in that sense, especially like tech companies online. Is I don't really like the idea of the government messing with the internet at all, really. So that's kind of my position on that.
Jason,
you-
yeah.
so-
If no one else is speaking, you don't.
So
have
are you
to,
against?
man.
Are
could
you
just go in.
against? Are you against any kind of regulation of like any kind of legal responsibility assigned to entities on the internet at all? Because we already do things
of
like
course
this.
not. Just not like
So
how
s-
they moderate their
Sure.
platforms, other than just remove illegal stuff. You know.
But what so?
Continue, please, and then Jason, then Ninetales. So go ahead.
So what? That's the thing, though, is so that we would be. Oh, sorry. Were you talking to me when you said continue?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to ask. So basically, that's the whole thing, is that we would be talking in this hypothetical about moving something into a category of something being illegal. So I just feel like being like, oh, well, we just don't want them to do something that's illegal on their platform. Well, that's what we're talking about. We think maybe
Well, yeah.
we should change what things are legal, right? So and that's not to say necessarily that I disagree with your position. It's just to make the point that I don't find it a very useful argument to make that we just shouldn't be regulating these things at all. Because that's the whole point of like making things illegal aside and what's worth regulating and not. I generally directionally think it's worthwhile to have skepticism of legislation of both free speech and also the internet. But I think in the same way that there are worthy determinations to be made about free speech, there can be some worthy determinations about Twitch. I think there's a cost-benefit analysis to be made, and we should be able to propose, even in the abstract, legislative ideas like an internet bill
only
of rights,
one type of
or just forcing
Hey.
companies who pay people
Thanks for the sub, Hostini.
or employees or whatever new term we might have. It seems reasonable to have some kind of standard for clarity when people could reasonably be relying upon a source of income to like live. That's a pretty reasonable thing with not a downside as I see it.
Okay, I'll let you respond real quick, and then we got Jason Society, Ninetales, Kaylee, and Katie, and Erudite. Sorry.
I do definitely think that these companies should have a responsibility to their employees in that sense. But when I mean like illegal stuff, I mean like child pornography, that kind of thing. Just stuff that obviously should not be legal
There's
for
only one type of eel.
harm reasons.
Hey, thanks for the sub. Nix Kaleo? That's a cool name. Nix Kaleo.
Employees, they should really be
Kalo?
in a sense, past a certain point. If you're considering people who are making like millions on your platform just contractors, I think that's a little bit messed up in some sense.
Well, we could just protect contractors. You know, I mean, it's not messed up if we just have legislation that protects contractors, like what they're doing with DoorDash. And while I wouldn't necessarily propose to either to know enough about that legislation to necessarily agree with all of it, I'm biased because I like it as a DoorDasher. But I don't see why we can't at least consider things like this as legislating the problems. That seems like a reasonable way to fix it. You know.
Okay.
Oh, for sure.
I disagree wholeheartedly. If you don't like what's going on a platform, go make your own fucking platform. That's why we have the goddamn internet. You can go fucking take the source code from Twitter, just like Trump did with his fucking Truth Social, and create your own fucking place where you can do whatever the fuck you want. If you
Just make your own platform, forehead.
There's other shit you can do. There's other places you can go. You're not bound by this platform. There's 1,000 other platforms out there. Don't like it? Tough shit. Leave.
You see,
That's
I find
stuff-
that
that's
reasonable.
my take on it.
I find that reasonable. The only part I would disagree with, perhaps, is making them mutually exclusive. I think both of these sound like great ideas. I'd be good with either. And I think that they're both possible solutions. I just think that we shouldn't use the fact that that might be a way to achieve something through social pressure as a reason to not to categorically deny arguments against why we might be able to more quickly and just as and more easily and perhaps even more effectively solve it with legislation.
I also think like the idea like just make your own platform forehead is like immediately it feels like akin to any sort of reductive argument of just make your own. It's like, okay, well, making one of these platforms that is successful and financially serviceable and reaches multiple people is a multi-million-dollar investment alone. So it's like I can't just go make my own platform, right? I have to oftentimes navigate within the platforms that are available. If I was rich enough, sure, maybe like Nick Fuentes who went and did that, but like the reality is like that's not my position. I don't have a ton of money, and so I don't feel like that is actually like the opt solution.
Okay, Ninetales, Katie, and then Dion and anyone else. Go ahead.
So yeah, going to roll things back a bit. I will say that I support the idea of an Internet Bill of Rights. Obviously, we can't have something that supports violence for marginalized groups because then we're effectively pushing them out by giving rights that don't actually protect people in the end. However, we are going to have to, if we're going to have that, then we are essentially saying, yes, we want government to have control over these things, which, to be fair, I'm more against corporations having unfettered control of governments. However, what this needs to look like is a huge question, because obviously we can say like this brings up like the idea like people are going to have fair trials and stuff like that in order for this to be in order for things to be enacted on, which in and of itself is pretty insane, like cost wise and logistically in general. So I'm not against it. I just think it's an easier said than done thing. As far as just making your own platform, I think it's a good point that not everyone can make their own platform. And yeah, like it would be the ideal, but it's not ideal in practice.
So actually, I think that while I agree I think that you've brought up reasonable ideas. I just don't think they're necessarily true in practice. Well, so I just want to address two things real quick. So with the idea of allowing government control, I agree it's worthwhile to be skeptical of allowing government control of enemies we want to protect. But I don't think you can just because of that make an equation with having legislation of these entities with like allowing government control. In some situations, government control is just completely fine, and it's not necessarily giving them some kind of control that we have any problem with. But the more practical thing that I would say is that the idea of it's good to be wary of these practical determinations. But if we're worried about the cost, a lot of the time it's actually super easy to regulate internet entities, not to 100% effectiveness, but to like basically what I'm trying to say is a lot of these things are self-regulating to a certain degree because people
I'm not
on the
talking
internet
about the cost
have an
of regulating things. I meant like the cost of like if you had to have a fair trial in court to prove that you didn't break the Bill of Rights or whatever, that could be very costly to you as a person. If we were to like, flesh this out to something where like people's rights are respected, we probably would need fair.
Well, no, so the Bill of Rights in this case would apply to people who have large platforms, not to individual people on the internet.
Oh, okay. Well, when I think of an Internet Bill of Rights, I assume it applies to all people.
In this case, it would not.
Okay. Well, then I have a question for you. What do you mean by large platform?
I think that's a worthy question to make. It might be, you could say, and we can have that discussion right now if we'd like, could be a social media platform it could be about the intention, the stated intention by the company. Could be beyond a certain size. A corporation that has a social media platform is probably a vague enough definition that we could probably, when talking about legislation, try to get some more wieldy specifications of that definition if necessary. But I think it's a pretty wieldable concept, at least. A corporation with an intention to operate as a social media platform.
Okay. You guys don't always have to raise your hand. If there's silence, you could just jump in.
So okay. So
I could just keep talking. But
what does this Bill of Rights look like to you? How do you formulate this Bill of Rights? What's contained in said Bill of Rights? And what guarantees do that give to the people that are not like these major platforms that also may still need a voice in this space?
So I think I can offer an answer to that. Oh, sorry, I've been talking a lot. You can go.
I was just going to offer, I think like potentially if you'd be willing to, Jason, would you be willing if we narrowed the Internet Bill of Rights specifically to maybe like platforms that have content creators that get paid? Because the Internet Bill of Rights is going to be a really broad topic because it has to include like a ton of shit. Would you be okay if we just narrow in on this precise topic just for the sake of this debate?
Sure.
Okay.
Awesome.
I was going to say,
Okay.
when it comes to content creators alone, I think one really big issue that a lot of content creators right now on Twitch are nervous about is the lack of transparency for the ban. And a ban that's permanent immediately constitute an immediate loss of wages. And if somebody's full-time streaming, that means they've completely lost their full source of income. And there probably needs to be more transparency for what actually causes, because like they'll use like these like kind of broad language terms like breaking TOS of like hate speech, but it won't be actually really specific. Like if you actually like look through Destiny's work specifically, like he doesn't actually infringe any of those explicit statements about hate speech, right? Certain slurs and stuff like that. Like he's a veteran of Twitch, so he knows his TOS really well. So now everyone's left being like, okay, what specifically? Because he's had a lot of spicy debates recently. Which one specifically was the issue? And we don't really know. There's just a lot of speculation that it's like the trans-related issues, but for all we know, it could be because of like having like Nick Fuentes on stream for like 5 minutes. Like we just don't know. And so there's a lot of creators that are like now nervous of being like, is my job at risk? Because like I'll say an opinion that Twitch just doesn't like and get cut. I don't know that that's necessarily realistic, but that's a genuine fear that I think that there should be some level of recourse and protection for streamers for.
You don't have to go as far as Nick Fuentes. Like him, doing stuff with Lauren Southern is probably good enough.
Can I just ask, can I typify a concept for all of us so we don't have to talk around it? Can we all agree, can anyone provide me with the downside of forcing someone like Twitch with legislation to be clear in the reasons for taking away people's income, just as much as we generally think that it's important for people to be clear in general for these things?
You asked
I would
what the
concede
downside
that,
would be?
and that's what I said at the front of things. I absolutely agree that there needs to be transparency with the reasoning as to why, so that people can make a better assessment as to what their future is on the platform and whether or not they want to be on that platform.
No, but he's
I would
asking
say
that's
what
the
would
first
be
step
your
in the Bill of Rights.
objection.
Just let Katie go, and then Ninetales, and then whoever else go.
Well, Professor Mead is asking what would be your objection to regulating that or legislating that. So not just people on Twitch saying Twitch should be more transparent, but actually advocating for someone actually holding Twitch accountable, because none of us can, no matter how many panels we make and how many thousands of views it's going to have. And we can talk about how social pressures can make private companies do stuff, and sure, it can, but Professor Mead is asking very good questions, like literally what is the downside
Well, it's an answer even.
Legalizing, legislating,
Yeah, because Jason, and that's specifically really, it's a question as an answer to your question, Jason Sidey, because you asked what would the Bill of Rights contain, and while I haven't thought too much about beyond the first step, but I think a pretty good first step is probably exactly what we're talking about. It's basically a worker protection issue as I see it. Whether or not we realize it, like I think it's pretty scummy when corporations try to pretend like people that they're paying an amount of money that could reasonably be something that someone starts to rely upon to like live. I think it's pretty scummy when we allow corporations to get away with taking that away from people without clarity. And so when we can maybe talk, I don't know if we have to talk about what would be beyond the first step in the Internet Bill of Rights, but if I'm making an Internet Bill of Rights for corporations, I think that should be, if that's the only inclusion, I would be okay with that.
And that's what I
So
said.
making money
I would
off of those
concede that point.
creators.
I would concede that point because at that point they're a worker and Twitch is making money off of them too. It goes both ways. They're making ad revenue and whatnot. So I can agree that, yeah, you should know why you're getting fired, basically, because you're a worker at that point. You should know why you're getting fired. I would expect that from any other job, and it's a job. And for that, that specific area, I absolutely agree with you. I don't
So
disagree
are
with
we
you.
all basically in agreement with that then? With that, like that would be okay. That would be good if we could get that to happen.
Like, okay, there's a difference between
Because-
like private transparency and public transparency, right? So like Twitch talking to the person and being like, this is why we fired you, sure. But there's two issues with it being publicly transparent. The first is that it can reveal personal info, either about the person who is being banned or the person who they targeted. That's an issue. It can get them targeted more. And the second issue is stochastic violence. So if somebody were to do stochastic violence and advocate for terrorism, and then Twitch would be like, hey, we banned this person for advocating for terrorism, that could have the inverse effect of actually promoting that action. So
Do you think there
I
should
think
be clear standards for what stochastic terrorism is in this case?
not really. It's just an example.
No?
It's
Well,
just
hold
an
on, but
example.
if
It's an
we were to-
example of something that could happen. Is all I'm
But
saying.
But so basically you are advocating as stochastic terrorism as an example of why you don't necessarily need to have clear standards.
Right, because what I'm saying is that it can it can lead to mimicry of people doing the same thing. Like for instance,
You know what else it can lead to?
Let's say I'm really pissed off at Twitch because I recently got kicked off for having an account that violates TOS, and then I see that a user has used the N-word. And so, and that really pisses off Twitch. So now I might feel motivated to start using the N-word every chance I get on
But then
Twitch.
you'll be booted
But this is
Twitch.
pure
That's the
speculation.
point.
I could
Pardon?
imagine an infinite amount of reasons why having unclear standards could potentially go wrong. It's not any more useful than your speculation. Because I could form a company and I could get big and I could start equating stochastic terrorism, even though it wouldn't be fair. I could use whatever standard I want. I could start equating stochastic terrorism with anyone that advocates for trans rights. That doesn't mean it would be okay. Maybe it would be problematic and worth legislating against.
You're hyper focusing on this when the point is mimicry.
Well, it's the example that you use,
Just real
so I'm
quick.
going to disqualify it as evidence.
Okay, well, that's why I immediately followed up.
And then we're gonna let Ninetales finish. You can respond. Then Katie wants in, and yeah, we'll go.
I immediately followed up with a less specific example, since clearly extending things logically is a
I
little bit
missed
of a
it.
struggle here.
Oh, okay. Well, I just in case you didn't realize, when you give evidence to substantiate a conclusion, and someone disqualifies the only evidence you've provided, then that generally is considered a disqualification to the
You
conclusion.
didn't even
If you
wait for
provided
me to
another
explain it. As soon as I said stochastic violence, you were ready to go.
another example. I was. There you go.
If someone gets kicked for saying the N-word, people who are on Twitch to create problems will see it as a reason to use the N-word.
Great. Okay. So great. So the exact same problem applies here. Is if I don't have, we can use the N-word for the same example. I just will replace my sentence with it. In the same way that you could have one company totally subjectively determining, or wait, no, that's not a good example, because that's a very clear thing that we already advocate against, that we have specific prescriptions against. That's in their terms of service, very specific things about that. We're just advocating for being clear about the communication when we talk to the streamer and legislating that. So that
That's why I
already
said they should do it privately, not publicly.
but that's the Okay, well, if they did that, it's
I
going
think
to be
that's what
shared
you would do in
every time.
any workplace. In any workplace, you don't disclose that shit publicly. Like, it's private between
Okay,
you
how do we know they didn't
and the
do that though?
worker.
And Destiny just didn't say it.
What they showed
Because
the email.
He's
Because
showed the
they do
email.
this all the time.
Twitch
And
has never
have
been.
never
Hold on,
done
are we all
standard
pretending that
thing
Twitch
in
hasn't
others.
always been obscure about their standards?
No, they're intentionally
That's
obscure.
pretending
It's
that. I'm
beneficial
not
for a private business to be obscure about these things, because then they can kind of willy-nilly hand things out that don't look politically good, that their advertisers don't like, that they just don't want to have on Twitch because of multiple factors. So like a private business is always going to be incentivized to be vague about certain termination policies, and the government has to come in and enforce certain specificity for the protection of workers, because this vague language, as you're talking about, is always going to impact minority content creators first and foremost, because
God.
systemic shit does this stuff.
I'm not saying to have vague language in TOS. I'm talking about whether or not specifically when you ban somebody, you should tell the world about why you banned them.
Do you ever
Okay.
think that there's a? I do have a question for Ninetales. Do you ever think there's a situation where it would benefit the society and the company both to be very clear about why something was banned? Can you think of an example?
I'd have to think about it, but I'm not going to say
That's
that's not possible.
Sure. Okay. Katie, please.
So, first of all, I thought that's what you were going for, that basically Destiny might have gotten a more like specific reason and he's not sharing. I think most people are not going to buy that. I mean, sure, everything's possible, but I don't think anyone actually believes
You would have
that.
to believe in a massive Twitch streamer conspiracy.
Let Katie finish.
they
Let
all
Katie.
agree with it.
Hey, Professor.
Just to be clear, I just haven't seen
I'm
the
agreeing,
same
I'm agreeing.
email. I haven't seen the same email you guys have seen. That's all.
I can
Um,
post it if you'd like, or the
I'd
quote.
like to just very quickly like engage with two things. The mimicry thing, yeah, I wholeheartedly disagree on that. And also, I think in a platform like Twitch and YouTube, I wouldn't die on that hill, but I think most people on this panel would say that sharing privately with the person you're banning is fine. But I'd actually argue in places like Twitch and YouTube, it makes sense to make that public, because you would want that to give examples to other employees what they should and shouldn't do and what would be the consequences of them doing that. So this isn't, while we are treating it as a place of work, it's not quite the same as just like you going on too many pee breaks and then your boss firing you for it. It's public engagement. In a way, you could see some Twitch streamers as almost like public figures. And while they don't they don't have the same standards, like there are different rules of engagement, and we can discuss like how specific they should be, but like I think that's valid. Also, the mimicry thing. If you get banned for saying the N-word and then more people say the N-word, hopefully they'll get banned too, because that just makes sense. Also, Mhm.
I just don't think it makes sense when we know for a fact that like, and I think a better example is like transphobia, right? Transphobia becomes popularized and normalized by it existing. And so we're not directly normalizing transphobia when we ban it. But again, it gives people the notion that it can be weaponized. It reminds people, hey, this is something that you can weaponize. And that's all I'm saying is that we know about human behavior, that talking about this stuff can lead to it happening.
But transphobia is being discussed, and then people are trying to address it by banning it. So wouldn't that be acting against transphobia, even if banning it gives it more attention potentially?
So if I'm a platform that's potentially responsible for the actions of my users, I don't want to set up something where I have to ban more people, because I'm still especially if I'm technically responsible for creating that cascade of events.
Wait, what do you mean by what communities now? What?
No, I'm saying like, okay, let's say instead like I'm a chaperone at a party, right? And I know that if I got to think of a good example here, but I know that if I try to take the pop away, everyone's going to riot, and now I'm going to have to deal with 50 unruly people instead of dealing with one person who's had too much pop. It's such a bad example. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of a good example. Okay.
We're gonna let Erudite, then we're gonna let
I didn't get
Professor
to finish,
B.
I'm only gonna do like Socratic questioning for you, Ninetales. I actually just want to understand your position, so I'm gonna toss it back to you right away, because I'm struggling to follow kind of your concerns here. So you're talking a lot about mimicry. You're concerned. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're concerned that if we see a certain ban and people get upset by it, that we'll see more people acting out that same whatever behavior as kind of like a protest against the ban. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and maybe this, like, I didn't follow this phenomenon, but maybe the cracker thing is a good example.
Okay, so you're why do you? I think I'm struggling to follow because I don't see much evidence for this. What's your concern with the mimicry? Because we've kind of said, well, if they do mimic, then there would still be follow-up. And just, I believe the C word is actually a violation of TOS, and I'm streaming and Wicca's streaming, so if we could just avoid saying the word. It's okay. I just want to...
I think it's only if you call someone that, though, just to be clear. It's only if you call someone.
Okay. Regardless, I just want to... TOS is so confusing.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Please, thank you.
So
we're going about Twitch's clear standards, so...
Yeah. What's the harm that you're concerned about precisely? Just because I want to make sure I'm understanding you well.
Okay, yeah. So again, it's more of a principle than like, any direct harm that I can point to. And I just see like, if we're trying to stop transphobia, we need to prevent doing actions which are going to incite further actions of transphobia, especially in like platform specific places. Like, so I could be wrong that mimicry is an issue. I just think that this is a component of human behavior that is reliable on online spaces. And to the degree that mimicry is an issue, if Twitch were to be public about something like that and then cause more transphobia to happen, they'd actually be making the space less safe for trans people, not more.
Right. And I can understand that as far as like, if that is what happens. I guess my concern is I don't see a lot of evidence of that specifically happening. My concern is that when we have unspecific language, it actually results in more unjust banning. Whereas if we have really precise language about what will actually get you banned, then we can precisely target language and words that are transphobic in nature, which is going to be evolving all the time, but that list of excluded words can be increased. And obviously any policy like this will always have a space of grayness, but I think a a company should do their best to reduce that grayness as possible, because I think that there is more space for systemic bias when there's more kind of loose policy.
And those unjust bans, just to be clear, I honestly, I would assert with just as much confidence as you, and could prove with just as much evidence as you, that backlash, I suspect, is actually, that you'll get from unjust bans, is actually probably more than the backlash you're going to get from opening up the field of play to potential mimicry.
Okay, V1, if you wanted to say something, and also,
I had audio problems.
Oh, well, I still have.
Just for Erudite, really quick, I would like to see more specific things, but we also have to make sure they're not so precise that people can just get away with the action and while finding loopholes in the process. That's all.
Okay. Are you mostly presumed with controlling this behavior from purely a top-down approach, or do you think like a bottom-up approach is also potentially viable?
I've never thought about this, and I'm not sure what a bottom
Sure.
approach would look like.
Maybe should I clarify, just because I might be using like really dumb esoteric language potentially?
I'd like to respond to that.
Yeah, so in my mind, a top-down policy would be like it's kind of a blunt tool. So Twitch is going to make a policy about specifically what violates TOS, and then it kind of trickles down and impacts all of us. Whereas a bottom-up approach, I view it as kind of like a community systemic process. So it's going to be, say, I see a content creator who's actively engaging in really harmful rhetoric. I think there was a content creator just like last week who was being, I would say, pretty explicitly transphobic and dodging TOS, right? So there was a really big issue there. I'd rather see that handled at a community level of telling that person why they're a bad person, why their ideas are dog shit, and like debating it really rigorously and kind of disproving their ideas systematically, rather than just requiring on Twitch to have to be like in these vague situations. Because I know so many of my trans friends who get constantly TOS banned for things of just being like mad and like speaking. And so, yeah, I'll end there.
I think I've actually put myself against a lot of my leftist mutuals because I'm more for debate than them, and a lot of them would rather just see them get immediately censored. There is an issue, though, which is that, let's say I'm a streamer and I associate with a trans streamer, and then I go to debate a transphobe with a really rabid following. They could possibly go attack that trans streamer. So while on the surface, I totally agree that it's ideal that we confront these ideas head on, provide a counter narrative, and make people doubt the efficiency of the original narrative, there are very harmful consequences we also need to account for when we do this. And I think in terms of protecting people, for a streamer, you need to make a choice. Like, I've decided not to like collaborate with people directly if I can avoid it, because I do debate these sort of people and I don't want to bring that negative attention to them.
Okay. Yeah, me, please.
Can
And
I
then
just ask?
V1
So,
wants in, and then Katie. Apparently, you are using the wrong mic, I think. So anyway,
so,
go on, please.
so now that we've like clarified a little bit and walked around like what we mean by our words here for a little bit, I want to ask my question again, because it sort of sounds like we're all in agreement as far as I can tell. So let me just check in. If we were talking, can we all agree in the abstract that it would be a good thing and probably wouldn't be a bad thing necessarily to find legislation that just makes companies communicate clearly and specifically, even if privately, to people that can reasonably rely on their income from them to like, would that be worthy of legislation and not have a downside necessarily? Or can we all agree to that?
Yeah.
At the very least, privately.
Fantastic. Okay, so we all agree that Twitch is in the wrong here. We're all in agreement that kind of legislation would maybe be good.
Well,
So can we? Are we
You're
not
making
in
a
agreement on
statement. Do we all agree that Twitch was wrong to ban Destiny?
No,
Twitch was not wrong under our
No,
current
I
legal
don't.
system. All right, sure. Sorry, let me clarify. Twitch was not wrong under our current legal system, but it'd be worthy of legislating in a position to where they are wrong so that it doesn't happen again. Can we all agree? We
I'm
can
not
agree
even
with that.
making an is statement. Like, I'm saying that like it's one thing to say that they should have done something, but to say that the entire
Okay.
thing is wrong now is a different statement.
But we would like legislating, because that's what I want to get to. That's what I'm trying to separate it from. Because if we can all agree that legislating the position that we've just described is a worthwhile endeavor, then we can move past that and we can get to whether or not this particular ban was problematic.
Yeah.
Can we
We
all
don't
agree
know
with
if
that?
it was problematic because we don't know the reason for it. So
Hey, that's a
like,
pretty good.
you know, like,
Yeah. Do you think that maybe that? Well,
we have no way to dig into it to assess that, nor is it our responsibility or place to. That's between Destiny.
Only
and
there was
Twitch.
legislation for it that made it so we could.
Like
What are we gonna
enacting
do?
further appeal processes,
Yeah.
for example.
I'm serious. What we
True.
sorry, I
do
I
want to
didn't hear
point
you,
out most
Erudite.
of
I'm
these
sorry.
bigger streamers do have attorneys that go and look through these TOS and do try to like.
yeah, and
counter them and
Destiny
go
might be
to
able to do
bat.
that. I'm not going to be able
YouTube
to
does
do
it
that.
all the time.
Yeah,
you
but
know, like,
small content creators don't get protected from this. So I think like a
Right.
really simple
But
policy
I'll
that could
tell
be forced is a better appeal process, right? You get one appeal. If they just kind of flat out reject you, it's over. You don't get anything to be like, hey, was your review process here? Was there biased influencers? Like there's no process for people to kind of have like a third party mediating or anything. Because again, we're talking about people's livelihood, right? If it's just banning you from Reddit and you just like have funsies on Reddit, it's a different conversation than when you're banning people who are to some extent working with you, making you money and making money from you, and you have no access of appeal, particularly if you think that the ban is genuinely unjustified and potentially like highly politically motivated or biased.
Oh, by the way,
okay, but I'm confused because you said earlier that you wanted to protect people that are making a living off of this, but then you said that like it wouldn't protect smaller streamers, but smaller streamers typically aren't making a living off of this.
I
Well, hold on,
I said
there's-
So can you?
that's not
Doesn't
quite
mean
what I
they're
had said.
independent.
To clarify
That-
what I had said that in general, more specific language when it comes to certain bannable policies is going to be better for everyone, actually, because it's going to lead to better transparency and it won't harm the small content creators as much because a lot of small content creators absolutely get bullied off of venues by making bigger content creators mad at them and then getting mass reported. That happens on TikTok. It happens on YouTube. Most content creators that I've talked to have experienced this to some extent, even if it's just led to like temporary bans.
And I just want to point out that Twitch and the Twitch creators could do a better job pointing out, like, hey, if you want to do this, this isn't the sort of thing you should do to supplement your income. You should already be like self-supporting and then do this. And I see Wick, and like that's not to say like I don't respect people who do that or I don't think they should be doing that, but it's just not the right. Like you're not going to be protected like an actual worker would, and that's what
Well,
I
you
think we're not
should be.
communicating.
Maybe you should
You
be.
should.
I'm not okay. I'm not making an odd statement. What
Okay.
the odd statement I'm making is that we should be better at communicating that they're not protected.
What makes you think that we?
I think
haven't?
small streamers are incredibly aware of the fact that they're not protected. I've been wanting to do Vosh content and I haven't because I'm still not sure if I'm actually allowed to watch him on my
Listen,
stream or
I
not.
think honestly, I think screaming on
think-
Twitch about it and bringing awareness to these things, generally, if that's just what you're talking about, I think that's great. I don't necessarily see this as the big issue, but I think bringing issue to these, I think bringing eyes to this as an issue and recognizing it as an issue, if we're going to agree on that, I think that's fantastic because I do think that it is an issue, and I think it's a workers' rights issue in particular. Because at the end of the day, if we can all recognize, not that you necessarily disagree with this, that's up to you to decide, but at the end of the day, if we can all recognize that there are going to be people who are going to be using this as a source of income and end up relying on it, then there's no reason why we shouldn't protect them because that's just ended up that's what a worker-employee relationship functionally is. And whether it's through something we call contractors or Twitch people or employees or whatever word we want to use or whatever the structure is, we generally find that worthwhile protecting, like people's source of livelihood. Like we all want to benefit from a society where our source of livelihood is
Yeah, and I'll buttress
yeah.
off of that a little bit too, because it is very equivalent to say like an Uber Eats type of situation or Uber or DoorDash or something like that. We see how much they're looking for protections. And I mean, at one point I was jokingly talking to another streamer a couple days ago and I was like, we should just start a fucking streamers union. You know, because I think everybody spends a lot of hours. I mean, I know like when I stream like 10 hours, at a time sometimes. And it's not like I'm getting rich off that shit, but
Yeah,
If you think the left has a lot of infighting, try having a streamers union. Just saying.
If the base socialist Hasanabe could use his big balls platform
No.
to start a workers union, it would be fucking great. He would finally put his money where his mouth is.
It
for
would
once.
be
It'd
very
good.
socialist of him.
It would be very socialist of him. It'd be super.
Very
He would,
socialist.
imagine all the hate watchers he would convert to the socialist revolution movement. It would be amazing. It would be a sweeping socialist tide across the Twitchosphere.
Okay,
We
I'd like to
joke
make a motion at this newly
Let's
formed
go.
union. We should give V1 all the time they need to talk because they haven't said very
P1,
much.
please. Do you have
Oh, yeah,
thoughts? I
sure.
want to give you the floor for a moment, please.
I feel like if Hassan would actually do that, that would be pretty damn great for the left because a lot of his viewers aren't really into politics that much. He's got a lot of kind of normie viewers that are just there for the entertainment value, I guess, at this point. He does have a very large following. And if he was to do something like a streamers union, I think that would call a lot of attention to like workers' rights issues, especially on Twitch.
Okay. So I guess a question for you all then. So assuming we have the world we're living in today, Twitch hasn't changed its policies and things like that. So
I'll be right back, guys.
the Destiny situation is problematic mostly because we don't know exactly why he was banned. So we have to use a bunch of supposition. And there's all sorts of conflicting reports. Well, he did do this, he didn't do this, he did do this, he didn't do this. So when Ninetales talks about how she would like to keep these things private, I understand in a way, but my question, I guess, for Ninetales and the group as a whole is, would that not just lead to more confusing? How can we ensure that policies are being equally enforced if we keep it private? So I guess the question is twofold. One, is equal enforcement something we want? If so, why? And if not, why not? And two, if we are going to keep things private like Twitch currently does, how can we ensure that it is equally enforced? Go ahead.
So first of all, I think keeping things private doesn't mean that I don't want to call them employees, but in this case, streamers who got the notifications, like they can make it public, right? That was the implication that Destiny did receive this, or like this suggestion that it could have happened, that he got some more explicit explanation and he just hadn't released it, right? So there's private as an internal within the company that nobody tells external people of, and there's just like private as in Twitch doesn't like release a public statement about why a streamer was being banned. I also just throwing out just a few ideas that I just had. You could do, I actually think there is a lot of value into making it public. I don't think that on a platform like Twitch, making it private as in just giving the streamer the notification, like the detailed notification is reasonable. This is like, how is anyone supposed to learn from that and like potentially change their content when they don't know what happened? That's going to be a problem. And maybe if we still were very worried about privacy, we could do like just this thing where every once in a while Twitch releases all the different reasons why they banned someone in the past few months, and then there are no names to it, but you can see the list. That's just something off the top of my head. I'm sure someone can dismantle it in a second, but there are solutions for that.
I'm sorry to interject, but you just reminded me of something. When I went to get my security clearance in the military, there were websites without names and things that would tell you exactly why everyone was declined their security clearance. It wouldn't give names, but it would give the exact situation and the exact reason. I think that could be applied to Twitch as well. You won't see the names of the streamers, but you can see the reason why and kind of the reasoning, the internal reasoning behind it as well. What do we think of that, gang?
I think
that
we've all
mechanism is based. I think that's awesome because listen, that gives us the information that we need to be informed streamers and stream within the guidelines of terms of service without exposing X streamer or whatever. Because like I said, there is a part of this where I think there is still like an employee-employer relationship. So, you can't go and tell somebody as an employer, you can't go tell somebody why you can't go and tell everybody why one person was fired. You can't disclose that. It's a violation of your workers' rights laws. You can't tell people why somebody was fired. On the other hand, though, if we have a list that says, okay, well, we have so-and-so and this many people who were banned because of X, Y, and Z, we can say, okay, well, we know there's a lot of bans for this, so we shouldn't do X, Y, and Z. Like you're saying, detailing, the situation, maybe the specific terms that were used, something like that, so that we know we get the information we need, but the person's privacy isn't sacrifice in order to do so. And I think that's good. I have
So-
no problem with that.
I have a slight issue with the way we've been framing like the employee employer thing. And maybe that's just because I'm more ignorant of this and I don't understand why we're framing it like that. I'm less concerned about people making their living off of Twitch. I think Twitch and YouTube and other platforms like that, or just companies in general that are making money off of someone's labor, whatever it is, do have some obligations to it. I'm not worried about how much money you're making out of Twitch. When Twitch decides, I no longer want to let you be on my platform, even though I'm making money off of you, when Twitch says you are no longer going to be making money for me, I think you're entitled to know why, since Twitch is the kind of platform that basically advertises itself on partially the fact that you could do that. So if you're going to be denied that, I just think that like when we're framing it as a employee employer and then we're equivocating it to, you would never tell other employees where somebody else was fired. It's like, it's not a direct equivalency. So you don't have to see it as a one-to-one to an actual company.
Just to be clear, there are I'm
just-
pretty sure there are actual labor laws to prevent the exploitation of workers by that allow them to share with each other why they were fired. I think that's really
They can
important.
share with
Protect
each
that.
other, but the company can't share that. And that's more what I
Right.
was getting at.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Erudite, then Ninetales, if you wanted, and then we'll go from there. Please,
Yeah.
Erudite.
I think there's a tricky thing, particularly with the Destiny ban, because it like the transparency issue, I think, is one of the simple policy issues that we can point to. But it also still leaves me with a question of essentially like mobilizing angry masses to mass report anyone, right? I think that this happens on a lot of channels, and it leaves serious concern for me, particularly for small content creators. And the problem is that it actually incentivizes this behavior, right? Where people begin to like basically be proud of themselves for getting people banned under like kind of vague terminology and vague reasons because of like mass reporting and having just like a really active community. And while it's super cool, great that you have a really active community, I don't know if Twitch wants to be like encouraging and like facilitating essentially active like going out and like hunting for other creators and like going out of your way to like mass report, not just with bots, but like with your actual viewers as well. I just think it's a really, really toxic behavior that is absolutely being reinforced right now with the way that like, I'm not sure precisely what the moderation system is within Twitch specifically, but it seems that it responds like many other systems to this mass report issue. And it's a really big problem for me.
I'm willing to discount.
I want to
at
touch
this-
on that a little bit because I have to admit, because we're talking about Keffals. Let's just be honest here. Like that's what we're fucking talking about. And I was kind of like okay with it at first, and then the more I saw her like egging on ratioing people, I was like, this something just I'm not jiving with this. There's something that seems more
issue.
So there's something beyond
narcissistic
simple
or
capitalism.
Hey,
something,
me-
you know,
let him
I
finish.
couldn't, I wasn't feeling it. Like at first I was like, okay, maybe she has reason for this with Destiny, whatever. Fine, so be it. You know, sometimes that shit happens, and you know, there's drama on Twitch. Shit happens. But then when I saw the repeated efforts, like to try to see who else she could ratio, and it just kept going and going, I was like, I don't know if that's really encouraging a very positive like community. Is that starts to
Jason,
breed
can I ask you a
toxicity.
question? When you say ratioing, what do you mean?
Ratioing like
Ratio banning.
like yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I was going to say ratio banning like actually goes kind of beyond, and this is to your point, the whole problem with ratio banning in particular, mass reporting, it goes beyond capitalism. That's the whole point. It allows a vocal minority, a radical minority, on the right or the left, or of any kind of extreme severity that we a lot of the time don't really like so much, right? Nazis was a great, just, a random example. White nationalists, I don't know. There's a lot of those seem to be on the platform. We don't want to allow radical vocal minorities to control what we put on the platform because A, it can create all sorts of problems in terms of the way we allow positions we don't agree with to weaponize the platform against us. B, it allows basically just decreases the utility of discourse on the platform in general by allowing a vocal minority to control it. And C, if you really care about any group or issue that Twitch is trying to protect with these regulations, you're actually probably hurting those groups or those advocacy groups or those positions by having these unfair standards, because generally speaking, when it comes to unjust standards that are applied unjustly, there is like almost nothing else that people respond to so fucking negatively and that will hurt your movement so damn bad.
Okay, Ninetales, then Katie.
Okay, yeah. So I wanted to point out that with what Erudite was saying, the one thing that actually kind of makes me wish this was publicly spoken about is that Destiny can also weaponize the fact that it's private and lead and be like, well, I'm not going to say why it was or what I did or what Twitch told me directly, and then leave it up to like people believing that he was hate brigaded. Now, to be clear, I don't think he was hate brigaded. I think that the actions Twitch took was done by a human, and it was done after affirming that there was something worth doing that for. Because, like I said, Twitch would only indefinitely do this if they feel like that person took something like harassment to a very far level. So I'm not inclined to believe that this is brigading this time. But yeah, in general, it seems to me that like a lot of people do stuff like this and then they're like, oh, I was hate brigaded without there being like a whole lot of evidence that like either someone said to do that or that it led to that. And regarding what Professor Meat said, I don't know why you're focusing on vocal minorities specifically, because vocal majorities can also cause the exact same issues.
Right, but so I'm not saying that vocal majorities can't cause the exact same issues. What I'm saying is that it is a problem that we are allowing vocal minorities to weaponize against us. Like the fact that we're equating a minority with a majority, we're giving them the same kind of power. And this, generally speaking, the way these things play out is the extreme radical minorities are the most vocal. Sorry,
there's a distinction we really have to make. Destiny is over and above careful about moderating his community for hate brigades. An issue that I'm having is in our whole conversation, we're talking about ratioing, which in my understanding isn't the same thing as mass reporting. Nope. Ratioing is just on Twitter and getting the most likes. I actually think ratioing is a pretty effective strategy of basically being like, if some like transphobe posts a bigoted thing and then a trans person counters them and gets way more likes, like it kind of makes the original poster look silly. So I'm not opposed to ratioing. I'm opposed to mass reporting and basically leading decisions just basically based on we agree with our parasocial relationship lord and we're just going to kind of do what they say. The issue is that there is no evidence of Destiny actively trying to incentivize and motivate his people. In fact, everywhere I've looked extensively at this point, I've talked to multiple moderators, and they are so over the top aggressive about making sure that no one is talking about mass reporting anything, even to Twitch support. They go above and beyond to ban people, to moderate this. And then I see people like Kafels actually encouraging and motivating their people to go to these people, report them. They make slanderous comments. They call people rapists. They say pretty extreme things, and like this behavior is all getting motivated, and it's super toxic. And to be honest, like now we're starting to see like Nazis and stuff getting engaged in this behavior, and it's like it's incentivizing a really toxic behavior that I don't care what side you're on, we want to get on top of, because it's not going to end well.
Well, if we don't want Nazis getting involved with this, we should tell Destiny not to associate with Lord Southern. I will say though that like
I think that's a ridiculous
let her finish.
debate, but, yeah.
Just real quick, let her finish. Then we got Katie. Katie wants in, so let Ninetales finish. Then we go to Katie, and then we'll open the floor. Go ahead.
I don't spend time in Destiny's community, so I could just be throwing shots in the dark, but I still think it's amazing that after everything DGG has done to get rid of these hate brigaders, his community still does it like in knee-jerk reactions the moment he gets contradicted and speaks ill of somebody for it.
No. So people actively go out of the way to disagree with individuals, but hate brigading is a totally different thing. For example, I have been hate brigaded, where I had a number of people during my hippie debate come in and just call me a Nazi over and over, okay? That's very different than, for example,
I meant it to use mass reporting. So
so when maybe we should just all agree, and I don't care what definitions, I just want to have consistent definitions for our thing. When we're talking about hate brigading, are we talking about when people on their chat encourage their chatters to go to other streamers and say really shitty things? That's what I understand brigading to be.
That's probably what it is. I'm just a moron.
No, that's okay. I just want to agree on terms. It doesn't you're good. And then mass reporting is what I think you and I are talking about, Ninetales, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, Katie, go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, Caples, she did say something about like him being a rapist, and then she immediately got the information that it wasn't true and she retracted it. I don't know if you've seen that clip. But so she said it and then she corrected herself. So there's that, if we're going to bring that up. I'm not well versed enough in this, but I don't think Twitch doesn't know who Destiny is. So if I'm fine talking about like mass reporting, but if we're going to pretend like Twitch got very convinced that Destiny was a bad guy because he got mass reported, maybe I'm misunderstanding what people are saying, but that is like ludicrous.
So
Okay.
if we're going to try to, if we're going to
100%
talk
Just
about,
real quick, let Jason go, then Professor Meek. Go
okay,
ahead.
I 100% agree. They know who Destiny is. They make a shit ton of money off Destiny. If they're making
I think it's a
decision
valid
to pull that
argument to make,
trigger-
not about Destiny though.
Yeah, just if they're gonna pull that trigger, they know damn well what they're doing. They had to have had more justification than just like hate reporting. There is no way that they're gonna lose one of their biggest cash cows.
Can I just quickly
Like that.
so can I?
yeah.
Because I can clarify this real quick.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, if we are going to talk about why Destiny was banned, it doesn't really matter necessarily as much why he was initially banned and whether or not that was due to brigading. I think that the evidence for that is always really indirect. I think that the best evidence we could hope for, as inconclusive as it is people like Keffels actively saying things like that they're going to do it and saying that they did it. But even that doesn't prove it, to everyone's point. It doesn't necessarily prove it. We could talk about that. But the thing is that at the end of the day, his appeal was denied. So Twitch does know what they're doing, regardless of whether or not it was mass reporting. They made, and the people in charge of these things made an intentional determination. And we can talk about the reasons why, because there's not a single one that's not
Yeah.
either.
Okay,
critical or
so I
harmful.
just want to, just real
So-
quick, I want to get V1 in because he hasn't had a lot of time. So V1, go ahead.
I think it's pretty obvious that Twitch does obviously know what they're doing when it came to banning Destiny on this. There has been multiple cases where he has broken TOS recently. People don't even know what he's being banned for in the first place because there's so many things that it could be. One example, like him saying the N-word on Twitter, has recently been an issue with Twitch TOS. So I think that could obviously be one of the issues that got him banned. They are pretty
Have you seen the email?
sensitive about slurs. So
Yeah, I'll post it right now. It was almost certainly not that.
Yeah, it was pretty clear about VOD, specifically TOS hate speech. I think hate speech specifically violation.
Hateful content.
Hateful
was the,
content, thank you.
hateful content.
Can I complete my argument, Wick?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that was very quickly about like, it's fine if you want to talk about like mass banning, but like not in the context of Destiny. I think that's silly. Second of all, again, I can see the critique being like that Twitch and YouTube and these platforms have like an issue where they maybe like take mass banning into account. But as Professor Mead said, like if there's an appeal process and there's a person looking at it, so it's like we can talk about Kipples if we want, but that's not like an argument against Twitch. That's now about like cancel culture again and whatever people think being toxic online is. So it's quite the derail as far as I'm concerned.
Can I ask you a question then, Katie, in that case? Do you not
No.
think that Twitch... No, I can't. Well, I will anyway because I'm the moderator and this is my show, gang. So I guess my question to that is, do you not think that Twitch has incentives if enough people, no matter how much money Destiny is making, if they feel in their calculus that they would lose more money keeping him on. It would drive away advertisers. It would drive away other content creators for whatever reason. Then in that case, Destiny, because of the language is so vague, Destiny didn't have to do anything wrong or anything specifically against TOS. One of the problems I personally have with this ban is, again, we don't know. And so Twitch could have simply said, well, in their internal discussion, well, he's not doing anything wrong, but he's fucking annoying. Let's get rid of him. and there was nothing, like there was no way to know if that's the case. There's no way to know, and that's a problem for me. But anyway, please go.
I think
actually-
people on I think people on Twitch break TOS all the time, and Twitch is basically very inconsistent and sometimes
yeah.
very not hands-on, and at some point it just decides it's going to be hands-on, which is why I started this panel by saying if we care about this at all, we should push for regulating it, because they don't give a fuck. So I don't think that, as I believe V1, that Destiny did a lot of TOS violations. I'm sure I did, and everyone else here did too. It's pretty vague, so I'm sure some guy on Twitch might have an issue with something each of us has said on stream at least once, and we don't get banned for it. I agree.
I'm perfect. I'm perfect.
Okay, Jason is perfect. I
streamed
take
one
everything I
time,
said back.
and I broke
Jason,
it.
don't ban me.
The fact that and this may not to necessarily disagree with you, Katie. This may actually be to your point. That I'll leave that determination to you. But the thing is, the part of the problem of this is that there's part of the problem is that streamers all over the place, particularly within the politics sphere, technically break terms of service all the time, but they're forgiven constantly.
Amaranth
And-
does it
and-
every month. Like literally
Yeah.
every month Amaranth breaks TOS, gets banned, gets caught up on work, comes back. I mean, ASMR
And if-
streamers break TOS all the damn time. Yeah.
And if you actually care about any cause, position, advocacy, platform, or anything, then you need to care about consistent standards being applied to it. Because if there are inconsistent standards being applied against one voice and in favor of yours, then you are actually hurting your cause. Like this is shown time and time again.
I just very quickly want to finish my point. So there's that. There's another issue here that, so Wick, to your question. It's possible that Destiny did nothing wrong. It's possible that he did a lot of stuff that were wrong and he was excused. And at some point, Twitch did their calculation for the month and they're like, Destiny is officially a red line for us now. He's gone. Should they be allowed to do that? Some people say that private businesses have the right to do whatever they want. So I guess technically, the way the world is now, they're absolutely allowed to do that. Is that nice for Destiny? Absolutely not. It wouldn't be nice for anyone. But another issue that I want to bring up earlier, and kind of relates to what Jason said, Twitch and YouTube are kind of monopolies. There aren't many other successful platforms. So like when Twitch chooses to do this and when Twitch has this power, same with YouTube, it's like you can say, well, just pick, this is the TOS and you just got to fly with it or go somewhere else. You can go somewhere else, but you're not going to have the same success, right? So we can't just ignore the fact that these companies currently exist. They have a huge part of the market. Discord as well, in terms of like this type of applications that we're using right now, Discord, to stream, to like do this conference call. So it's kind of an issue when you have these big monopolies and they're allowed to do whatever they want, Facebook, all that crap. And we're saying, well, they're a private company, they're allowed to do whatever they want. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. It's like, we're not all Donald Trump. We can't just go somewhere else, and somewhere else does not give you the same benefits. So I do think it's reasonable to ask, no, I don't think we should ask those monopolies to do something. I think people should push for regulation because
Hey, Soggy, I appreciate the sub. It's an interesting name. Soggy Blunt. That sounds like a bad time, but based name.
You've unmuted. I assume that means you want to talk, and then yeah, we'll go from there.
Okay, I just want to make sure, first of all, that V1 hasn't been waiting because I think their hand was raised. I don't remember. them.
We're
I'm good.
Okay, good. Just making
I
sure.
had a little thing to say there, but it was addressed. So
Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna. I don't know. I can't entertain the idea that Twitch got rid of Destiny because they were annoyed by him. I'm sorry. He provides them way too much revenue. He brings in like thousands of viewers per day. They're not just gonna like be up and like, you know what, we just don't like this guy. And I get when people say that Twitch doesn't have very consistent standards, and for smaller streamers, they probably would act like really crappy towards them if they didn't like them. But with such a big content creator who does so much for that platform, if anything, it makes more sense to me that they were probably reluctant to get rid of them.
So there's two reasons why they could have gotten rid of him outside of terms of service. There's a financial incentive and a political incentive. And I can get to the political incentive, which would be the Destiny's annoying kind of thing. It would be more of a political incentive. Most likely it'd be more of a political incentive.
Can
But the
I-
financial incentive,
Just
Go
clarify
ahead.
one thing that we keep getting wrong. When we're talking about politics Twitch, just to be clear, it's less than 12% of Twitch's revenue. The reality is that overall, Twitch doesn't care that much about the politics streaming. Because even Hassan, our biggest guy, doesn't contribute probably more than, I don't know, probably max 4% of their politics specific revenue. So I think it's just, we've said this point a lot and it's just not super true.
and the reason why it's actually Twitch can still have a political a financial incentive despite the fact that Destiny is so much smaller than Hassan is because they run into a problem where it's a problem of the least common denominator, because when all of this advertising is in this massive pool and they don't have the infrastructure and the machine and the the AI to regulate these things that Google and YouTube already basically have, because YouTube is owned by Google, if anyone doesn't know, from having established social media platforms already, they have to do this advertising pool that basically appeals to the lowest common denominator, and advertisers are disincentivized from joining that pool when they're in a position where their ads may be distributed to one of the many or even Destiny streamers that advocate for these sorts of things. However, the thing is that what's weird about that is that they're not going around purging like all these problematic people. There's white nationalists all over the platform. So why the hell was Destiny banned? And I think that's more interesting because it suggests to me that it was more of a political incentive. And if you actually care about the political incentives that they might have banned him around, they're actually hurting their fucking cause by banning them. Because on
Wait,
top
do
of
you
that,
seriously think it's a political thing?
I think
was
it's
going to ask you.
unquestionably a political thing. Destiny does
Absolutely.
not bring in that money.
Oh my
Most
God.
of Host donations come from external
What do you think it is
sources.
then?
He's actually making more money from YouTube than he was from just Twitch, and he's unpartnered, so he doesn't even get premium ads. So the idea that it's just monetarily beneficial for them is just it's not weighted there. I
So
think
when
it's
people go to his
Wait,
page-
so if it's a political
Just real
thing,
quick,
we
real quick.
mean that
Hey,
someone is
Bank,
just
time out.
annoyed?
Just time out. Let
put a
Erudite
beat.
finish her point, then we'll let Katie respond, and then Ninetales. Cool. Go ahead, finish your point, Erudite, please.
I think you guys heard me, so I'm willing to just toss it to Katie.
So when we say political point, we mean some people on Twitch just unironically, politically or otherwise don't like Destiny very much.
I think specifically in this case, if it is true that he was banned specifically for the trans athletes debate, then it's the case that they think essentially that his comments were politically harmful to a certain group, and they wanted to ban the language that he used there and the ideas that he was contending with.
Well-
Issues that we don't fucking know because they weren't transparent. So maybe it's some other random shit.
GSU Gambit
so
made
you
the
don't
same
mean
arguments
that
and
they
did
don't
that,
like
and
him.
So I don't think
maybe
that's
we
it.
could. Can we just give two answers then, because we're getting talking around this? It's so dumb. It's either Erudite's entire point is that sure, we can divide it into two categories if we want. Either it's an explicitly political reason, or for political reasons or otherwise, they just don't like Destiny. We can divide that into two broad categories if we
And
want.
I
It's
think
probably not
those
useful to
two-
speculate. Hold on, let me finish. It's probably not useful to speculate that they just generally don't like them. Maybe it's the case, if we want to be technically true. That's why I say it's probably a more reasonable guess that it was for some kind of political motivation, even if it's just because they're trying to be good advocates for the left in their own sort
Okay,
of
so we
twisted,
can
fucked up
both
way.
agree. So we can both agree that there's a difference between somebody doesn't like Destiny on Twitch and someone is trying to be a political advocate for whatever cause, and you just think that they're hurting their cause, basically.
I think it must be one of the two in Twitch's case, because those are the only things left that could conceivably make any sense. But it's probably way more useful and more likely that it's some kind of political cause. Yes.
Could I maybe
Okay.
ask that we move away from the speculation and more into maybe how we as consumers of Twitch feel about the ban specifically of Destiny? Just because then we don't have to speculate, because we've already talked about there's this big wall of we don't fucking know because there's this transparency issue. And I actually think everyone's probably agreed of being yeah, it would be better if there was just more transparency about this shit. And then we wouldn't have to speculate. And I think we're just going to run in circles if we speculate.
I do want to take issue with you saying that he doesn't make them a lot of money, though. People, when they go to his page, view an ad. It's that simple. So like with thousands of
people
viewers,
view
that's-
ads on my channel.
Let her finish. Let her finish, and then you can respond. if you like.
when with that many people viewing ads and or subscribing, so that way they don't have to see ads, there's clearly a substantial amount of profit coming in from Destiny's channel.
Not when you
It's
compare
probably like
him to
0.5%.
Pokimane or Ms. Kiff or somebody who's
What?
ranking
I'm not
37,000 views.
But I'm not interested in doing comparisons, though. I'm saying that he's not small fry.
I'm not trying
Period.
to say he's small fry. I'm trying to say overall the entire political streaming sphere is small fry comparative to full Twitch revenue. So to speculate about revenue, a big issue when it comes to ads, I was actually there. Devin Nash did for all of you guys wondering about like money and stuff. Devin Nash did a really good video covering this because he's worked behind the scenes for a lot of these major techs about how Twitch does their ad revenue, what the connection is between their ad services branch and their banning branch and stuff like that. It was really good, and it made it pretty clear that like to say that it's like purely a financially motivated ban is a stretch based on some of the mechanics that they're using for advertising and stuff like that.
Okay, but we can't sit here and say it's just because they don't like Destiny. I think that's
We
that's,
can't.
That's
So
foolish.
all right. So then we
That's
can move
only
past the
fucking
speculation and we can
ridiculous.
talk about our particular experiences consuming this content on Twitch. Then, like Kyla said, or not. Sorry, I said sorry. Can we? I feel like we keep
Duh,
all
I'm just
giving
kidding.
reasons why we agree with that, but we don't actually move past it. Can we move past that? Can we all agree to move past it? Just
I don't
like when
know.
earlier I
Can
was
you
trying to say
all
that we
move
all
past
agree.
quick
Because
point.
we all seem to agree about the legislative idea in the abstract, so I would like to move past that. We keep agreeing and then circling back to the position. Can we?
Okay, Katie,
Can we move past that?
please.
It's just a very quick point, and then I'm even willing to like completely backtrack it. I just need to say, I think that if we're going to say we did the hypothetical of like the trans people in sport like being an issue, and then like someone in Twitch wanting to be a good advocate for trans people, I just personally find that to be a bit silly. The amount of rampant transphobia that is on Twitch constantly and is not being reinforced. Like Prime should have been hit so many times with the amount of crap that goes on there. It's like, come the fuck on. No one is some white and knight in bleh. No one is a knight thingy on a horse thingy protecting trans people.
Knight in
Okay,
shining armor?
Fuck, dude. English is so hard.
It's okay. It's okay. I understand. I
what you're
it's
saying
like
Can I
is-
his
actually
language.
ask?
So what you're saying is, if Twitch decided to try to be that person and started fucking it up, that might be a problem.
Okay, so Ninetales, Ninetales, and then Professor Meat if you want. So
Oh, I said my shit.
Yeah, I don't know how much I need to get into this or how deep I want to go, but I will point out that even if it's not applied uniformly, and that's certainly an issue, I'm not going to try to say that they've been doing that right. Advocating for discrimination in any form is against Twitch TOS. I think there should be exceptions, like massive exceptions for panels and debates, though. So I'm not saying that any of it was justified, just that it's something to be aware of, and that when you do advocate for keeping trans sports or trans people out of sports, you are fundamentally advocating for that.
Oh, is this going to become
I
a
know
trans
you don't
sports
want to get
panel,
into
then?
it, so
Is this-
I won't. I would just say like I don't know if you've watched his actual take on it, but and you don't have to. Like you might not even give a fuck. But if we're gonna talk about it publicly, I would say that's a pretty ungenerous straw man that I think is probably just cultivated from like what I've seen a lot of like Twitter headlines and stuff. And if you haven't seen it, I think it's understandable to come to that conclusion. But if you listen to him actually talk about it, that's not at all what he's talking about.
No,
But
I know,
also-
I know, I
You
know, I
can't
know.
use that as a
Hey,
justification
one
for
at a
your
time.
argument if you're
One
not
at a
willing to get
time.
into it.
Let Ninetales respond, and then Professor Meat, and whoever else. Go ahead.
So I totally agree. He probably wasn't directly advocating for that, like most people are. But if we acknowledge what happens if Destiny wins the argument, it will be trans people being kept out of the sports that or the leagues that they identify with. Just pointing that out. So maybe that's not his end goal. Maybe it's being nuanced in this when you kind of fundamentally don't have to misunderstand sports science in order to have that position. But either way, like what I will point out, just because I've had this discussion a million times and nobody seems to get this, is that participation in sports is a fundamental human right. So trans people should have that by default unless we can find substantial reason not to do it.
So we're getting into it.
I feel obligated at this point to point that out. But other than that, we don't have to have that discussion.
All right, no, hold on. I just want to point out, because can we like, for the record of the court, can we redact the statements, because it is not fair. I'm sorry, it is not fair to go on this diatribe.
Yo, Professor B,
Hold on.
I can't redact shit.
No, it's fine. It's
Perfect
fine. It's
what you
a
say.
metaphor.
Go
It's a
ahead.
metaphor. It's a
Okay.
metaphor. It is totally not fair in terms of like discourse, argument, debate, like ethics, to like, you cannot weaponize. You cannot use as a justification for your argument a series of arguments about a topic and then say, but we can't get into the topic, because the only way for me to then argue back against the diatribe that you just went on
No,
is
I'm
to
not.
get
I
into
didn't
the
say
topic.
not
So
to
let's
get into it.
Let's get into
I
it.
didn't
No,
say
you
not
did.
to get into it. No, listen, I did not
did
say
like
not
that.
to get into it.
Okay,
I
well, let's
said
get into
I
it.
prefer not to, because it's gonna
Okay.
get messy. Okay, it's gonna get fucking messy.
All right, so
Right.
then maybe you
I-
shouldn't specifically force me in a position where I'm going to need to get into it to disagree.
I think what's
do anything. Calm the fuck down.
I think what's maybe more helpful in this
Okay.
case is like getting into specifically, like, rather than getting into a trans athlete debate, which I think everyone's kind of being like, not really what the purpose of this topic is to getting into
Right.
like, is what Destiny said actually what's being claimed about him? Is that fair? And then B, is that if that is the case that he's doing it or not, is the resulting ban something that we're comfortable with? I think that's maybe more interesting rather than us getting into the trans athlete debate.
And we can do all of that once I'm done making the point I was going to make, which is addressing actually what you said before that, Erudite. I think that while it is true that it's really hard to capture whatever it is Destiny says about most topics with the amount of nuance required, because, you know, when people preface other people's arguments, that happens. Destiny does have a tendency in some of the debates that he goes into and some of the concepts that he engages in to engage in very inflammatory language, or to use hyperboles that are very eye-catching on purpose, or to trigger a bunch of like feminist SJWs about stealthing, for example, you know?
On Twitter, he totally does that. The issue is that this deletion was actually about a VOD where he was being 9v1'd and very nuanced about his position.
Yes, a VOD that he was 9v1 that he joined because he knows he can take all of those 9 people very easily because he's Destiny. And the thing is that when people, and this is kind of like, I don't know if it's Stale Manning, her argument, but it's kind of how I feel. When people like Destiny and Doobie, for example, choose to take a position that I don't know if they really believe in, or they just feel like doing it for the blood sports and just like seeing how it goes to get dogpiled and still do better than a bunch of amateurs that don't debate a lot. There are consequences to that.
1v9 because GSU Gambit was fucking like standing for him the whole fucking time.
That
Like,
was the title
it's
of
such
his
a
video,
bullshit
so
ass
he was
statement.
9v1'd apparently.
He was 9v1 my ass. I was on that fucking panel. Give me a fucking break. I rage quit because he's fucking
Total
dumb.
frame.
But we can all agree he totally could have if he wanted to, right?
I don't care. I don't care what he titled his show. I just do not care what he titled his show. Let's
The point
move
is that when Destiny chooses to engage in some sort of rhetoric and then complain that everyone are misrepresenting his very nuanced take or not understanding his nuanced take, that's going to happen if you're not going to make a lot of effort to clearly explain what you actually want. It's me, after we sat down for 2 hours, I managed to get where you want, and apparently we were saying the same thing the entire time, just completely differently because people speak differently. So while it is possible I'll just stop there.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that just kind of piggybacking off the Doobie thing, like, just because you've had an ingenuine take doesn't mean you shouldn't receive the consequences for making those arguments.
It means you shouldn't receive.
Oh,
You
okay.
can receive criticism.
Let me ask the question.
I think that
just
this
real
is
quick.
okay.
Just real quick. Just let me ask the question, then I'll let Erudite then me. If you want to address my question, you may. If you don't, that's okay. It's just a very quick question. Do we think that what do we think the consequences should be for having a really shitty take?
I think
Social
that you should get like
ostracization.
socially shamed. I think you should get called out on Twitter, and I think a bunch of other people should jump on that opportunity to debate the fuck out of them and make them look stupid, which is what, by the way, Destiny does all the time, and it's how he established the online left. Just by the way. Just in case. we
Yeah,
forgot.
because Destiny is a
not-
superior
not the
debate.
online
and
left.
He's
I could just
fucking
explain
gifted
it.
at debate.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know what to
fuck
tell
his
you.
break.
He's rationally
He shits
consistent,
on left.
and he's
He
incredibly
is.
empathetic.
He
But
is.
Erudite-
So what you're
You
telling me
can't
is,
really
so
get
what you're
that.
telling me is
He'll
that
say
Destiny
whatever
is.
he can to get a reaction
Time out.
So what
and
you're-
get a click. That's
Time
all
out.
he cares about. He cares
Time out.
about clicks and making money.
Are you?
the fuck
Did you
outta
finish
here,
your point,
come on.
Erudite?
No.
Okay, Erudite, please finish your point, and then Jason may respond, and Katie may and anyone. Yes, Katie, Jason, Katie, Professor Meat, and and V1 if he wants it. Please.
Sure. All I'm trying to say is that this idea of being like, oh, well, he's just such a great debate bro and all this stuff. Yeah, he is. That's why he established just chatting didn't exist before Destiny was on this platform. He and a couple others, but he and a couple others spearheaded the existence of this. He actually made the online left in the Twitch sphere because what he would do is he would hang out with a bunch of random gamer bros who are the most popular people in this platform. He would find a couple of their takes that were really like conservative and pretty harmful, like about immigration or something like that, and he'd casually bring it up and then push them on their ideas and be like, oh wow, that's a really bad idea and really harmful to this group. And then he would move a whole bunch of people in this sphere being like, oh wow, I guess I'd never thought of that. I know so many people who have been moved left because of Destiny's rhetoric, and they've used it to debate. And he's done this to make space for trans people, by the way, as well. Actively. He's worked very hard on it. And I know plenty of trans people who advocate consistently that they value him in the space, and that this uncharitable representation that led him to potentially being banned is honestly a travesty for Twitch and for the online political sphere in general.
So I'm
Okay,
really
so
glad Destiny.
Just real quick, this is the order of operations we're gonna go in, because a lot of you want in. So we're gonna go Jason, Katie, Meat, Ninetales. Go.
Destiny is a center
And then
left
V1
lib
then
who
V1
is
is-
courting the right, who hangs out and co-ops people like Lauren Southern, who is wildly fucking like a white supremacist outwardly. He apologizes for them. He fucking capes for them. He goes around wearing MAGA hats, and while they wear BLM shirts and they joke around jovially, taking away from the fact that she's a horrible fucking degenerate person that has no place on any fucking platform as far as I'm concerned. Destiny fucking shits all over people to the left of him, even slightly as idealistic. What the fuck is he doing for the left? He's doing a lot for the fucking status quo. He sure as fuck fits the status quo. I don't think he does shit for the left. I personally don't give a fuck if he's banned or not. I think the dude's bona fide a piece of shit. When you're sitting there telling people, as I saw on his stream, telling people not to fucking disclose their STD statuses with potential sex partners because it just doesn't fucking matter, tells me all I need to know about Destiny. He's morally fucking bankrupt. His position moves based off of what's going to get him the most clicks, and he's a provocateur. That's all he fucking cares about. That's all he fucking cares about. It's a money game for him. I don't think he gives
That
a
is
shit
so
about any of his
untrue.
anthems.
He has sacrificed large swaths of
Whoa.
How
audience
can you even say that?
constantly for doing what he thinks is right. He has platformed
Mod?
trans politicians regularly, just for free, by the way. He's the reason why half of the big streamers that we love on the left even fucking exist. Honestly, like you're
I'm
being
free
so
Destiny.
like to say that
I'm
Destiny just
TYT.
cares about money is
I'm
such
sorry,
a
I'm
dishonest
YouTube
representation.
TYT. Fuck Twitch.
Wait,
I'm
is it my
YouTube
turn yet?
TYT, baby. So like, I come
It is
from a
fucking
long
not. You
line.
wait your
I just
turn.
don't think you know the
further
history.
back of creators who were doing it way before Destiny, who were blasting the
Hold on,
platform with
okay.
people on the left. So I don't fucking what
No.
the fuck ever.
All right.
Like,
We're
keep
gonna,
caping. Keep
Meat,
caping.
Meat, we're gonna let
Keep caping.
Katie respond, or Erudite, since
Okay.
Erudite was addressed, she may respond. But then Katie,
Have you watched
Katie?
Destiny on Twitch
Me?
for a while? Have you watched him for like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? Have you even bothered looking back?
He used to be pretty decent. He's not so much anymore. The past year, he's
Do you
gone
spend
shit.
any time on the Twitchosphere at all?
Go. I stream on the Twitchosphere. I'm
Right.
fucking on here frequently.
Recently?
I don't know. You know, I was on the Prime panel that Destiny was on. I'd say pretty damn recently. Like The one that you guys
so my
keep
concern
citing,
is
I was
how
on
you're
that
characterizing
panel.
him shows me that you don't know anything about the history of Twitch politics, or Destiny, and I'm really uncomfortable with you making claims about how he's just focused on money and he's just like this limp-wristed liberal who's just here for views. It is so untrue because he has sacrificed his viewers over and over again and bent over
Really?
backwards for people who have stabbed him in the back consistently. And it's shitty that people keep on saying the shit. Look, Destiny's done a lot of shit I disagree with too. I don't even I hate his tweets half the time. But to act like he's just like this evil villain who like stomps around and is mean to everyone is so bad faith and dishonest. And it's insane to me that people would be willing to say that in this sphere when like we have to fucking thank the guy that this sphere even exists.
Okay, Katie.
He literally invented his
Yeah,
song.
no.
I got it out there.
Katie.
He invented
Then me.
Hassan. TYT invented Hassan. What the fuck are
Yeah,
you
you're
talking
definitely
about?
wrong.
Exactly
Oh
what
my
we're
gosh,
talking
you don't
about.
know anything. You don't.
You just made yourself
Wait,
look
this
like
guy
an
doesn't
idiot
know
to every
anything.
single person
He
in the
doesn't
Twitch
know
chat, every
anything.
single
Do
person
you
there
who
is
do you
a
think
viewer.
invented Vosh? Who do you
He's
think invented
Cenk
Vosh?
User's nephew. He's Cenk User's
No,
nephew.
the people invented Vosh by elevating him with their socialist rhetoric.
Yeah.
They're like, what the fuck? Yeah, okay. Anyway, so, sorry, go ahead.
Quick pivot away from Hassan.
So
I would
all right, so
love to talk about
Hassan
Hassan
is like-
because Hassan
Hassan
is a
is by far the
dumbass
biggest leftist on
without
the
Destiny.
platform.
He has completely failed.
Can
The
I-
issue is
can
that
I-
Hassan has very specific esoteric information that he got
a way to
because
help.
of his nepotistic relationship with his uncle, and then you put him in a debate. And remember his debate with Christian Walker? He couldn't even tell people why trans women were fucking women.
I'd like
Just
to
keep
thank
pretending-
Destiny for making.
Katie.
I would like to thank Destiny for making the just chatting category happen on Twitch. Destiny has and will and has been doing great things. Twitch, good. Destiny, good. Okay, good. Awesome.
All right, so if we're going to, so then it sounds like we
No.
have. Oh, did you have more?
No.
Did you? Oh, I'm sorry. I
I
thought
have
you were
more.
done.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Katie,
Go ahead.
finish and then Meat. Once Katie is finished, Meat, you may go. And then we'll go to Ninetales. And then
Guys, I'm so mad. I'm shaking. I'm so angry. Oh.
Said stuff a long time ago that I wanted to respond to, and I don't even remember what it was anymore. So that's a problem. Yeah, I'm sure Destiny has done great things. I think what was Jason's trying to say that, like, in the same way that you can find a lot of trans people Erudite who would say that it's a travesty that he got banned, you can find a lot of leftist people who were de-radicalized by Destiny and would say that they've stopped watching him for the last year or two because he has deteriorated in his level of content. He's become a lot more reactionary, as Vosh would say, or just more more right-leaning, as some other people would say. I don't think it's controversial to say that he's a lib. I don't care if he does it for money. I don't think that he does. When I told him I think he cares about human beings, he said that's not true. So I'm going to believe him on that.
Dead Zed, thank for the sub. Sorry I didn't say before. I was raging.
To help with some stuff, but I also know that he has his own style, and that's fine. Whatever. I thank Destiny very much for what he did. If we're talking about the left, he's not very helpful to the left for a very long time. He's in an anti-lefty arc right now. So while I am aware of the history, currently in the reality that we live in, Destiny has not been very helpful to the online left. Do I think that matters to any extent? And like the banning of his? No, I don't think people should be banned because they're not helpful to the left. Now, Meat, I get that you think Destiny still has value to the online left and to progressive causes. And I might, when I said, you know what, I'll walk back. I'm not saying that he doesn't have any value. I think in the same way that we can thank him very much for de-radicalizing a lot of people, I think he's now radicalizing a lot of people. That's why I brought up Doobie as well, because Doobie does that too. For him, it's a blood sport, and people are getting convinced by these arguments, and they are moving further to shittier opinions, shittier, bad, harmful opinions. So to answer Wick's question very quickly, when people are giving a shitty take, oh, I remember what I want to tell you, Erudite. When I said that Destiny is a great debater, what I meant to say by that.
Thanks, Blup. Oh, who is it? Hold on, sorry. Layla, thanks for the sub.
Go do that. No, you can't really do that when it's Destiny, because Destiny can take 1v20. Okay, he's fucking awesome at what he does. That's the problem. When the person that has a shitty take is really good at what they're doing, they might still win, even though their take is really shitty. So it's not about like the fact that he's just a magician.
Okay,
That's it.
Okay.
Meat, and then
Yes, okay.
yeah, go ahead, Meat.
So, all right. First off, when we're talking about unless we're just think that Destiny is like the god tier human that is way smarter than all of us, I don't think it's very useful. I think that like, sorry, no, sorry, I'm gonna get lost in my ADH brain. I need to run down my arguments as I have them listed here. First off, a few contradictions that have been made here that are pretty blatant. The idea that we can necessarily say confidently that like this is all just a money game for Destiny is kind of silly when the guy's literally like actively pushing rhetoric and walking the line of getting banned from the platform. It's kind of just like a silly argument to make just for that reason alone. When we're talking specifically when we're talking about that in particular. Second, when we're talking about Destiny being uniquely good at rhetoric.
Thank you, the Von Docs.
I think that's a pretty good argument. You can't really say that and then use that as one of the reasons in your argument for why he's, or you can't recognize that and then also say that like, oh, what is he doing for the left? That's how about that? How about the fact that if you remove the apparently, according to you guys, the giga-brain #1 alpha dog person who can defend any kind of position and defeat all comers, maybe it's worthwhile keeping the only person like that happens to exist on the left, even if center left. Thank God. Maybe it's useful keeping that person around the platform. Number 3, this whole idea of, oh, well, he's on an anti-lefty arc, so that's not useful to the left. Sometimes, when we're talking about radicals, or some of the people on this panel, I'm not going to name names, I think it's really worthwhile for the left to do lefty infighting, just like it might be worthwhile for the right to do righty infighting, because you want to cleave off the cancers, all right? Because they're always going to be there. And lastly, I just want to say, if with this 1v20, like, oh, we have to get rid of Destiny, that's cool. We can all talk, we all think each other's takes are dumb, blah, 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 we're on Twitch, etc. But lastly, I just want to say, this whole 1v20 thing, oh, he can 1v20, so we have to remove him from the platform. Just saying, if your whole thing is that we have to remove the guy who's so logically consistent that he can 1v100 just anybody, maybe you're the secret radical and you haven't realized it yet.
Did you hear me say that?
Because
I didn't say that.
Katie,
Rhetorically consistent.
Hey, I didn't. That's funny. I didn't use your name, so it's sort of weird that you assume I'm talking about you.
What views are inconsistent?
Go
Go ahead, Jason. Tell me. Since you're going to put up that, like, honestly, like, what's the point? First of all, you're basically with that little image that you're trying to do, being like, look, he's moving right, and anyone who's right wing is bad, which is a really dog shit take to have, by the way.
Okay.
Second of all, what are his inconsistent views? Yes, it is absolutely wrong to just assume that a person's a bad person because they tend to lean conservative. You might not like their fucking ideas, but half of these people are the ones that work at homeless shelters, that are handing out free food, that are doing good work.
You said when somebody moving right is bad. That's not the same as thinking they're a bad person.
I'm talking specifically about Jason's
Then what the fuck is he doing? Like, if he's saying he's left, and you're saying he's left, and he's helping the left, and he's not doing that.
Can you take the image off? I don't know if I can show images of Destiny since he's banned. So I don't know if that's a thing that I can do. So please just remove that for me real quick. Then Ninetails has been wanting in. We're going to let her get a chance to get in this, and then you can continue eating each other's eyeballs. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm going to be eating eyeballs too. Yeah, Destiny being, the original debate bro thing actually doesn't mean that much to me. It means he's an opportunist. He was in the right place at the right time. But I've also seen many other people, and I'm going to brag here, including myself, who can take unlimited sized dogpilings and do fine. If anything, I think the fact that people revere Destiny as being some sort of elite debater, while plenty of smaller debaters put actual time into preparation and get thrown under the bus because he's so big that nobody watches them. Yeah, I think it's actually better that, the amount of people who will be watching somebody for their debate skills will be spread out.
Thanks for the sub.
You can benefit from that. Now, that's not
get rid of all big creators.
No. Just calm down. Okay. That's not to say that I want that to happen to everybody. Just that, it's not a bad thing for me. But overall, the one thing I find most interesting about Destiny, aside from the fact that he normalizes really bad, terrible takes, and aside from the fact that he normalizes alt-righters, is the fact that he cannot take the exact form of criticizing that he dishes out. And he hides behind his fans to do that heavy lifting for him when he can't handle it. I'm so sick of it. He's had me on once to talk about something that was pretty milquetoast, but every time I've had an issue with his conduct directly, no, he will never have me on his stream. Why? Because he's an egomaniac who doesn't want to look bad ever. So as much as I agree, he has skills as a debater, and I'm just going to say skills.
What do you mean?
And I
Let
agree
her
that
finish.
he's
Let
not
her finish.
bad at it. He's also so incredibly unhumbled by it that I wouldn't expect him to ever admit he was wrong.
Okay, V1. If you don't speak now, you're not going to get a chance, probably. So go ahead.
Yeah, well, I do agree that Destiny is an amazing rhetorician. He isn't really that good at defending his actual points outside of just rhetoric. Like, his actual points aren't even that good. He is a liberal. We can't keep saying that he is on the left or started
Liberals are on the left, motherfucker! What the fuck? Holy shit. Fucking
That's
hell,
like-
are
that's
you
like
fucking
middling
kidding
shit,
me?
right?
Liberals are
That's
not
right
the
now.
left. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
they fucking are!
well, I
and
think
you're
the left-
literally
You're still
brain
not.
dead if you
Switch
think
politics.
otherwise.
Like,
Holy
you're
shit.
literally
He
just
can
showing how
holy
ignorant you are if
shit.
you don't
It
recognize
doesn't matter
Destiny's
that he's
What
not
the
a
fuck
left.
just happened?
Let's let
And
V1
it is
Holy
like-
shit.
Guys,
Sorry.
Washington
That
Demon
is
Mama,
still
Destiny's
left.
favorite.
Time out. Let V1 finish.
Liberals aren't on the
'cause-
left.
and then-
I
and then-
can't
Alright.
fucking
V1,
handle
I'm
this
done now.
shit.
Are you done with
I
the
Who gives a
can't
shit?
handle
All right,
it.
who gives a shit if
Holy
he started
shit.
the space? It doesn't matter. Like, why do we still keep
All right, so then we
supporting
don't
him?
have to use it as to substantiate our positions, then, right? We don't have to continue over that subject.
Hey,
'cause I'm
me,
not
just
the one who
let
brought it up.
him finish.
Okay.
It really does not matter at all. Like, it doesn't matter. Also, a bit with what's her name? Fuck, my UI is not working. One
Erudite
second.
or Katie? Or me.
Or Ninetales. There's 3 she, hers.
I'm
here.
having Ninetales. Yeah. One thing you said with like him taking up space, I guess, on the Twitch politics scene, I don't think you can really blame bigger creators existing for you not getting the viewers you want. I think that is kind of a bit of a childish way of looking at that. And
I'm not
maybe
doing
you should
that.
consider
I'm
that
just-
maybe your rhetoric isn't actually as good as you think it is when you're talking about that.
No, I could have said it better, because what I'm saying is that the wealth of like attention will be redistributed with him being gone. Not that like I'm entitled to it.
Yeah, but I
Okay.
don't think him being gone will even change that at all, really.
Okay, so just a
Holy shit.
note. Time is winding down. I would love to do this more, but I do have another appointment at 8, so we are going
dare
to
you,
do.
Wilting Simp.
We'll finish the current
I've worked hard for my left credentials.
closing statements, and everyone will get their outros. I just want to thank you all for coming. I know it's gotten a little heated, but I appreciate you for the most part being very respectful. So thank you. So
Honestly, if lefties are this dumb and have this bad of takes and are so dishonest with reality, yeah, it's fucking dog shit. And their ideas should be shouted down because they're bad. Doesn't mean that they're a bad person, by the way. I have no idea if they're a good person. They just might have life experiences that I don't understand.
Know him. He is. I think he's the greatest person alive. It doesn't really matter. I don't care. His character is so irrelevant
There's
to me
only
and
one type
everything
of
that
girl.
I'm saying.
Thanks, Blepsy.
If I agree with what he says or if I don't agree with what he says and how I think he should be treated based on what he's saying. All I know is that ever since I got on this sphere, I haven't heard Destiny say a lot of things that are near to where I would want it to be on the progressive scale. Obviously, I do think that he's definitely become more right leaning than he was when I first entered the sphere. I have no doubt that he still does good work for the left, but I also know that he's very harmful to it. And
Oh, I forgot somebody. Nick Pre? Thanks for the 1,000 bits. And Rolting Simp, thank you for the sub at tier 1. Appreciate it, guys.
banned or shouldn't get banned. Him being a good
Thanks,
debater
guys.
or a good person with
so
rhetoric doesn't mean that he shouldn't be allowed or whatever. Like there are many people who have shitty takes that come on sometimes, and sometimes Destiny has good takes. Not as often as I would hope that he'd have, especially if I felt like he was more consistent with his views. But I just want people to know that as far as I'm concerned, I don't really think he's an evil mastermind. I don't really care about his personality, and I think people who do, like, they need to stop being so parasocial because it's not healthy.
okay, Erudite, me, and then we're gonna go to closings. So Erudite, please.
Okay. Liberals can be on the left. Libertarians may or may not be on the left, but liberals are descriptively on the left. All you need to do is
There's
read a
only
textbook
one type
about
of
what
veal.
political spectrum
Okay.
is, and you'll understand that liberals are on the left. They're not as far left as a communist, obviously, but I think that we all know that. Second of all, being critical of the left does not make you a right winger, it makes you responsible. You
There's
should
only one
always be
type of
critical
veal.
of your own group.
Okay.
It's why I will go above and beyond as somebody in the mental health field to talk about these serious issues that happen within psychology and with mental health treatment. It is important and it is responsible. I am not saying that Destiny is perfect and he's never done wrong. I disagree with some of his takes. I basically never agree with how he words things on Twitter, ever. But the issue is that I see this like rampant villainizing, slanderous claims. Jason here said a bunch of shit with no evidence about money and all this other shit when he's not even been on the Twitch sphere for long.
There's
He
only one
probably
type
doesn't
of
watch
veal.
the YouTube videos of Destiny, so he has no fucking idea. He was on like a panel once with the dude and just made a whole bunch of
I'm on the
unnuanced.
panel with Destiny several fucking times. Excuse you. So go ahead. and
Well,
sit
okay,
back
you
and say
must
your
know him
piece.
complexly.
But you're making a lot of qualifying like statements about
Yeah,
me that
I would
you
like
don't
evidence
fucking
for your
know.
claims against
So,
Destiny. Because if you're gonna make
what the fuck ever.
slanderous
Describing
claims,
what you said.
you better have good evidence. I'm not gonna come on here and start like making a bunch of claims about any of the other panelists or people that are not here
Say
unless I
that-
have substantiated
that isn't
evidence.
demonstrably true. What did I say that isn't demonstrably true?
That he's inconsistent, that he's focused on money, a whole bunch of shit. I can't even list
He
them
made a
all. I
whole
didn't
bunch of
write them
qualitative
down.
claims about his characters and
I-
intentions. Like that's pure speculation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our point.
Okay, gang. I'm sorry.
Wait, so I'm next.
trying-
I'm next. No, it's real quick.
You're gonna get a
quick.
closing statement.
I can
dude.
throw no, but I don't want to throw arguments
was
in
my
my closing
closing. I'm
statement because
done.
that's rude. You know.
Go ahead. Go ahead then, quick.
I
Real
can throw
quick.
my arguments in my closing statement if you want, if it's okay. You know, I'll throw some jabs in there.
We're gonna have to. Patel, like it is. Thank you for the gift subs. You're great. So yeah, let's just go to closing, gang.
Okay.
Yeah, if everyone is yeah,
I'm,
I think
I'm
we-
fine
we've
with that. I
reached
just try
the
to keep my
point.
jabs out of my closing
I
statement. so I'm
understand.
happy
So
to
we'll
throw
go in
them
the
if you want.
reverse order.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that. That's very kind of you.
I'll just say that if you like want to just not like Destiny or speculate as to the contents of his character, totally fine to do so. If you want to base your fandom around that, that's fine. We can talk about it if you want. But that's the whole reason why it's just fucking stupid to try to make like qualitative, like conclusive statements based on some like weird speculation as to
only
the
one
contents
type
of his
of
heart
veal.
or something. I
Okay.
totally agree with Katie. I care about like cause and effect. I care about what's actually happening. I care about accurate, descriptive, and prescriptive claims. And one last thing that I want to add on there
There's
before I get to my
only
real
one
closing
type
statement
of veal.
is that if we're talking about things that the people,
Gosh, thanks for the subs, guys.
the canvassing work that Destiny has, just saying.
And thank you for the sudden views. I don't know where you all came from, but welcome. Hello, and thanks for being here.
A whole bunch of claims have been made here.
You should watch it on YouTube if you just got here. There's a lot of heat. I was real mad.
Which is in the wrong here. The only substantiation of why it was good for Destiny to be banned here in this particular case is just literally a whole bunch of speculation and unsubstantiated claims. The most of which just sound to be.
And thank you. Oh, it's DGG. Hey guys, welcome. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, Destiny refugees, give me money, because I think that that's also kind of cringe. I'm so mad at what's happening, and I have like a fierce sense of justice, which is probably why I got into like working with at-risk populations in the first place, because fuck this shit. This is the same energy that I used to storm to one of my clients' school and demand that they give her kid like remediary counseling and that they can't just dismiss her because English isn't her first language and she's indigenous, you fucking assholes. Okay, Legendary Barry, thank you for the sub.
I, like Grandpapa Destiny, love to have people come against me and debate with me because I actually care about truth and the things that I claim to care about. So I'm happy to talk about them anytime.
Thank you. V1, please.
So that was a shit show. I think that whole thing was just a lot of people dick riding Destiny and getting mad about people dick riding Destiny. No productive conclusion was came to, and that was not really that great of a discussion. I'm sorry that I didn't talk too much and I wasn't very active in this. I am more used to like Congress style debates in like my school debate club, for example. So I apologize if I wasn't a little more aggressive, but I made a Twitter today, which I think that's one of my worst decisions in my life, but it's at v2.x. Go follow me. And that's about it. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. I do appreciate you. Hopefully you were entertained, if nothing else. So, Ninetales, please.
DGGL.
Okay, I actually had a lot of fun with that. Do wish that some of the more level-headed people would have spoken more, but that's... Yeah,
This convo sucked. Also, I did not contribute.
You're cutting out. We can't hear you.
Oh, really? Crap.
No.
Is that still going on?
No, continue, please, quickly. Yeah.
Okay, testing. Where's my thing?
You're good. You're good.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'll admit, I don't like Destiny as a person, but that's not where any of my arguments came from on this. My arguments came from either the utilitarian view of it, which was going to be like what I first came in before I read the prompt, and then the like, you know, what could he have possibly done. And as far as like the whole other streamers being harassed by his fans thing, I am not convinced by the whole he does a lot. Like he may, but it's not enough, and he should find something else he could do, because there are plenty of streamers, both who are public about it and private. That means there's a lot more than what we hear about publicly, who have been terribly harassed by his community simply because they kind of owned him one, and then he talks shit about them afterwards. So personally, as much as I'd like to think the best of this and that there's not any like active thing going on, I have a feeling that there's a bit of opportunism in enjoying, you know, the kind of audience he has, despite them being really cringe.
Okay, thank you.
And lastly, please don't assume that other people can't do Destiny's job. He doesn't even do preparation for his debates. Anyway, so I'm Ninetales Cosmic Fox on Twitch. That is all spelt as words, and Tails is spelled Tails. And on Twitter, I am at M9Scarlet. That's letter M. The number 9 is Scarlet with 2 T's. If you like Destiny, you probably will like me, because I'm a debater. I have cringe takes once in a while, and but unlike Destiny, I actually make sure I know my shit when I go into debates. Except for the one time I went into debate Destiny because I felt like just doing something on the fly.
Entire research
that ended up
streams,
screwing
actually,
me. So
that you can just watch.
Anyways, have a good day.
But yeah.
Well, yeah, thank you for coming. I do appreciate you, especially kind of last minute. So thank you. Again, I've appreciated
for the subs,
you being
guys.
on here and supporting your cause. Iridite, if you have anything to say at the end.
No, I'll let that be what I had said.
Okay.
It's fine.
I'll just say follow Erudite. I'll shout her out in the chat. She's great. Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm that Katie Doe. I'll just put my link in chat. So I don't think nothing was made. I think Professor Mead very quickly got us all on board with regulating at least the transparency element into Twitch. I mean, we all agreed that we're fine with it, which is honestly a lot more than I expected. So good for him for doing that. I also I do think there was productivity here. I think people focus too much on people's personality and intent when they don't know the people. Destiny's political leanings have nothing to do with whether he should or should not have been banned. And chat talks a lot about the harassment thing. I can tell you that after my short conversation with Destiny, I had some very uncomfortable comments on my podcast. That's not Destiny's fault. I think Wick would be now Destiny's banned, but I think there would be a worthwhile panel to do about what big streamers can do to stop or try to better manage their audience from harassing other people. I'm sure Destiny does all he can because friends of mine in chat says that he does, but still a lot of people get a lot of abuse, and there should be an interesting conversation about how much responsibility a streamer has to their audience. I think that's important, and I'd love to be part of that conversation. So
Okay, thank you for the suggestion. And thank you for being here. I always appreciate you as well. I appreciate all my panelists, I just want to say. You were all great. Jason Society, please.
Yeah. So, I mean, let me be frank. I don't really care whether or not Destiny is banned on this platform. I could give a shit less. But I do see some holes in
But
the
I do want to make
TOS.
slanderous comments
I
about
do
him
see some
with
holes in
no
how people are
substantiated
notified
proof.
about
That's
their
what I
bans,
would
and
like to
think
do.
that,
Don't do that.
The overarching theme is that should be corrected, that we should regulate those things. I'm going to dismiss the kind of shitty qualifiers that Not So Erudite threw out at me and say this. I don't care where you guys stand on the Destiny issue. We should not be like fucking splitting up friendships and hating each other over this conversation, which I've been seeing a lot out there in Twitter world and out there on Twitch. Listen, you can have a difference of opinion and still appreciate somebody, and I'm more than willing to do that, and I hope that everybody else is too. Aside from that, I do stream every day of the week, and on Sundays I do Stonercast, where we talk about all things weed, and I want to bring Professor Meat on Stonercast.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Next week I'll be there, assuming something doesn't happen.
You can find me at Jason_Society on Twitch or Jason Society on Twitter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again for being here. To my audience, thank you. Thank you for this. If you enjoyed it, I hope you did. I hope we learned something. I unlike the one here, I thought it was a little bit productive. Right after this, we are going to the Prime Kai Reverie. Several of the people here will be joining me there. Probably on their own streams if you would like to watch them on theirs or mine or both.
We're gonna do meditation in between though.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Decompress.
We all should do that.
You're a hell of a debater. I will throw that out there. I totally.
There's only one type of.
And yeah, so
appreciate that.
Follow me, give me subs, and if there's a sub goal on the bottom. If we make that by the end of April, guess what, gang? Erudite, her husband, and several Professor B, Katie, several other people are going to come on, and we're going to do a costume debate where we're all going to dress up as characters like clowns and princesses.
I'm gonna do Quinn Harley.
There you go, and we're going to have this, an awesome in-character debate, and it should be fun, should be great, should be good times for all. So yeah, please, if you want to sub or gift subs, by all means.
You guys want to know? Next,
but
we have
yeah, I
another
will
panel.
let my.
It's about Chris Rock. You can say or not say. It's totally up to you. I'm pretty big on watch what interests you, and if that happens to me, I appreciate that.
To go on to the Prime panel where we will be talking about censorship, and we will be talking about the slap heard around the world, where Will Smith clocked Chris Rock. But yeah,
I hope there were lots of black people on that panel to talk about that. Otherwise, it's going to be just an awful discussion.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, actually.
Okay, I gotta go. Wait. Sorry, guys. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Okay. Yes, we're going to another debate panel. I needed to get out of that. I just was so over that shit. Holy shit. I need to calm down before I enter this because it's not Prime's fault that I'm mad, and I don't want Prime and his panel to benefit from it. Hold on. Okay. Just getting set up. You'll have to forgive me. I am not nearly as gifted at technology stuffs. But I will do my best to get ready, and then we're gonna hop over. There you go. Prime panel. Mostly it's gonna be two topics. I don't remember the first one. Censorship of tech companies. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. And Oscars. Slap. Okay, hold on.
Intense.
You're all on stream, by the way?
I am on stream as well, just so you guys know. So if you don't want to be on stream, tell me and I will deafen myself.
Well, I mean, we're all about to be on stream in like 2 minutes, but yeah, I'm on stream as well.
I just love consent so much.
Yeah, I don't know that if I ever like I'm just not a fan of masculine bodies. I'll leave it at that. I just don't think I could ever really get into fucking Kevin Castley.
I'm not a fan of masculine bodies, but you got to know there are some guys that if they fucked you, it's like, damn, that would be good.
No, I think that's not really a thing. I mean, like Superpower Broadcasting. Like, I might like just for the memes and just to see what it's like I might kiss like David Beckham or Brad Pitt in their peak. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Oh, we were having fun with that.
Oh well, he's gone, gang. Give me a second.
I think Prime will move me in too, or if he'd be like, "Hey, you're not invited."
Okay. Holy moly. Hold on. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Maybe I'll
I am not
get a chance to debate for the other side. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So this is about Chris Rock and censorship in general. The guests are. Sorry, you can see that I'm trying to calm myself. Okay, the guests are Fabian, Liberty Scott, Katie, who you just saw, K-Buck, Oaf. She's a panelist on Prime pretty often. Me, Pisco, Top Dolphin. I've never met the individual. Wick, and there's one more person. Stardust is supposed to be here too. And of course, Prime. So yeah, there is, I think, unless Top is black, then we're going to have a pretty white, but we do have Stardust. But I don't know if I like identity armoring. Anyways, doesn't mean that I don't think that we should have it, but anyways, yes. Obviously having black commentators to comment on a situation that involved 3 black individuals would be, I think, beneficial for everyone. It is stacked, yeah. Why do I have to calm down? I have a YouTube stream up as well. So if you'd like to watch back in time, you can do that. This one is hopefully going to be less spicy. I don't have nearly as strong of feelings about it. And I want... Wait, why was the most important? It wasn't even vulgar. I'm not sure. Some of my Autobots are tricky. Why you would think that would be beneficial? I think that, like, I am a white Canadian, which means that I have very limited exposure to a black American culture. And so there are going to be things that I can't even speak to.
I am black and coming from the streets, which they both did. I don't think either of them are taking as serious as the media is making it. This shit happens every day. I on the hood.
Yeah. So there's pieces that I actually think, like, surprise, surprise, you're gonna find out that I actually left. Who knew? So I think that there are pieces that, like, a Canadian white woman who's grown up in, like, rural and metro Canada is not going to understand culturally and whatnot. So that's it. I'm also mad. So when I'm really angry, I think I only form like half thoughts. So if you're like really unimpressed with the nuance in that take, give me like 10 minutes to calm down because I'm so mad. I'm actually like, the injustice right now of like the accusations that people feel comfortable making now that they know that Destiny can't come and like call them out directly is like actually really horrifying to me. It's really frustrating. And I have like a big penchant for like justice, and it's making me so angry because it's like gratitude is something that I think is really important, and that doesn't mean that gratitude always supersedes all behavior, obviously. But it's something like I get frustrated about when we talk about like historical figures or like just people in general is like this unnuanced, uncomplex of like, oh, we got him off Twitch. Well, now Destiny is just a big, bad, evil bad guy. And that's kind of the end of it. What does this have to do with black culture? I think very limited, but I do think that if it does have something to do with it, probably somebody involved in the black culture is going to be the most likely to see it. Because I think it's going to be nuanced and subtle if those pieces matter. And I'm not going to be able to think of it, basically. And I actually think that that's a fair thing to assert.
It's because half of us, we organized...
Oh, hold on. I don't know where I heard. Oh, she was talking. Okay. I'm going to undeafen and everything. I think they're ready to go. I'm going to stop monologuing at you guys.
I was worried that I was going to be late. I decided, I was like, you know what? My hair needs to be washed. I was like, I should probably go do that right now because it's been sitting up in a bun the last 2 days. I was like, I'm going to take a shower. I was like, hopefully the shower doesn't run long.
I got them warmed up for you, though, Prime. Erudite and Katie. I made sure that they're in there fighting for him. They're all passionate and ready to go.
Excuse me?
With the debate we had.
That sounded pretty weird.
Why would you?
Sounded pretty weird.
No, I'm all frigid. Thanks.
Katie, don't unmute yourself in StreamYard. Yeah, there you go. Okay. All right. Yeah. But what was I gonna say?
Oh, Lycan.
We're still waiting on our last individual person.
Welcome, Lycan. I appreciate you being here. I saw there was a bunch of drama around you. I didn't get caught up on it at all, which maybe is refreshing for you. So welcome. Hopefully you weren't being a big...
Welcome, Lycan. Hi,
Welcome, welcome,
Yeah, everyone say welcome. Say, hi, Lycan, I'm just waiting. Hold on.
Lycan has a cool Twitter page. Follow him on Twitter.
Yeah, Lycan. We all love and appreciate you, Lycan.
I don't know who this is. Should I know who this
Shit
is?
fucking mattered. He tried super hard to make a big issue out of
You
it.
don't know who Lycan is?
All
Man,
right,
you're out of the
I'll
loop.
stop airing your stuff to the panel. Unless the panel cares, and I can just keep talking at my chat publicly. Sorry, panel. I didn't mean to not mute myself.
Beginner streamers. What can we say?
Seriously, big noobs.
Oh man, from Adam. Oh wow.
Wait, who said that? Who's
shade.
who's established as my nemesis?
Top
Adam, come on. I'm just kidding. Super fair. Absolutely make fun of me for all of my blunders because I make a lot of them.
My chat wants to know if this panel is only for Russian agents because they don't see any Ukrainian flags. I'm glad
Ukrainian
Primekai's
flags
got
are
the
in
joke.
our hearts.
Nobody
The
else got the
Ukrainian
joke.
flags are
Primekai's
in
got
our
it.
hearts.
Like, you know what? All right, I'll give you that one, Primekai's.
Sorry, Lycan.
Zero flags on my heart.
Noob. Fuck up. But at least you got a big shout out from everyone on the panel, so you feel very welcome
we
now.
have a few people who are in the community who are pro-Russian, in this conflict at least, which is interesting.
No one here, right? No one here. We don't have to have that fight right now, I don't think.
Well, find out.
You could have just said tank.
Scott
It's okay.
is rough. He's not super bad faith though. At least he's he contends with what you say. Oh, Stardust time covering her.
Hi, I'm so sorry about that. So sorry.
There you go.
This is what happens when you become a big star, and you're just like, we work on my time now, everyone.
No, I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I got caught up in an interview and it ran.
Honestly, I've just seen your name around, and I don't know. There's been so much going on that I haven't caught up. I had a wedding, so yeah, that's fair. Just wanted to say hi.
So we will get started. Thank you, Essay, for the kind gift sub. Thank you, buddy. 294 subs for my friend Essay. Thank you so much. Okay, we will begin the Revelry Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We have an amazing group of people here, and I'm really excited. Got an all-star cast, right? Yeah, right. That's what I tell myself. So we have an all-star cast, and
no, I don't have push.
And this is going to be a great conversation, I think. So
I like to think that my
if you are watching this on YouTube,
tech blunders
please
are still
like, comment, and subscribe.
a nice warm
join button. Remember,
addition to
we
my
need your support to
streaming
keep this up and
content.
running.
You
If like
just
that daily content
watch a
coming at
boomer
you,
fail. Basically, I'm not a boomer,
then
but
please.
I feel like it. Oh, thank you for all the subs. Okay, I need to thank you guys for subs. Okay,
We will,
Ostentatiously awkward.
introduce
Great
the
name.
people.
Thanks for
We'll
the
start
5
with
subs.
my man, Top
Teshkin, thanks for the sub.
Adam at the
Tier
top
1,
of the
thank you,
site.
thank you. Gordon Freebase, thank you for the sub as well.
Right before this panel,
Small Freeb, appreciate it. Got some more. Nick, thanks for the cheers. I appreciate
I guess
that.
I finally earned my place, and I'm happy to be here.
Okay,
Nebedo, thanks for the resub. I appreciate it.
Next,
Thanks for
we
sticking
have
around.
Fabian Liberty
And another
Scott,
gift sub
how
from
are you?
Small Freeb.
Doing just
Appreciate
fine.
that.
Been
I
been
think
sick the
a
last
couple
week,
other
so
people,
stayed away from the
Cryptic
debate
Wit.
space and, decided to do my first drama streams.
Thank you for the
so
sub.
you know how
The
that
Layman's
goes.
View.
So
That's
if
a
I
good
dip
name.
out at any point, it's
I
because
like
of
that.
mass report. Or
Stop
something.
thanking us for folks
But
on the panel.
That being said,
Okay, I will now.
because I got reports that people are working behind the scenes to get that going. That being said, I'm always here to make shit interesting and stir the pot a little bit. All you lefties love to have the occasional person come in and piss y'all off. And, what would a panel be without somebody to piss everybody off and get them reading a little bit? So I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty, Anarcho-Capitalist Duo Stream. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Moving on, Kay. Kay, nice to have you around. We don't get to see you all too often, but we're happy that you managed to make it here today.
Yeah, I'm not really big in the Twitch politics space, and when I do, I normally fuck around on CTVs because I just enjoy having a good time. When I'm here, it's normally we're fighting, so got to be in the mood to fight when I'm here. I'm I'm Kbuckoff. I stream on Twitch when I want to. Kbuckoff on Twitch, Twitter, and Instagram. That's about it. Not too exciting.
Thank you, thank you. One of my favorite people is here, right? Well, actually, we got a lot of favorite people right here. We have not so erudite. How are you, erudite? I'm happy, right? You're here. I'm happy now. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I came from Wick's spicy panel, so I did some deep breathing, and I feel very zen. So, not really, but I'm happy to be here. I'm excited that you asked me to join in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next, we have Pisco. Oh man, Pisco. One of the original crew here, Pisco, with us, looking sharp. Or homeless, one or the other. Pisco is here, which is always a treat. How are you, Pisco?
I'm good, thanks. I didn't know I looked homeless, but I appreciate the invite. As always, it's a pleasure to be on the panel.
Thank you. You look like you're cold.
It's a little chilly.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here. All right. We also have Wick, one of our most reliable guests, one of our kindest guests. Wick, how are you today?
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm fit and ready to go. These are my favorite topics that we're going to talk about tonight. These are the ones that I love to go off on. So I'm going to have some really strong opinions. But yeah, I host panels. I have interviews. I do open call-ins. Check me out. Twitch.tv/Death of Certainty, the Death of Certainty show, where we always remember that no matter how right we think we are, there's a good possibility maybe we're wrong, and we should keep that in mind. And that's me. I'm glad to be here. Always love having me. I always love being on your panels. I always love that you invite me. You're a really great host. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. And then we have a person with a special place in my heart. Her name is Katie. Katie's back with us. Katie, we also actually don't have here all that often. I wish we had her here more because she's a lot of fun. A lot of fun in these panels. Katie, how are you?
I'm okay. You managed to get me on now because the topics are finally interesting, and it's not necessarily it's not your fault that American politics is something, and I'm not well versed enough. But social issues I like more, so we're gonna do that, and I'm happy. And I agree with Erudite. I did not do the breathing, so I am not zen. And hopefully we'll see how that goes.
Last but not least, we have our friend Stardust. Stardust, thank you for being a part of this. Always a bundle of joy here. Stardust, how are you doing today?
Great, just the usual, being canceled by far righties and far lefties. Love it.
I saw something on Twitter. Sorry, what was that about? Like, why are people mad at you today? Like,
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. In response to Fabio Library, people mass reporting libertarians as ableist. I'm very sorry about that. You should try to file something with ACLU. Yes, I am Stardust. I do political content. I seem to make everybody angry these days, even though trying to be really reasonable with people. But, being reasonable makes people really fucking mad. So, yeah, here we are. You can find me on twitch.tv/Stardust. Join the Discord.
I literally never have any idea what's going on. Like the drama, I really never have any idea. It's really met Stardust. I don't know shit.
There's way too much drama to keep up with.
That's why I don't bother. All right. Well, we'll jump into it. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. All right. Topic 1: online. There has been a lot said about the censorship of tech companies. Many on the right, especially, are critical of this type of censorship. However, when it comes to either banning books from school libraries or certain discussions on sexuality in classrooms, many censorship detractors change their stance. Does this ever make sense? Should we ever censor the information given to children, even if it includes telling them facts that are traditionally considered mature? Is brutal honesty the best strategy? So I thought it was obviously because of recent events that are happening, but also of a certain YouTuber that I follow and her upbringing and how her parents did it, which involved a lot of brutal honesty. And it's something that's always like stuck in my mind. So I really want to explore that. This is more like it's not just like talking about like the politics of the day topic, but also like how should we raise kids? All right, so we'll start with Top Dolphin for opening statements.
Oh yeah, great. I get to start. Yeah, I think there's like there can definitely be some discongruency with people and when they'll be like, oh yeah, so, like we need free speech, but then censor the things that like I don't agree with. Like it's really stupid. However, there is like when you talk about like books in classrooms and you talk about like school libraries and certain topics, I'm always a proponent that we can explain almost anything to children, but we have to do it at the appropriate level, right? Like you don't teach a first grader calculus. You don't explain like sex to a first grader the same way you explain it to a high schooler. So if there's like some material in schools that like does that in like an age inappropriate manner, I don't think like banning those things from schools would be bad. Yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Scott.
So, I just quick little written statement for this, because when we've debated these ideas in the past, it seems that I haven't been able to express what it is that I'm trying to say in a way that people can understand. So, children are emergent adults. As such, they are unable to express their will and have guardians appointed to them. By default, these are biological parents. During school hours, public schools are caretakers of the children charged with their care, and their duty is to educate children under the assumption that they are protecting and conserving the latent will of the child and the rights of the guardianship. Children are unable to express their will and consent, and as such, should not have any potentially dangerous education or materials afforded them, especially without the involvement of their guardians. To compare the removal of pedophilic material or the indoctrination into radical Marxist gender theory into unsuspecting children to the censorship of online speech is providing a shield for the grooming of our children into abuse and or violent revolutionary ideologies.
Oh, that escalated at the end there. Okay. Thank you so much, Scott. Let's go to Kate.
I think they're all hitting it on the nose there. Like, I understand the idea that we need to censor things with children 100% because of their brains and how innocent they are. We want to keep that innocency as long as we can, but we still need to open them up to ideas. As Top Dolphin said, we should be educating them on sex. We should be educating them on the anatomy of the body, using actual biological words for these things. We shouldn't be calling it funny names. We shouldn't be calling it these things. We should call it actually what it is. We should be going into sex and at an age appropriate level. All these topics that we keep saying that should be completely banned, I don't say per se they should be completely banned. I think that they should be brought up at an age appropriate level. I think if we keep hiding these things completely from children, by the time they turn into adults and they go off to college or they go off to their first job and they're experiencing these things for the first time in the real world without any type of idea of what these things are, they're going to be screwed. And we're going to be at fault for that. And we're going to be raising people who don't know what the fuck's going on and then in shell shock when they get to that point.
Erudite.
Yeah. So my position is pretty simple. I'm pretty radically for the education of kids on basically any topic that they're going to have to contend with in the world. A lot of this education that we're talking about right now is typically usually trans inclusionary education. We should be teaching them about gender. We should be teaching about sex. We should be teaching about the fact that sometimes people live in bodies that don't quite mesh with their brain. And I think there are age-appropriate ways to deliver this information. The reality is that a 5-year-old in a class might have a parent who's trans, and it's part of their world, and it's now part of their classmates' world. And I think we need to devise ways to talk about this honestly with kids. I think there's this tendency to protect children from ideas when the reality is that they are absorbing the world around them, whether we like it or not. And even if we don't talk to them about it, they're still going to be learning about these things. And we have an opportunity to be educating them well on these things, or kind of leaving it up to what they kind of just see in the world. And I'm broadly just for educating kids. It's just, yeah, you're not going to teach a kid calculus if they're 5. You're going to teach them a more simple way of understanding basic mathematics, though. And I'm just very for, in general, talking to kids about the realities of the world that they live in.
Okay. Pisco.
Yeah, sure. On the question of speech, whenever this topic comes up, I kind of bifurcate the question into sort of 2 domains. One is a question of institutional competency. Is this even a domain where we want some actor involving themselves in a content-based restriction? Certainly, I would think for the censorship of, or I would say the moderation of certain platforms such as Twitter. I think these organizations are institutionally competent. In fact, I wouldn't want, a government overseer dictating to private actors what speech they must or must not facilitate, except to the extent that there's a sort of compelling interest, for instance, in stopping the spread of copyrighted materials or illegal pornography. I think that there are always exceptions for these speech restrictions. And in the domain of children, I think no one here would deny the competency of local governments and indeed schools to censor certain materials or to provide curricula, which is necessarily excluding some content for the benefit of others. So that's kind of one aspect of it. I think we all agree that schools and local governments have a role here in deciding what content is going to be fit for children. On the merits is kind of the second aspect of that question. And I think where we'll see a lot of disagreement tonight on what content. It's easy enough to say ban bad content, ban conduct that isn't in accordance with the natural social contract between individuals and their parents and that contract with the schools. But that's easy enough to say. The question is, what is that bad content? What is content that doesn't fit in with this inherent implicit social contract? And on those questions, there are sort of merits disagreements about one, like what is the stuff that legislatures in the South want to see banned. I think I would take a disparate view from some people on the panel in identifying what it is that is being banned. And if we identify it properly, should it be banned? And so I think that we'll see a lot of disagreements on the merits, and I hope that we don't see any disagreements on the institutional competency side, because I think we all agree that schools should be able to make some restrictions on speech for children.
Thank you. Wick.
So freedom of speech, I think, is a fundamental right, and we definitely should extend that when it comes to children as well. I do think that, again, as was discussed before, there is a way in which you introduce certain topics to children. We wouldn't. Top Dolphin nailed it when he said we wouldn't teach calculus to 5-year-olds, right? But at the same time, it's important that we do not try to shield them from what may be considered controversial topics and such as well. It is all about how we do it and how we go about it. And when it comes to what should and should not be censored, I do not trust institutions to make these decisions. The government, it is a very dangerous thing to put too much power in the hands of institutions in order to censor things, because primarily what will happen is the minorities and people without power will face those censorships. Traditionally, historically, it's been Jehovah's Witnesses, it's been socialists, it's been minority groups, and these are the ones that bear the brunt of any tool we make when it comes to censoring things. When it comes to children in schools, again, I would agree with Erudite and Top Dolphin. When I would introduce them to such concepts, such as gender, such as ideologies and things like that. But it's the way we do it that's important. And I would trust local communities to be able to have a voice in that. And I think that's probably the best way to do it. That's my position. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Katie, please.
So I think what I noticed about the prompt was that I don't think the internet and the tech companies and what that entails in terms of if Twitch, for example, is allowed to ban someone for whatever reason they choose. I don't think it's quite equivalent to schools and public libraries. And so I kind of resented that was like posed as like opposites in a way, because I don't think it's equivalent. I think generally speaking, adults in westernized countries went to school and learned that what they learned at school was just the facts of the world. It's just they learned what life is. And now they're adults and they have children. And there are all these ideas about what we should teach children. We should teach them about emotional regulation and how to handle bullying and about trans identity and all these things. And it's like, wait, what does this have to do with school? This is new theories, that Marxism, whatever, Fabian. Yes, all these things. What we fail to realize is that like school curriculums, by the end of the day, it's like it's facts that a country compiled and said, we believe in this enough, and this is how we want to transfer this narrative to our children. Like, there's a very nice quote that I like that basically education is propaganda we agree with, and like propaganda is stuff we don't agree with. And that's pretty much how it goes. I think people should be a lot more willing to have stuff incorporated into like education systems. I don't think schools should just be teaching math and physics and biology and English. I think it should be teaching skills for life, psychological skills, trans identity and Marxism included, and hopefully with some critical thinking skills that would also be taught to children that would help them process the information and realize that they're not just learning a doctrine that they should memorize, but they can critically examine what they're being taught, even at school. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Finally, Stardust.
Yeah. So I don't think that banning books or other material is doing children a good service. As other panelists have already said, I'm in favor of introducing sensitive topics to children in an age-appropriate way. We have to face it that a lot of these topics, whether it's like transgender stuff or whether that's like health things, these are things that are part of their lives, right? They're going to encounter them at some point. By forbidding topics from being introduced to children, we aren't just removing those topics and leaving children ill-prepared for the real world. We're also forcing children to face these sensitive topics unguided when they are inevitably stumbling upon them on their own. And I think an unguided child dealing with a sensitive topic is incredibly dangerous. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that Stardust makes an excellent point here. Like, just because we ban these topics from schools, from being discussed, or from being in the libraries and book form or whatever, these topics don't go away. These ideas don't go away. And if we don't make it our job to properly educate our children, other people will. And so it is best when we have some control as parents or relatives of children, where we can vote in our local elections for our local school board and things like that. We have some measure of input in that. We have much less input when it comes to what your child is exposed to in the real world as they grow up. And so if we can tailor things to introduce these topics to our children in a way that is age appropriate, it just sets them up for success. And even if you do think that libertarianism, as I do, is a violent revolutionary kind of idea, and you want to keep your kids from it because it's dog shit, then you should still introduce them to these things, though. You shouldn't shield them, because I don't want Fabian Liberty educating people on what libertarianism is. I want the truth to get out. I want people to have the actual facts on what they are. And so the education system is probably the best way to do that. Thank you.
Well, that's the whole question, isn't it?
So,
What are actual facts?
Hold on.
I don't want CWC educating people what transgender means either, you know? So
Please explain to me how libertarianism is a violent revolutionary
I'm just trying
ideology.
to trigger you, brother.
Katie.
Right, so you can't back up what you say. All right, I'll let someone else go.
Why is the question whether something is a violent revolutionary ideology? Why is that the standard by which we are culling only things that are violent revolutionary ideologies? What is the use of that as an organizational tool to discount certain things?
Do you want a stable society?
Hold on.
It was a meme.
Yeah, let's.
It was a joke.
Go ahead, please.
What kind of concerns me, Wick, with what you're saying is I'm thinking about that law that they were trying to pass about like the don't say gay thing, you know? And the thing is, when we're talking about like introducing certain concepts at school or like letting teachers talk about it, the problem is that if it's not, I don't know if institutionalized is the right word, but if it's not in the curriculum and teachers aren't getting like proper training on how to introduce these ideas to to their classes, so that means that you can have a teacher who's completely homophobic explaining what homosexuals are to the class of children. And you can have a teacher who's a trans teacher and they're teaching children both at the same age range what trans people are, and you'll get very different types of education, which is why I think it is so important with education that there will be training for the teachers about what they're going to be passing on, because I don't trust individual teachers to be able to bring up certain topics in a way that I think is reasonable.
But we
So
can't-
when
But we
That's
can't
true.
restrict
That's true of almost
teachers.
any topic. That's
Yeah,
true
we
of almost
can't.
any topic. I mean, you could say the same thing about any historical topic or English topic. I want a teacher who's going to be teaching the right history of Uncle Barrington.
No, that's not what I'm saying, right? Because when you are going to be an English teacher, or when you're going to be a history teacher, you go to university and you study it and you get training for it. I'm not saying that anything that a teacher ever says in a classroom, they need to go for training for it. What I'm saying, since in my opening statement, my original statement is, I think certain things, a lot more things, should be allowed to enter the education system as part of the curriculum. And I would argue that like LGBTQ, for example, issues should be a part of that. So are many other things. Then I would want that standardized to some extent in education.
So can I ask? So what problem exactly did you have with what I said? I don't disagree with that.
I guess I don't know if that was necessarily an issue with what you said. I just worry that when people speak generally about like, yes, teachers should be able to engage with whatever comes up in class. Sure, that's true. But with certain things, I would want trainings at schools, right?
That's ideal, but the question comes, what should we legislate? What should the law say? Now, ideally, yes, someone, if you don't know what you're saying, don't open your mouth about it. That's the ideal, but look at Twitch, look where we are. Obviously, legislating that
and Twitch
amongst
is not the
teachers
same
would do more-
standard as
but
like the
in an even in an education setting, education system, I think legislating that beyond some probably common sense ways would cause a little more harm than good.
So I think that when the only way you're looking at it is either censorship or just be able to say whatever you want, I think that's a dichotomy that if you go down that route, then maybe you can say, yes, censorship is worse. But that's not what I'm saying, right? I'm obviously saying that censoring isn't good. You should be able to answer questions if your like student asks you something. But I also think that like having teachers be completely unequipped on knowing what issues they should be talking about and what are the ethical grounds to what are you allowed to say when you're, for example, religious and your student wants to talk about premarital sex, stuff like that. Those are stuff that are not institutionalized or not standardized to a large enough extent in education systems. And I think that's an issue that should be addressed. And I don't think people think about it enough.
I think this is a great place to point out to anybody that might be conservative watching that conservatives really have to stop fighting this fight. And instead, they have to do the same thing that they've been doing with social media, which is just get out of this system. Because you can tell from this panel what the left is trying to do, right? They don't want to talk about the pedophilia that they openly accepted and sneaked back into schools. They don't want to talk about the disgusting things that they do to children. They don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about.
Well, now's your chance, Scott.
They don't want to talk about. They don't want. They don't want to.
Be specific.
I'm trying to finish my
Could you explain about the pedophilia, please?
Right. Yeah, sure. I mean, Lawn Boy and Genderqueer, a memoir being taken out.
What is that? Explain it like I don't know what it is.
Okay, these are books that are put in the libraries of schools that have been in multiple school districts, and parents have had to fight. This has been one of these are the two pieces of literature that the right has been doing the most they can to try and get them removed from schools. This is really what we're talking about when we're talking about censoring books, right? These are the books we're talking about. We're talking about Genderqueer, a memoir, and we're talking about Lawn Boy, right? And Lawn Boy, we had to fight very tooth and nail to get them removed from middle schools, despite it saying things like, talking about sucking off a 10-year-old sucking off the dick of Doug Goldberg or something, whatever his name is, behind the bushes at the church meeting, and talking about how he feels bad because the pastor doesn't want to bring up, how excited he was when his 4th grade fingers were wrapped around his tiny salamander, engorging with blood, right? Like things like this, things that we got out of Fairfax County Public Schools. And then all of a sudden they got slipped back into the schools during Thanksgiving break, right? Because for whatever reason, these books have to be here. This is the censorship we're talking about. And of course, you hear Dat Cat T Doe. Sorry, I apologize. It's a difficult a little bit. That Katie, that Katie though, right? So you see her talking about, oh, we need more education on these ideas. We need more of, we need more of a kind of our indoctrination in these schools. We need more transformative social emotional learning and all of these things. Why would we be teaching math in a math class? What we need to be teaching you about is statistics and racial oppression, so that we can make sure that our Marxist ideology is spread throughout the entirety of our education system.
What age is Lawn Boy taught to? What age is Lawn Boy taught
to this? Sorry.
What ages? Do you know? Do you know what ages it was taught to? Because
it was in middle schools, right?
Was it taught, or was it just in the library?
It's in the library.
But it wasn't taught.
Have you read these books?
But when you put a book in the library, the institution of the school is saying that this is approved for children to read, and that this is approved content, and there's an implicit idea from the school that this is something that is appropriate for children to be.
So do you think
I've read excerpts from these books. I've read the entirety of the book.
One quick question. So you understand that? Would you be in favor of, for instance, banning the Quran from schools or the Bible from the libraries of the schools?
Probably, yeah. Actually,
you'd be in favor of banning the Quran, and you'd be against
and the Holy
Bible.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, at least you're consistent.
I'll say this again, which was what I was just right to wrap up. Conservatives need to have the same take that they have on social media. Get your fucking kid out of these schools. Okay. They're poisoned. They're done. They're broken.
We got to
get out of public education.
The point is, there's a difference between a book that mentions inappropriate relationships between adults and children. For instance, Muhammad and other historical figures had relationships with minors, as we know.
Muhammad,
okay,
with Aisha.
So that's not. But I wouldn't characterize those books as largely embracing and glorifying pedophilia. And I think there's a difference between mentioning a topic in the context of a memoir and a book that's meant to.
Genderqueer, a memoir has illustrations, right? A lot of illustrations of things that are TOS on Twitch, right? Like we cannot show them on Twitch because they're too.
They're
graphic.
in a public school library.
Right.
Let's give Katie.
I'm talking about like masturbation. I'm talking about like sucking strap-ons. I'm talking about like ejaculating onto people. Like all these things are illustrated in the book.
Sounds like a party. Katie, let's go there and erudite and then Star.
So Fabian, I really don't know how you. Well, I do know you didn't really listen to what I said, or you don't have like listening comprehension skills, which I would hope they would have done when you went to school.
Yeah, apparently I'm missing a bunch of listening comprehension skills. So why don't you repeat it for me?
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat it for you because I don't think you can hear what I'm saying, because we already agreed that Marx is my lover. So I don't think you and I can really. Anyway, I didn't say any of the shit that you said. I said. All I was talking about is just that certain types of that teachers should get some guidance in terms of how they're going to transfer material to children as they're addressing them as they come up in class, right? And I want that more standardized.
That Katie, though, see, this is the problem, is that you admitted earlier that you know a lot about social issues, but not a lot about like going into the politics. And that's probably why when I said transformative social emotional learning, you're saying I didn't say that, but that's what you're talking about.
No, you're just inserting a lot of things in because you think everything is a dog whistle for something Marxist. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about.
We should teach people in ways and prepare them for topics, and it was totally unobjectionable. I don't know how you could glean from that statement some kind of undercurrent Marxist ideology to try to indoctrinate pedophilia. That's
also another thing that I wanted to ask you, and that would quickly get us back on the pedophilia thing. Are you against like Lolita being in school libraries? Do you know that book?
Is that what Lolly? Is that what? I don't know what Lolita is.
No, Lolita is a very classical piece of literature, and to say it's not glorifying pedophilia would be questionable, I think.
Well, then get it out. I don't know if it's glorifying pedophilia. Let's get rid of Stephen King's It while we're at it too. Like, what are you talking about? Like, if things glorify pedophilia, why are we looking at one book?
Would you get rid of all the Dragon Tattoo that has a forcible rape scene in it?
The argument that I'm saying is that you seem to be fixated on very specific things. I don't know, maybe because they ideologically upset you, which is why you only seem to know those two books. But generally speaking, I also think that, and Pisco said this, if a book says a child, something bad happened to a child, a murder happened, let's leave children alone, that doesn't mean that it's glorifying it. That's like, you need to be able to, again, and this is why I talked about teaching critical thinking skills. Like, you need to examine the piece of work that you're dealing with, especially when you're talking about art. And some things are more controversial than others, but what you're saying doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
And I want to add one thing about this. I just looked at Long Boy because Doobie mentioned this book before previously, and I didn't know the name of it, so I just looked into it, and it's like at least semi autobiographical. So rather than simply like be promoting this, it's like, this is what happened to me. This is a thing that occurred. Like, should we not have?
The default position should be that the state are only caretakers of your children while they happen to have them for a period of time. It's not their duty to expose your children to fucking whatever ideology they have.
I mean, I think that this is an important
it's
question. What do you guys think education is actually for? Like, what is the purpose of education? That's a better question, I think, for everyone to answer, because then we might actually get some grounds and we'll stop like doing this weird, like focusing on like two separate books when
It's
the whole system of education.
It's absolutely norm building. No one can question that there are norms, and that school is, in some sense, you're making decisions about what to select and what not to select based on your idea of what makes a good citizen and what makes a good person. And the question for Fabian Scott is, what is his limiting principle? I mean, I could easily say something like Harry Potter is teaching satanic or bad morals to children. I could say The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, this is a book that's read by children. There's a forcible, violent, and horrific rape scene in that book. What's your limiting principle to decide that those things aren't bannable too? Surely there's some limiting principle, but the mere mention of a horrific act as relates to someone else, that can't be enough, can it?
No, so I mean, like, I don't think anybody here would, let's say, be super against, let's say, getting rid of To Kill a Mockingbird, right? So if we want to bring it back, right?
Wait, what?
Why not?
I would be against getting rid of To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah, I would be too.
Why would you?
Wait, Scott. In that book, right? There is.
It's literally what I'm. Yes.
There's okay, go.
Right, like that's what I'm bringing up, right? Is obviously there's gratuitous violence in that book, and the message of the book is obviously a clear one of the racism of the South, right? And about overcoming that, and about and also about the fact that it wasn't able to be overcome ultimately. But again, first of all, I'm against public schools in general. Obviously,
let's not get down that route. I mean, if we're
right,
down
right.
that
But
route,
when you're asking, like, well, what are my limiting principles, right? So obviously, I'm working from a context where my principles are is that the public schools are illegitimate.
You're asserting some clear cases, and in asserting some clear cases, you cannot then retreat and say, well, I would just throw away everything. If you're in the game of asserting some cases and not asserting others, you have to play the game, and you can't just retreat to this position of I'm ANCAP anyway. So describe to us, please, like, what are you working with? Clearly, the mere mention of a horrific act, even a horrific act as applied to children, isn't enough for us to ban a book. There has to be something more there.
To be fair, neither of these books that I mentioned that conservatives have been fighting for, which is like what we're talking about, right? The idea that
we're not
conservatives are talking about.
You're talking about those two books. We're talking
these
about
are the two books that have been galvanizing.
You are fixated
the right
on this, but this is a much wider discussion, and you're trying to tie these two books.
What's your limiter?
To
Just tell us.
Marxism,
Just tell us what your limiter is.
What's going on in your head? Like, what are the things you're looking
I don't think gratuitous sexual acts or depictions, pornographic material, and pedophilia should be in schools.
So The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, there is a forcible graphic rape scene.
Yeah, I'd get rid of that in public schools. It's not the school's fucking job to be presenting material that parents might find objectionable.
That book is, first of all, that kids are going to be exposed. Your like world where kids aren't going to be exposed to this is
nobody said that.
Nonsense. Okay, but wouldn't you rather a child get exposed to The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, which is a wonderful book and is a wonderful mystery and has some great themes in it.
I mean, I like, honestly, you're doing the work.
Can I jump in? Can I just jump in?
Any fucking conservative that listens and he's like, but what about The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo? Your kids totally should be reading this. It would be fucking like, why the fuck would that book be in schools?
I think Not So Erudite should get in. I think she should
to get in.
Okay. You get in, and then Sawdust, do you want your turn after that?
I'll go after
Sorry,
that.
and then
Okay.
Katie. All right.
So I think broadly, I would hope we would agree that the original goal, at least of publication, was sorry for the dog, was to prepare children to essentially function and exist within the society that we are raising them in. That's why within our society we focus on teaching them literacy, mathematics skills, and then we also teach them living skills, because it began to be the case that as we moved more towards a more progressive working force, but also just a more demanding working force, the parents were out of home. So we can't act like education is purely education. It also is a replacement for parental care, which means a lot of the conversations that parents normally would be needing to have with their children are being had at school, because there isn't these like ubiquitous spaces where we can have them anymore. And if we're going to prepare children for a world that they live in, they need to contend with the realities of the world that they live in. And that means that genderqueer people are going to be in the world. That means that horrific events are going to happen. And now, yeah, I probably wouldn't tell a 5-year-old, I wouldn't have them sit down and do book club of the girl with the dragon tattoo. That wouldn't be my selection for a 5-year-old, but it might be worth doing with 17-year-olds as they're just about to transition into like a much more secular, much broader adult world. They need to contend with the fact that bad shit happens and history existed and we need to wrestle with it.
I think the issue that Fabian said is these are middle school, not high school.
They're not though. I looked it up. I looked it up. This book that you're talking about, Lawn Boy. Now I can't say anything about the other one, Genderqueer Memoir, but Lawn Boy was taken out of a high school and then put back in the high school. And then like also the thing about it was it involves an adult man recalling a sexual encounter he had as had with another 4th grader when he was in 4th grade. I don't see that as pedophilic, really. That's really him recalling an encounter, right?
It's not the way Fabian is presenting it, as though it's some indoctrinational tool, some instructional manual that with this nasty, malicious agenda that leftists are trying to impose.
Well, I'm sure children. Well, here's the thing. I see his concern, but also I don't see it, because I would rather a child be that's the weirdest thing I've ever said, but I would rather a child be in a safe space, a guided space to tackle these subjects than when they inevitably, and they will, trust me, they will, when they inevitably stumble upon these topics later on their own, or not even that much later on. They're stumbling upon it much earlier than you think they are. I know when I was in school, I knew in 4th grade, there were boys who'd seen porn already. This is incredibly common, and I would much rather have my child encounter a rape scene in a book or in a movie with a guide around them, somebody to calmly make things, explain things to them and make sure that they're okay, rather than them sitting there and watching it by themselves.
Maybe would ban the book, a book he's never even read on the basis of a few passages. He knows enough. He doesn't need to read the whole book. Just on the basis of a few passages, a few quotes, he knows enough what to ban and what not to ban. I mean, why even bother with having the school? Just give everything to Fabian. Fabian can tell us what's fit for children, what's not, just by reading the one paragraph in the book. He knows enough to ban it. How do you justify that?
I think that we've gotten.
Hold on. I'm going to go to Katie. I'm going to go to Katie's next. I'm going to read the most objectionable passages, just so we're all on the same page. And it is on page 73. All I could think about while he was chatting me up over the rim of his cappuccino was his little salamander between my 4th grade fingers, rapidly engorging with blood. And so what I believe, if I have this correct, is that this is from the point of an adult thinking about this incident, right, with a child, but he's thinking about it as if he was a child. So that he's remember, between my 4th grade fingers. So he's grown up and he wants to, he's thinking about that action. The more I read about this thing, the more I'm not offended by it. But go ahead, Katie, and then Wick, and Top Dolphin.
This is kind of again, I understand some people didn't understand my original point, but I do hope that children at school can encounter certain material and they'll have a guiding hand and like a competent adult to be there for them and like help them through the experience in an educational way. The reason why I say that it's not standardized enough and why there needs to be more training is because I don't think a lot of teachers are actually competent enough to do that in a reasonable way. I know that when I was in school, definitely no teacher was there to explain the rape scene that we just read in our book in our morning reading. So I think we would all wish that would be the case, but I think we can all recognize that's not the case, especially in most public schools currently. I don't think so. I think you have to have a pretty good teacher and a special teacher to have that kind of like treatment. So that was a quick aside. I think the original point I was making earlier on, though, was that there are two ways of thinking about it. There's the Fabian approach that basically says, all school is daycare, but daycare with fancy history and math books. And so I just want you to do the history and math thing and like teach my kid that, and then they come to school and I do the social stuff. And other people realize that even the math and the history books are stuff that people chose to put in there and chose to curate in a certain way. So in the same way that you can curate your history curriculum to provide a certain narrative, you can absolutely do that with any other social topic or otherwise. And that's not an issue. The same way we are okay with teaching history in schools, we can be okay with teaching sex ed at school and teaching emotional regulation skills at school and teaching about transgender identities at school. We do that all the time. We have a lot of subjects that we do that. Also, Fabian, I'm really confused because I'm sure your history books have their fair share of like violent acts against children or adults or stuff like that. But we're not going to not have them at school, right? Just because they portray negative, bad actions, right? Like, it doesn't make sense what you're saying.
So I think a good way to transition this is to take a question that was given to me by Pisco and just bring it to you guys. What is your limiting principle? Where is it that it has gone too far? And then we can revisit this. Then we can real quick, Pisco. And then what we can do is we can just revisit this in a year and see how many people's on this panel's limiting principles have been breached. And then I'll just consider you an ally on my side.
Okay, so that's a cool way of not having to answer the question as posed to you. I mean, that's super.
I mean, I did. I specifically said that there shouldn't be pedophilic material of any kind in schools.
What is? But I mean, that is
a limiting principle for me. I already answered your question, and so now you're trying to pivot because you don't want to answer the question. You knew that it was a question that was difficult.
So, what is pedophilic content for you? Is Romeo and Juliet? Those are two underage children in a relationship. That is isn't that a pedophilic relationship?
I mean, technically speaking, it's not because
why not?
Because they're not prepubescent, so it wouldn't necessarily
be 14-year-old prepubescent. I mean, you were just talking about a 14-year-old.
Wait, are you okay with 14-year-old?
14-year-old sexual
pornographic depictions of 14-year-olds, Fabian?
Well, first of all,
what you are saying
Romeo
right
and
now,
Juliet,
live on stream, that you are okay if they are not prepubescent?
So we get it. We get it. You won't.
Are you okay
answer
with
the questions,
Fabian?
I get it. You want a meme, right?
I'm not memeing. This is an actual question. You just said this. I would not have brought this up had you not said this. I don't want to bring this up. I want to talk about the fucking topic, but you won't let me because you keep doing stupid shit.
What sex scene? I think the most gratuitous sexual thing in the entirety of Romeo and Juliet is someone saying that they would take the maidens' heads of all of the maids in a house. Right?
Underage.
They were talking about
relationship. It is pedophilic content. This is okay. Underage.
So now you're trying to pivot. Now you're trying to create a new thing, and you refuse to answer the question.
You've
refused to answer the question, Fabian.
I would actually argue, guys. I would argue that a very deep emotional relationship between two 14-year-olds that ends up in a suicide is probably like not very appropriate for other 14-year-olds, right?
Well, I guess you didn't have Romeo and Juliet when you were in school because it's a satire.
No, I did.
Right?
It's a satire.
It's
the
not
entire
a
thing is
satire.
yes,
it's a tragedy.
Wait, did you just say it's not a satire?
Tragedy.
Do you legitimately believe that
Tragedy.
Romeo and Juliet's not a satire?
We'll look it up.
What is it satirizing?
It's satirizing the ridiculous, overly emotional plays at the time. That is the whole point of Romeo and Juliet. It's over the top for a fucking reason.
It's a satire
okay.
mocking the idea of immediate and true love. The issue is that a lot of the books that you're talking about are oftentimes metaphorical, and they're making important narrative points regardless.
There's
right?
nothing metaphorical about genderqueer memoir. There's fucking cartoons.
I don't want to talk about these specific books because
I know you don't want to talk about these specific books, and you also don't want to answer the fucking questions posed.
Okay, we're gonna go to Wick.
Stop splitting hairs over two books. I want to talk about the system of education.
I agree, but just lastly on those two books, I put in the VC chat, in my Discord, I put 2 sites there, right, with each of the books. These are sites from people who are anti these books, right? They dislike these books, and you see it from their perspective, what they're talking about. If you want to see the objectionable parts from people who do not like these books, right? Check that out in the Discord. Jump in there, VC chat. Last 2 posts there. Then you can find what they're talking about. Go ahead, Wick. Finish.
Be careful not to open them up on stream.
Oh my God! Do you not know my name? It's Wick. Your name is not Wick, is it Wick? I mean, it would. I don't know. But anyway,
just
let me
wanting us
finish.
not to open them up on stream.
When it comes to education system, because we're going to stop talking about these books because it's just a fucking deflect from the topic because Fabian hasn't done his research on this, obviously. But when we talk about the education system, I think there are honest questions to be asked, like to what extent do we expose children to difficult ideas and how do we do that? I think reasonable people can disagree on this subject. I think that it's important to note, if you are a parent, to subsidize your child's education and be open and communicative and talk to what are your kids being taught in schools? What are they actually learning? What are they actually talking amongst themselves, amongst their social groups? To answer Eridad's question a long time ago, which is a very important thing, I think that the school system, the purpose to me, ideally, of a school system is to educate the populace and prepare them for the real world, prepare them for the society and culture, as Pisco said, to reinforce cultural norms. And to do that, we cannot overly censor difficult information. Obviously, there are lines I would not cross when it comes to kids.
What about those lines? I mean, Fabian said that we couldn't define them. I love the line set by U.S. law on obscenity, for instance. So if a work has no cultural, artistic value or literary value at all, those are works I don't want in there. If works are explicitly and solely appealing to a prurient interest, right, or a graphic sexual interest, I mean, that's something that to me doesn't have much value at all. I mean, there are lines you could show me just straight up pornography, and I'll say you shouldn't have that in schools. But the line is pretty high, and I think that a lot of things have important literary artistic value that include elements involving sexuality. And your puritanical instinct to just ban anything that's quote unquote pedophilia, you show how awful your limiting principle is, because you can't even define what is quote unquote pedophilic content in the context of very classical works.
Right. So and you're coping with I know it when I see it.
You'll get
Right.
you will. I promise you'll get a chance to speak soon. So I want Wick to finish. I want Top Dolphin, then Katie. Kay, and then Katie.
I think there's a good place to end. I think Pisco gave mostly my take, so there we are.
Top Dolphin, Kay, then Katie.
Yeah, so I actually want to answer Fabian's question on what I think like a limiting. Am I muted?
Nope.
No, I'm not. Okay. What I think a limiting factor should be. So like in my mind, I like children, whether they like it or not, have to grapple with things in the real world, and we should probably teach them about these things before they grapple with these things in the real world. But probably after a point when at a point when they're able to like mentally like contend with the topic. I think that's like a perfectly reasonable limiting factor. But like people on your side, Fabian, are like for like not having sex ed in schools and having like girls like in school have their first period and like not be ready for it. Like just start like bleeding out of their
Define my side.
and then be like, what the fuck?
People on my side. Define my side.
Oh my God, they're teaching about like sex ed in schools, and then like, oh well, we just need to take all our kids out because like all of this like terrible stuff is being taught.
Define my side.
The weird ANCAP censor side.
Okay, yeah. So this weird ANCAP censor side is people on my side have all of these opinions that Top Dolphin is explaining.
Generally, yeah.
You realize how stupid that sounds, right? Like you're just trying to tie me to like fucking like reactionary fucking like evangelical Christians. Like that's
you
not
said you'd ban the Bible. You said you'd ban the Quran.
The same day you do with the same thing you do with Marxists all the fucking time.
Your position is so ridiculous. Once I repeat it, people will get a sense of how stupid it sounds. You would ban the Bible and the Quran for having pedophilic content when it's super important for people to be able to read from these passages. It's an art all over the place. We're going to raise stunted children if they don't understand allusions and metaphors that rely on religious symbology and text. And you would just ban it because it has quote your simple-minded approach of it has quote unquote pedophilic content. How stupid is that?
Okay, you drove me down to the limiting principle of pedophilic material, and I said that we wouldn't have the entirety of those. I went, Pisco, relax, right? You're lying, so let's continue. You're saying that I would ban all passages from those books and that we wouldn't teach religious symbology or religion at all.
The books.
I never said those things.
You did. You
said you banned the Bible and you banned the Quran.
Yeah, I wouldn't have the entirety of the fucking Bible, the entirety of the Quran in the library.
And say the same thing about these other
just
books.
sections. I'm sure those religious groups would feel really great about you just giving tiny little sections of their book. That would be much more based and would definitely get them to understand the depth and brevity of the history of these books. Unquestionably. We'll just give them Genesis 1:1.
Let's go to Kay, Katie, and then Erudite.
All right, so I think the bigger issue is we're trying to push this narrative of like, oh, these should be in school and this shouldn't and this should and this shouldn't. And you're starting at like the highest level of things that like we have the biggest like controversy about. We can't even get sex education to be standardized across the board. I know Top Dolphin just talked about the whole idea of a period and not being taught in school. In my school, we at least had that. I missed out on a gym period and I had to go down to the nurse's office and sit down there and learn about a period. It was awkward. It was weird. I had this old lady put a video on that was probably from the 70s about a period. It was great. It was wonderful. We loved it. We all knew what a period was after that. So when it happened, it happened. And we knew what was going on. Sex education, on the other hand, we didn't hear anything about that other than abstinence. We didn't even get shown what a condom was. This is that. Here, use these precautionary measures. It was just abstinence. Don't do it. They didn't teach us about it. They didn't teach us how it happens, any communication skills, nothing of the sorts. I think we should probably start there and educate on those topics rather than jump straight to let's educate them on pedophilia. Let's educate them on all these other controversial topics that we all can't agree on. Why don't we start at the most basic point that we all probably would most likely agree on if it was taught from an unbiased standpoint and just straight up facts on what these things are?
Well, that's what Erudite was trying to get to. Erudite was asking, like, what was the point of education, right? So what do you think is the point of education, Kay?
To prepare people for the real world and things that are going to occur in the real world. I think there's certain topics. I think there's certain topics that we've touched on, that pedophilia, which I strongly don't believe that it should be in the education system. And if it is, as Erudite said, that it was taught to 17, 18-year-olds, I can understand that. Like your junior, senior year, maybe even at an educational level, maybe not go in depths of what pedophilia is, but maybe say, like, I know my parents told me, like, stranger danger, and like, this is your no-no square, like, you don't let anyone touch it, shit like that. And that, like, at some point, these may be things that you experience, and you should talk to somebody, but we shouldn't be going into detail and giving them graphic novels on these things.
Do you think that the Bible and the Quran are pedophilic content? Do you think the Bible and the Quran are pedophilic content? Okay.
I think religious ideologies are not supposed to be in school in the first place.
Well, but hang on. You think that children should not be allowed to like?
Okay, if we're trying to teach our children to function in this world, our world is fucking built on religious ideology, which is why you need to teach it to them. It's why we separated the church and state, and now public education centers don't go and like be like, you have to believe in Jesus, and if you don't believe in Jesus, you're going to hell. We got rid of that, which was based. But to just say we probably shouldn't teach in the Bible and the Quran is only going to stunt these kids because there are so many novels and stories and narratives that rely on these imageries. It's foundational to our culture. And the idea that we shouldn't teach kids about pedophilia, they're the fucking victims of it. Of course we should teach them about it. We just need to teach it in age-appropriate ways. We need to teach kids that when an older man wants to touch them in certain spots, that's fucking bad, and what to do about it. And this idea that we should just like protect kids from the world, they're exposed to it anyways. So the option is we don't teach them the healthy ways about it, and then we just fucking let them off and let them be exposed to porn and then dig into like some of the dark recesses of
porn. Let Kay respond. Then we'll go to
As
Kay.
I just said,
then we go to Stardust and Wick.
In an age-appropriate level of, hey, this is probably going to happen in, hey, I know as a child, don't touch my no-no square. Like I said, we should be teaching these things, that if somebody does this, Yes, and I'm saying that. I said that. I said we should teach it in school. We should teach it at an age-appropriate level. I don't think we need to give them novels depicting exactly what the fuck happens and traumatizing them more. You think reading that at a level like that you don't understand what the fuck is going on? I understand you want this whole guided education, but that's not what's happening. You're giving these children
I think
too
an
much to
autistic
handle.
child might be benefited by getting certain age-appropriate visual depictors of what are precisely no-no areas, because that can be kind of a vague idea. You can say swimsuit areas, but that includes your belly. And a lot of nurses and teachers, if you have a tummy ache or something, might check your belly or poke around to see if appendicitis is happening. And we don't want that kid running home and being like, oh, my teacher touched me in my no-no area, when their teacher was just fucking checking them for appendicitis. Like, some of these, like, yeah, maybe I don't want to have, like, yoi level, like, hentai images and, like, you know, squirting juices everywhere. Sure, I'm down for that. But there would be no purpose to that.
way
But having an
to share it.
anatomical correct way that's still child friendly actually might be really valuable, particularly for kids who are maybe neurodivergent or have learning disorders or have like language areas and like language disruptions and things like that. Like these physical cues
Getting
for
statement,
FIS
I
kids
said
is
anatomical.
super valuable.
I
You
said
realize
give
what
them
you just said.
anatomical.
Believe it or not, every
you
child
realize-
has genitalia, and they kind of know what it looks like.
Yeah, I said
stereotype.
in the beginning statement anatomical names,
Okay,
not fucking
so
funny
we're gonna
names,
move on.
so-
We gotta move on.
Not
of course,
so
Yaoi somehow mixed into the chat. Okay, let's go to Katie. Stardust, and then Wick.
So yeah, I think there's like a hardcore communication breakdown between happened between Kay and everyone. I think she was roughly actually agreeing with a lot of you. She was just saying it a bit differently and didn't come across. But I actually want to try to do like an olive branch to Fabian, and I will immediately regret it once he'll react, but we'll see how it works. So Erudite asked a very important question, which unfortunately I don't think we'll get to discuss like elaborately, but it was the point of what education is and what's its role in society for our children. And Wick said, and I think Pisco agreed, that it's about like reaffirming social norms.
Only in part. That's a small part of what I said, but yes, I did say that.
Yeah, but you did say that, correct. So the reason why I'm focusing down on that is because I feel like if people, and this is again, like everyone is saying, to prepare a person for the real world, whatever that means. School is definitely the real world of a child. So I don't understand that statement. But
wait, that's so disingenuous. There's obviously a difference between
Okay, I take it back, please.
To something
I
in a
take it back.
classroom setting, okay? Then
I take it back, okay?
Right? Like obviously school's the
So,
real world.
what are
but,
you
like,
asking?
Like talking about something in a classroom is different than like going through it.
Go ahead, Katie.
What are you asking about?
I'm not asking anything yet. I'm making my point. So when we say that part of what education is, what school is about affirming social norms. If the social norms are advancing towards a progressive stance of like accepting more of LGBT people, that would look like propaganda. That would look like brainwashing, because we're trying to affirm certain social norms that are becoming more accepted. Then we want to introduce it to schools, and then Fabian would have a legitimate claim that schools are brainwashing and indoctrinating children into these Marxist ideologies, because being gay is Marxist now. But so, Fabian, is that fair?
Not
to
at all.
say that?
I think you think you're talking to a conservative. So first of all, I disagree that school is the intention, or that it is necessarily a good thing, or that what we should want is for schools to enforce and teach social norms. I think they socialize.
No, I didn't say that.
Right. Well, I'm not necessarily saying that you said that, but I'm saying I'm disagreeing with this idea that like schools are both designed and we should accept them as an institution to teach social norms.
Good,
They
so
should
you agree with me.
Families
socialize.
do too.
That's what I said that you said.
Families do too. Should we eliminate families?
Go ahead.
What the fuck are you talking about, Wick? Like,
Oh my
you're
God!
trying
Don't
to
get
get in with a
distracted.
fun
Don't get
comment.
distracted. Wick, you'll have your turn.
So
Go.
anyways, so first of all, I would dispense with that a little bit. In terms of teaching acceptance, I don't think, I mean, like, sure, there are definitely conservatives that are mad about like teaching about these things at all. I have no problem with you saying, hey, certain things are appropriate. I have no problem with teaching things at an appropriate level. What I have a problem with is people believing that the state is actually capable of teaching things at an appropriate level. And what I have a problem with is that there is extremes that are occurring within our school system that indeed are indoctrination. That it's not simply them saying, hey, gay people exist and that's totally okay. Hey, you may feel like, you don't want to be in certain genders and things like that, and that's
And
okay.
please
But
point
instead,
at those.
well, that's what I did at the beginning, and people got.
You pointed
No,
to
you
a
pointed
book
at the
that has a mention. You were so
Okay, well, I
and
also
can answer
pointed
this.
at
You were so confident to ban the
transformative
book.
social emotional learning.
You're so
Transformative
confident.
social emotional learning.
You're so
Okay.
confident to ban the book.
I-
Your one example was a book that you haven't read. You've read passages from it, and you
Can I-
deign to tell the rest of society on the basis of you having read those passages, probably out of context, that it should be banned, and that's your evidence of intentional social engineering for whatever Marxist ideology.
I
whatever
love that you
nonsense
keep
you're
jumping
promoting.
on this. I also
Fabian?
love that no one wanted to answer my question.
So,
the one that
we
you
did
presented.
answer your
but
question
again,
about Sanders.
but
So-
again,
so
transformative
finish.
social emotional learning. There you go.
Okay,
Wha-
okay.
What's
Katie, finish your thing.
transformative emotional learning?
Social,
Did I
social
say that?
emotional social emotional learning.
No,
was
don't fall
broken-
into this fucking trap, Katie. Please, no, don't
No,
do
I,
it.
I don't
This is-
understand
this
if
is-
that's a reference to something I said, or is he just saying that?
This
He's
is
just making shit up to distract us.
Oh
Ignore
my
him.
god!
making shit
Let,
up.
let him do it. Then let him do it. Go ahead, Scott.
Right. So what we're talking about is that, you had things that were originally designed for like kids with ODD and conduct disorder, right? Which was like using education as a system and teaching them to be like emotional and teaching them to have better understanding of like the social situations that they're in. And it was a good and somewhat effective tool towards helping people. But transformative social emotional learning, as many in pedagogy call it, right, is this idea. What they're now doing is they're taking large school, like lots of schools. It's happening in Pennsylvania. It's happening in South Carolina. It's happening in a few other states I can't name right off the top of my head. And what they do is they use this to teach them they use this as a means to like make sure that, well, we need to be teaching critical race theory, and we need to be doing that via praxis, right? So we're not actually teaching the concept of CRT, but we're teaching the praxeology. We're going through the praxis of it, and we're injecting that into math. We're gonna use math as a means of journaling
So,
about our emotions and about
Fabian.
racism and about like white privilege and things of this nature, and it's ridiculous.
So,
In those
Fabian,
comments, I mean,
you
what
gotta let Katie finish. She's been waiting for a while. We'll go Katie, Stardust, Wick, and then Pisco.
I don't know what you're talking about, and honestly, it doesn't really matter. I believe you. If that's what they're doing, very bad. I'm with you. Okay. I doubt that that's true, but if you're correct, sign me up for that petition. I want it. Okay. My question is this. I feel like, again, there are two issues here. First of all, you do say that schools are indoctrinating children in some ways. Your initial example was the books, but now it's this transformative learning, whatever thing. Okay, so those are indoctrinations that are happening.
Thanks for
The
the
other
resub,
aspect
Sid.
is that you
Appreciate
don't
that.
believe that the institutions, so like the schools, the education system, the people who are writing our curriculums are capable of, I guess, reaching correct decisions about what children should be taught. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm against public education anyways, because it takes away the freedom of the parents to be able to choose what is and isn't taught to their children. And I
Okay.
don't think,
Can I ask
that
you a
you
question
can
about
do that
that?
in a meaningful way. Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you think parents are more competent and more able to teach their children stuff that are correct than the education system?
Well, I think in terms of teaching them, it's not about whether or not each individual parent is, let's say, better at teaching calculus to their children, right? Obviously, someone that went
That's
to
not
school.
what I asked.
Right, but I'm making a distinction here, right? Which is like, obviously you want someone that went to school and is well educated in math to teach your child math, right? You don't want just there are
What
plenty of
about
people
history?
Same thing with all of these things. But the problem is, right? The problem is that the incentive system is completely corrupt. And I don't think anyone here would like disregard things like rubber rooms in New York, or the fact that it's incredibly difficult to fire bad teachers, or that there's abuse that exists within the school system, or that there's all kinds of problems with our education system. And it is my opinion that the only way that we can really solve this is by giving parents the ability to research where it is that their children go to school, and then choose where they want their children educated. And this idea that like school boards are gonna be the solve, and that voting so that a majority can determine these things is just it's against liberty and freedom, and it's against a good education.
But so this is going to be my last question, I guess. So generally in schools, they will tell children, if it comes up in class, I would hope so, that their parents shouldn't be beating them up. We're affirming a social norm that is also the law, that you cannot beat up your children, right? While a parent who is beating up their child might object to that. And according to what you said, the school is like overriding the parents' right to teach their children whatever they think is right.
I think that this would make a wonderful discussion at a later date on the idea of like guardianship and like the libertarian philosophy of children, because it would distract the panel massively to go into this.
But I think the guardianship and like the whole point of libertarian like educating children is very relevant to school systems, because if you're going to object to a school system, my argument is that with the infrastructure that goes into creating an education curriculum for an entire country comes a lot more qualified people on a number of different issues to be able to relate as much positive information that will have positive effects for societies much quickly.
He's not trying to maximize the learning in some way. That's not the basis.
Well, I'm making my point. I don't think he's listening.
but you're trying to appeal to him by saying, look at all these efficiency gains from looking at from having big school systems that have a good curriculum. He doesn't care about that. And so
I'm trying to appeal to you.
I know. Please don't tell me what I do and don't care.
No, you don't care. You don't care about it. I mean, if you had it your way, we'd have no public school at all. I mean, no right to.
Right. We would have Montessori school.
It's my turn.
Let's go to Stardust. Stardust, Wick, then Pisco.
Okay. So I don't see how you trust parents to be more able to protect children and teach children about these topics, specifically people preying upon children, when it is most likely parents, other family members, or people that they trust that are going to prey upon children. This is why we need to have these conversations. There needs to be a third party that is able to have these conversations with the children in an age-appropriate way. There needs to be there needs to be somebody else other than the parents, because a lot of children will grow up being abused by their parents, not even knowing that they were being abused, because they didn't know that it was abuse. They didn't know that what felt good to them was wrong, was a violation of a boundary. So yeah, I just don't see, Fabian, how you think that we're going to have this way of protecting children if we can't have somebody there who can teach them.
We don't disagree on this.
Okay.
I'm talking about something totally different.
Is the books being implemented on it. I think education on it is a different story. I think putting novels in about it is where we disagree.
The question, what is about it? I mean, what does that mean about it? I ask again, Kay, do you think the Bible and the Quran is about pedophilia? No, is the answer. There are other, and as Erudite, I think, very sort of succinctly put up, there are other reasons why the Bible and the Quran have huge artistic and cultural relevance to our kids. I'm an atheist, and I'm an edgy new atheist person who loves Christopher Hitchens and all that stuff. But to deprive your children of even knowing the basics of these stories, or having the opportunity, if they want to go and seek out these books in their public schools. I mean, what could be more foundational to so much of our literature than an understanding of these classic texts? And to have this myopic and stupid view that any mention of a bad act towards a child, whether sexual or violent, is equating to glorification of that is totally outdated. Not outdated, just stupid.
Luckily, you're arguing with someone that doesn't exist.
But you would
So-
ban the
so
Bible.
the-
You would
so
ban
let's
the
say that I
Quran.
wanted
You
to
would
say-
ban
like you're just
we
like
ignore those two
nobody
books.
said that shit.
Every other
You
fucking
did say
book.
no. Did you or did you not say you would ban the Bible and the Quran? Is it a
Did I
fact that you said that?
did I say
I
that
would.
it glorified pedophilia?
Yeah.
No, did
the
you
Bible
say that you would
glorified
ban?
pedophilia?
Oh, sorry, I'm not going to stop this panel. Did he or did he not say he would ban the Quran and ban the Bible? Yes or no?
From the
Both
library.
did.
I said
Both
that.
did.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Okay,
No
so
question.
shut the fuck up about not saying that you didn't say that. You did
Why
say
would
you
you
would
tell me
ban
to
those
shut the
books.
fuck up?
Okay.
Like, why are you trying to cover for your
Because
lies?
you're lying. You're lying.
No,
So
you're
okay,
fucking
okay, okay,
lying.
okay.
All right, you
So
win
maybe,
those two books.
so
hate
maybe,
every
hold on,
Bible.
let's try to be
I'm in
charitable.
hell right now.
Oh my God, shut up.
Oh my
Let's
god.
try
I'm
to be
literally in hell.
charitable. Let's try to be charitable, right? Okay. So Scott said that he would ban it, but maybe he meant. Well, maybe what he meant. Maybe what he meant is that like there's some specific passages that you would ban, or at least you wouldn't teach to kids, right?
I said you wouldn't have the whole book in the library.
The
for
whole
the
book in
kids.
the library. That's what he said.
I'm literally in hell. I'm in
yeah,
hell.
he said yeah. So like, but maybe he just
And I
meant
never
to
said
say
it was
that, okay?
glorifying
Let's just-
pedophilia.
Let's just
Though one
alright,
could argue
Stardust,
did,
technically
and
the
then Wick,
Quran does.
and then
You did kind of.
Not So Erudite and Top Dolphin.
Okay, back to my original point. I just don't think it's responsible for us to, one, leave these very sensitive topics up to the parents who are most likely to be the abusers of the children and those family members. And two, when those children inevitably, because they will inevitably run across those subjects on their own, force them to be unguided in that scenario. And that's what recent legislature is forcing us to do. When those children come across those sensitive subjects, we are now forced to leave them on their own and deal with that on their own. And I think
How?
that's so wrong.
How? What? Name one policy
Because we
where
can't.
we're
we can't.
forcing. Name one. What one policy
If
that
we
has been
don't
fought for? Where we're
teach
forcing
kids
them?
about gender as the way our culture sees it and transness, you could bet that most fundy Christian families
What?
will
Name
not
one.
be educating
Name
their
one.
kid on it.
Name one bill or
Don't say
policy.
Don't
gay
say
bill.
gay. It's actively
Don't
It
say
says
gay
transgender.
bill.
kindergarten to third grade.
No,
can't
you're
have
lying. Have you
lesson
read the
plans.
Have you read the
It's
bill?
not.
Yes or no?
Yes,
Even
I've
if
read
it's
the bill.
kindergarten through third grade,
if you
when
read
do
the
you
bill-
think child abuse starts?
Also,
When do you think child
most
abuse
trans
starts?
kids,
Do
many
you think
trans
child
kids
abuse starts
identify
early?
being trans by 2 to 3. So, of course, if it's in their
Right, and
experience,
90%
we
of
should
them
educate
drop
them
that
on it.
designation.
It doesn't matter, because if you're experiencing it in your world by 2 to 3, you're going to begin to explore it. And if your parents aren't willing to explore it, we better hope that there's somewhere else that you can get some education on it, because a lot of trans individuals don't get this, and then they don't get things like puberty blockers. They don't get to do therapy around this. And then by the time they're like 23, now they've got all of this baggage from their childhood because they didn't get educated properly. And this is a simple thing that we can just step in. The reality is
The
that
horror
absolutely
of the world that they don't get puberty blockers.
Or
Oh my
maybe,
God,
or
you guys
maybe
are so
something
leftist.
even like equally as important, maybe, is that like children, right? From like when they're born, probably there's probably going to be children who have trans parents, and when children go in the world and they like go out and they see their friend who has trans parents, it would probably be better that they had been taught and understand like what that is, rather than being like, oh yeah, kindergarten through third graders, yeah, you can just pretend they don't exist.
Let's go to Wick.
Even
You just can't have lesson
I want to
plans
finish
on
one point.
sexual
I want to finish one
Let's
point.
go to finish your Stardust, and
Okay,
then gotta go to
okay,
Wick, who's
great.
been uncharacteristically patient.
Even if it's from kindergarten through third grade, these are topics that they are going to deal with at that age. And again, things like abuse and sexual abuse and incest are not things that have an age limit. They don't just automatically start when somebody's in third grade. Oftentimes, these are things that children are groomed into, right? And they happen at any age.
Nobody is arguing with that, Stardust.
Well, yeah. Well, we're talking
Nobody
about.
is saying
we're
don't touch my
talking about
no-no
a-
place.
Oh my God, dude.
It should be banned from schools. We're talking about getting rid of
Stardust.
gratuitous shit, and we're talking about getting rid of Marxist indoctrination.
Stardust.
Indoctrination.
The Quran.
And the Quran. Okay.
Yeah, the
All right.
Quran is Marxist indoctrination, and some of this one passage from a book I haven't even read, and I'm just gonna, speculate
I give
about,
up.
and I know that
I'm in hell and I give up.
Wick,
Fuck
Wick,
off.
I'm not
Wick,
sure.
Wick,
I'm not sure.
Wick,
I'm not sure I actually
Wick.
woke up today. I'm not sure I actually woke. Maybe I died. Maybe this is hell. Maybe we're all in hell right now,
We're
and this
all
is
in
my
hell.
eternal punishment to deal with this nonsense. But let's take things back a step, gang, and talk about the difference between informing and preaching, the difference between educating and indoctrinating, because there is a big difference. And when you inform, which we should do, and when you educate, you are not necessarily preaching or indoctrinating. You are making people aware that these things exist. You are presenting it in hopefully an honest way. And this increases the freedom of the learner. Education equals freedom. Information equals freedom. And the more of it we have, the more of it we have access to, the more freedom we have in our lives. This is demonstrably true. This is data-drivenly true. And to act otherwise, to pretend like it is not, is the height of dishonesty.
So, Wick,
height of
Wick,
lying. And
do you
no, I
think-
will not address your points. You have not been honest in this conversation. You have not been educated in this conversation. It is clear you are a bad faith actor, and the only way to deal with
everyone
you
who
is simply
disagrees
to
with me is a
ignore
bad
you.
faith actor.
Not everyone.
So
not
do you think-
everyone. I
do you think-
disagree with
do you
Katie
think
all the
math
time,
school-
but she's pretty good faith
Do you
actor.
think
I
math
disagree with
schools-
Pisco all the time, but he's a pretty good faith actor.
we
I disagree
not
with
let
Conrad
Fabian go,
all
and can I
everyone.
just jump in?
But they're pretty good.
I just real
faith
quick
actors.
question.
But
Quick
I will
question.
let
Do you think
Erudite-
math classes-
I-
If we
I-
compare
So,
talk
math
times
classes
between
in
me and
Pennsylvania.
Fabian.
Do you think
Yeah.
math classes? I'll be real
Fabian,
quick. Do you think math
come on.
classes in Pennsylvania?
I'm
should be
not. I'm
teaching
literally
things like,
muting you right now.
When has math been used historically to resist and liberate? How can we use data to resist and liberate? How can we change mathematics from individualistic to objectivist or collectivist thinking?
He's muted.
Sorry,
I can't
collectivist.
hear him.
Sorry,
I
no,
literally
Jeff.
cannot
That
hear
sounds
him.
awesome.
Where are math
Actually,
skills
okay,
considered
so
quote, real
multiple
math?
things here. Don't wait. He'll get more chance to speak because everyone's talking to you, so you'll get more chance to speak. Rizius V, thank you for the 10 subs. Awfully kind of you. I don't remember you, but thank you for the 10 subs. That's awfully kind. Okay. Wick, did you have anything else to add?
No, I think I've made my point. Again, until this topic is over, I mean, maybe he'll be honest in the next top, but he's been muted by me, so he will not be able to speak, and that's okay.
Not so erudite. And then Top Dolphin.
I would be willing to concede with you, Scott, that there are absolutely things within the curriculum that are worth being revisited. That's why we revisit the curriculum regularly. And to be honest, there were a lot of parents really concerned when their kids came home, not because of the content they were learning, but actually specifically because of the low resolution and like the lack of like quality of education that they were getting. So when it comes to public education, to be honest, I have some serious quandaries with public education. I think we need a total overhaul. But to act like there's like this like seedy Marxist indoctrination like ebbing its way in, it's maybe it exists, but you need more proof than 2 books that, to be honest, I'm fine with high schoolers and even older middle schoolers, depending on Canada and America. I think middle schoolers is slightly different age ranges, contending with, because they're parts of the world. I'm actually really opposed to this idea of like precious baby child can't contend with any ideas. It's the same shit we do with like death with kids, where we just like don't tell them about death. We just act like grandma went off to like a fucking holiday. And the reality is that like all of these things are part of our world, and there are age appropriate ways. And I know age appropriate gets used by other sides to say age appropriate means we shouldn't talk to them about it. But what I'm saying is if you can explain neuroscience to a 5-year-old in a way that they get it, which means they're 5, so they need concrete terms, they need lots of visual cues, right? They can't do too much abstracting, but you can broadly explain certain metrics, right? You can broadly explain bits and pieces about gender that is appropriate for a 5-year-old to understand, that can just give them information. Now, if there are teachers out there peddling it and pushing it and strongly encouraging children to take some certain position on these things, sure, I'd maybe have a concern. But the issue is that like we don't see this wholesale evidence for this, and we would need to, right? And so just this like inflammatory like it's frustrating because like I want a radical overhaul of the education system too, but all the positions you're taking, I'm like, this isn't it, right? It's not about like pedophilia in the Quran. It's not about like taking religious texts and historical texts out of the library. In fact, like honestly, fuck that. Make sure they're exposed to even more ancient literature. Like expose kids to fucking Nietzsche when they're like 18 and stuff like that. Like expose them to literature, expose them to the ideas. And then this like weird idea that like we're inserting Marxism into math, honestly, fucking prove that one, because math is not this subjective thing. Great.
It's literally in the chat. But regardless, I'll just say this. If you want to teach your kids, I don't know, I'm probably, again, usually I'm the only one with the only parent on these panels. But whenever you have kids, if you want to send them to a school.
I'm the only parent.
if you want to send them to a school that teaches all of those things, you should have the freedom to do that. What I'm asking for is that we get rid of this system that we have in the United States that essentially forces people into public education, and then this public education that is run by the fucking state, and parents don't have a choice. And if they're low socioeconomic status. Right,
it makes $4,000 out of my asshole to pay for school when I can't even pay for the fucking bill.
I mean, it's the average amount of taxes that are spent towards each student in school is $13,000. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would pull out of the public schools if they got $1,000 a month check to fucking homeschool their kids or to send them to private school. All I'm saying is, look, I don't like some of this shit that is in the chat that I gave you, transformative social emotional learning. Right. And if you want this stuff or you want different stuff or you want to radically overhaul it, do that. I'm just saying, let's create a system where parents have the freedom to send their children to the schools that actually work for them.
Don't they already have redlining public education is not a great idea. It's a weird thing that Americans do where like you have to go to certain schools if they're in your certain district, because we don't do that in Canada. And I don't think that that's a good idea overall. I believe in like allowing parents to like select, like I think that there are absolute, like we need higher standards and accountability for teachers. I think we need to be educating teachers better, right? I have a huge school overhaul that I would really like. I'm actually for homeschooling kids. The issue is that like all of the issues that you're pointing to in public education ain't it. Like there are so many other like clearly things, like you could talk about bureaucratic bloat, and you could talk about like lack of accountability for teachers. I think the one thing that you said that I was like nodding to is like, yeah, there's a lot of teachers who like they can just kind of suck and they're unionized, so you can never get them out, and they treat their kids like shit. They poorly educate, and most students come away fucking loathing that teacher. And it's like, why are they still there? Fair enough. But this idea of like, let's just get all of these like important historical books out of school because we shouldn't let baby Timmy, who's 15, deal with the fact that like rape happens when he's probably fucking watching like worse porn. Of course we need to let him contend with that. Absolutely he does.
But we have a system where parents have very limited choices in where they educate their children. And then when you see these things in the schools, we have to take a much more hardline and conservative stance if we're going to have public education. We're not going to have school vouchers, and we're not going to have the state we're going to have the state taking money from us that makes it more difficult to earn money so that we can afford private education, right? Like
in this country by and large.
What's that?
How are schools funded in this country by and large?
What the fuck kind of what are you talking about? There's a multitude of ways that they're funded. What is your actual question?
What's one of the
No, I understand. I understand that your question is designed to try and go, see, you don't even understand how schools are funded.
That's not my point.
Because this is actually what's going on. Okay. So why don't you ask what you really want to fucking ask?
Can we acknowledge that every time Fabian Liberty gets back into a corner, he goes, I'm the only parent on this panel.
I'm not even trying to do this.
That was a totally separate thing.
So basically what I'm trying to expose to you is that you're crying about these poor parents if they only have their $1,000 to send them to education. Education is social welfare in a sense. The people who are subsidizing the poorer students with their property taxes are rich people. It's absolutely welfare from top to bottom, people who can't afford it. So you're talking like giving these people back their property taxes that a lot of them don't pay, or they pay very little. What are they going to be able to do with that?
Pisco, the economy doesn't. Pisco, the economy doesn't happen in a fucking vacuum. It's not like one transaction to one transaction.
We're going way
what the fuck are you talking
about? Rails. And so, I want to get to Top Dolphin, right? I want him to say something because he's got something to say, and then I actually want to respond to him and maybe take this conversation to a different place. Because actually, this was not the plan where this went. Not all the plan. I was going to have this conversation on different grounds, and Top Dolphin at the very start said something that's I wanted to address. So Top Dolphin,
go ahead, Prime. I'm good.
Okay. All right, Top Dolphin, you said, and other people agreed on the panel, that you wouldn't teach a kid calculus, right? Like a 5-year-old kid calculus because they don't understand, right? So when I told you at the very start that I got inspired by this topic because I remembered a video on YouTube by this person. She's a Quaker. Her parents are Quakers. It's not clear to me whether this is a general Quaker thing, but she said that her when she asked about sex, that her parents sat her down and she was like 6 or 7, right? Sat her down and just like went through the whole thing. All right, laid it out, and they didn't use any like kid words for like any body parts. They're like, okay, penis, vagina, babies, yeah, right, the whole thing, right? That's and I find that your calculus metaphor is not analogous here, because kids can understand, I think, like sex, right? Like, I think, yes, you're right. When it comes to calculus, they don't have the basic building blocks to make it to calculus, right? But when it comes to something like sex, like, yeah, young kids can actually wrap their heads around it, right? And I think that's just a thought that makes people really uncomfortable, because they don't want kids to be thinking along those lines, right? Or maybe for good reasons. But
I don't.
Okay, so I just want to interject here, if I may. So I understand. I'm with you, Prime. But I think the important part we're maybe missing from this is they can't understand the ramifications of it. They don't fully grasp, I think, why certain things,
Consequences.
Yeah, the consequences. So thank you, Katie. The
Yeah,
consequences of these things. And so when we teach them these things, we have to be sure, in an age-appropriate way, to introduce them to the consequences without traumatizing them.
Sure. Yeah, I got that. That's fine. And I want to hear. You know, before I respond, I want to hear what Top Dolphin's going to say.
Yeah. So I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I also don't completely agree with you. Kids can understand a lot about. I think we baby kids too much. I think there's a lot of things that like we're like, oh yeah, kids like we can't use the word penis. They don't understand. Like obviously that's stupid. But there are obvious, like, sex is like a really, really dynamic and like complicated topic, and there are fucking adults who don't understand sex. Okay, I think, and part of that might be like lack of education, but I think part of it is that there are aspects to sex that like children couldn't understand. I'm all for. I actually very much for it. Like if a 5-year-old, like my 5-year-old, I wouldn't do this to somebody else's kid because that would be weird. But like if my 5-year-old, like I don't have a kid, but if I had a 5-year-old and they came up to me and were like, what is sex? I would probably be pretty plain with them and be like, this is what sex is. It's when a man who has a penis and a woman has a vagina, and like, have that whole talk. Just because doing it in a way, like the point of that was like doing it in a way in which they could understand. Like obviously, like, and I'm just blanking on examples, so maybe there just aren't any, but obviously, I would say there are probably some parts of sex that, like, if you were to explain them to a kid, they would just be falling on dead ears. Like, aspect. But there are a lot of aspects, like, compared to what we teach kids now, there are a ton of aspects of sex that kids are totally okay with grappling with that we're just like, oh, they're not ready for it.
Yeah, so the idea of not understanding the consequences, sure, all right, but that's different from explaining it to them. All right, so I guess what I'm challenging here is what is age appropriate. And I think is what we've been challenging lots of places, right? What exactly is age appropriate?
If they're old enough to ask it, they're old enough to know about it. That's my rule of thumb always when I've worked with kids, is that if they can ask the question in a coherent way, they're old enough to understand it. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm maybe going to go into like violent rape and consent with a 7-year-old. But if a 7-year-old can ask me, hey, what's sex? I heard this word. They're old enough to understand it. I might be like, where did you hear this word? Because a large part of what I want to do is counter bad information that they've gotten from their 9-year-old friend about what sex is, right? So I'm going to ask them a lot about where they heard the word, what they understand about it now, and then I'm going to inform them based on this kid that usually you have a relationship with. Even a teacher is going to have a relationship with this kid and know what this kid can handle as far as information. And depending on the age, usually it's really concrete. The best thing about sex is pretty concrete. The issue that we get into with like younger kids is things like implied consent or enthusiastic consent. That's really abstract and blurry. That might be more difficult, but you can give them explicit consent. Kids understand that. If I say, do you want this thing? You can say yes or no, right? That's basically the fundamentals of consent. A 7-year-old can get that.
Yeah. Okay. So you're Erudite, you're going in the direction I was going to. And I see your hand, Katie. All right. Katie, then Kay. All right. Yeah, I think this is the core of it that I wanted to challenge, is that what exactly is age appropriate? I think of broadly in society, like if they heard, I think broadly in society, they'd be closer to agreeing with Scott here. than with like the rest of us in terms of age appropriateness. Actually, I do, right? As to people react, especially when it comes to their own kids, right? But they react. I've had several parents on this stream, and they react when it comes to like what will and will not be taught to their children, right? And so this idea of being brutally honest about like these subjects and like laying it out for them. I think it hits this part of like the lizard brain where people want to, I guess, reflexively protect without doing deeper analysis. And I'm not putting that on you, Scott. Like, not saying you're not doing deeper analysis. I just want to be very, very clear.
I just think it's funny.
But like,
I just think it's funny that like 10 years ago, we would have accepted that it would be a dick move for a teacher if a kid said, "Hey, what's Santa Claus?" And then the teacher came to them and explained to them that Santa Claus isn't real. But now, like, our tiny little kids can be like, "Hey, what's sex?" And the teacher's like, "Well, let me explain to you."
Sorry.
Being
This
like,
is
ask
different.
your fucking
That is
parents.
not at all what's happening. That is so far
didn't
from
draw
what's
a line.
happening in public education. What's
That's
actually
a
happening is we take a bunch of 5-year-olds, we have a formal class, and we walk them through a pretty structured system of what we're willing to teach 5-year-olds, which is broadly approved. The curriculums are very systematic in how they're made. They're sent to teachers for revision. The teachers send back their feedback. They look for approval. If it gets approval, then it goes to the board. The board does some things, and then it gets funneled down, right? So this idea that it's like just a bunch of teachers running up being like, "Hey kids, let's learn about sex today," is not what's happening, right? It's so much more structured than this, and it's so much more appropriate than that.
I didn't make a distinction here. I didn't make a distinction. That's my fault, right? Is that what I was just talking about was like a parent doing that. I think to Erudite's point is that general education is general education, right? And if Erudite is of the opinion that if certain kids can handle things, if they can ask for it, well, not everyone's kid's going to ask for this, right? Not every kid is going to be on that level, possibly, right? And so you'd have to structure your education for everyone, rather than saying that like we're just going to be brutally honest up front. Just like within the society, I think that's probably the best way of doing things. Is that like coming up with a formalized way of doing things, rather than what this YouTuber that I was talking about, was saying. So I was talking about like a parent interacting and what is actually age appropriate in that sense. So I'm making that distinction. All right, let's go to Katie and Kay.
So I think what you said actually makes the point that some of us were trying to make. I think the fact that parents do react that way, and that some people, I realized when Erudite was talking that I had a severe error in my thinking, because some people actually think it's reasonable for a child to ask you a question and for you as an adult to just decide not to answer. And that concept is absurd to me. And it didn't even occur to me that that would be like something that someone would consider. So when we're talking about like acting in an age appropriate way, I'm thinking about the content of what's being said, not whether or not you should answer a question directly to you by a child. Sorry about that. Shh. Okay. The second thing I wanted to say that Erudite talked about when the child is old enough to ask is when you should answer. And that is true. What I did object was that the brutally honest part. So there is a way to be age appropriate with your answer. So you should always answer. You just need to find the correct way to answer. You can't answer to, if a 7-year-old, I asked my parents about rape when I was 8, and I was explained a lot more than I should have. It was very inappropriate for the age that I was in. And that was not good for me. But there are absolutely ways to relate certain difficult concepts to children in ways that are beneficial to them. In fact, you would want to do that early on to educate them. And so those were like my general points that I want to make. Sorry about the
if
dog.
a 10-year-old comes up to me and asks me what cock and ball torture is, I'm not going to answer the question in an age appropriate way. I'm going to be like, where are your parents? Like, what's going on?
What do you think teachers actually respond with? Like, come on. What do you think teachers ask? Probably they ask, where did you hear that? And likely, teachers refer kids back to their parents all the time, by the way, when they're asking really specific. So, for example, my friend has worked in early childhood development.
You just proved
Listen listen to
right,
me,
that there
Fabian,
are
before you
certain
start
things-
talking.
there are
Stop
certain
talking
things
and
that
listen.
there is a line.
Stop talking and
Fabian.
listen. Stop
Did-
talking.
did-
Just mute him. It's
Erudite.
But you just proved me right. So continue.
No. Okay, you're not listening. What I'm trying to talk about is the fact that there is both a systematic process of education, and then you're being like, well, teachers are just going to start running around and being like, kids going to come up to me and ask about cock and ball teacher. And good thing I'm a BDSM enthusiast on the side as a teacher. I'm going to show them all my toys. Like, that shit's not going to happen. And I know that I'm a little bit strong on you. I know that you're not fully arguing that, but this idea of like you're just like disentailing like the individual teacher who broadly, let's give the benefit of the doubt that they're going to be reasonably ethical and careful, right? If a
I don't
kid
do
comes, you probably should, to be honest.
Why, no,
I
no,
guess you're
negative.
an ANCAP. Never mind. So a teacher, my friend has worked in this field for like over 13 years. There are times where kids come up and ask some pretty intense questions. Usually what happens is she inquires where they heard about it. She asks what they understand about it already. And then if she feels like it's something the parents wouldn't be comfortable with, she refers them back to their kids. Now, cock and ball torture is not part of a systematic sex education program. And I wouldn't broadly recommend that it would be.
You just proved me right?
No.
That there is
No
a
one said
line.
there's no line.
You just
No one
proved
said-
that there is
you're
a
an
line.
idiot. No one said there's no line.
I'm
No
not
one
an
said there's no
idiot.
line.
I'm an idiot. You
are.
literally have
Because everyone here said that there was a line at the start of the conversation.
Pisco, I get it. You're a lawyer. All you do is try and attack
Do you think
the
cock
integrity
and
of the
ball
argument,
torture is
and that you don't
pedophilia?
make any
Is
arguments
this the
yourself.
issue?
No,
Everyone says
that's
there's
not
a
what I'm
line.
saying.
You're pretending that it's a
Again,
great
No one that is already
you're
doing cock and ball
pretending
torture.
to
be
not
honest,
understand the point.
I'm
No,
glad
listen.
that the kids have a
Listen.
teacher to go to, because if the
Just
kid's asking
saying,
about
there's no
cock
line,
and ball
Steve,
torture,
you just
I have
proved
questions
me
about the
right.
home environment as
You
well.
just proved me right.
There's a
No.
line.
The reason
That's
you
your
just proved
point.
me, the point that I am making is that no, you would not simply always answer the question
one
in what you
said that.
feel is age appropriate. Not so Erudite did.
Wait,
She
wait,
said that
wait,
you,
hold
if
on.
the child is
We
old enough
Talking
to be able
about
to ask you the question.
parents. How do you not get this?
Wait.
See,
so
this is
one,
why I
there-
don't trust
there's
parents to educate their kids. This isn't a good example. Fabian's a good example of
I
why
get
we
that
don't
you're all
want just
jumping
parents educating their kids, because he's demonstrated he's incapable on this panel to everyone right now. He is incapable of basic comprehension
No,
skills.
I just-
basic
I don't think that's
disagree with-
true.
I
I don't
disagree
think
with
that's
you.
true. The issue is that
I
is that
disagree with
Scott
the
has a very
rest of the
focused
country instead of
ANCAP
you fucking
thing,
circle jerk
and so
lefties
he's
on
always
Twitch.
doing that. But the thing is,
No
like,
one
Scott,
wants to ban
I'm
the
trying
Bible, bro.
really hard to engage in good faith, and you're just like interrupting me constantly when I'm trying to talk to you. And I get that you're getting dogpiled a little bit, but you've also had, bar none, the most talking time. So like, when at least when I am engaging with you, sure, you can do whatever you want with other people, but I have been good faith. I've conceded points where I think are valid. I've been good faith with you. So just like return the favor, man, because I'm not being a fucking dickhead. Just engage with me well, so we can move the conversation forward.
Fair enough. I get a little ornery when it's 7v1 or 6v1 because K-Buck just kind of sits there with her hand up, hoping the moderator will let her speak.
Oh my god!
And half my
Why would
points
we let
are-
white women
but
speak?
then you
Okay?
points align with you, and then every time they attack me for 2 seconds, and then they jump back on you. So I've just kind of been just chilling.
Hey, go ahead.
But we're talking about age appropriate level, like within your parenting skills. And my best friend has a child, and when we talk about consent, we say from a very young age, if you don't want to give grandma and grandpa a hug, and grandma and grandpa wants a hug, you can say no. That is okay. Yes, grandma and grandpa might be upset about that, but you can say no. My other friend, he said he was talking to me the other day about how his daughter, they put her in timeout when she gets a little out of control, and she's now gotten to the point that when she's feeling all these emotions, that she will go put herself in timeout, and he is trying to explain to her that she doesn't need to put herself in timeout. But I said, no, that's a good thing, that she's learning that she needs to put herself out of the situation, because she knows that her anger is going to, or her emotions in general, are going to cause trouble, and that she's going to put herself away, come back to the situation when she's better minded. I said, those are great skills that you've taught her from the beginning, that clearly something you're doing within your teaching is engaging in that. When it comes to this topic of sex, I think everyone should, from day one, when we start talking about body parts, we should say, this is a penis, this is a vagina, these are boobs, this is your ass, it's your asshole, these are armpits. We should be calling these things like normal fucking names. We shouldn't be calling them pet names. And so that when your kid comes home and says, this kid touched my cookie, you're going to be like, oh, he just stole your cookie. Like, that's not a big deal. And he actually was touching her vagina. Like, that is not something that we should be engaging in. We should be going with real names. We should be saying that, hey, these are spots that you shouldn't be touching. Yes, I know I said my parents told me the no-no square. I don't think that was possibly the right way they should have said it. And we argued about the whole stomach thing. I think we should be saying what the parts are that are yours, and even any part of your body, if you don't want to be touched, you should be able to say that you don't want to be touched, and then be able to go to a teacher and say, hey, this person touched me and I don't like that. Like, these are things that we should be engaging in. When it comes to sex, I think 100% that that's a parent's decision. I think until probably puberty years, when I had the talk about a period, I think we should have also had a talk about sex, and I think the men should have probably had a talk about sex as well. I think we should be talking about how our bodies work, masturbation, things like that within the school system on a standardized level. But I think up until that point, it's up to the parent's discretion. And if their child is asking these questions, you should be referring them to their parent and not answering these questions. It's the same thing with Fabian when he said, do we expect teachers to be able to answer if Santa Claus is real or not? Like, those are questions that we should be like, hey, you should probably talk to your mom and dad about that, because these things are dedicated to what the parent believes in and how the parent wants this education to go about. I didn't have the sex talk with my parents, but I know if I would have said, hey, I want to know more about this, I probably would have achieved it. But at that time, my parents weren't open enough with me, and I wasn't open enough with them.
Stardust.
Okay, so I'm going to probably say something controversial here, but I actually think going beyond no box. You know what? Say it. Vagina, penis. These are clinical terms. Okay, we can definitely teach these to children. Okay, they're clinical terms. It's fine to teach them to children.
Did I not just say that?
Oh well, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Oh, I thought you were trying to disagree. So I was making sure that you heard that I did say.
No, she's not disagreeing with anybody on the panel.
Okay. All right. Well, what I was going to say though is that children are taught about like animal reproduction, right? And like cell reproduction and things like that, like pretty young, right? Like I think I remember learning about how animals reproduced. Did we not learn that in elementary school? We learned that pretty early. So it's not like we don't know what these things are. I feel like we should be able to. And then I don't know, the cock and ball torture, man, yeah, there's a line, like, obviously. It's just like you should probably talk to your parents about that, you know? Though, I don't know, maybe there's some horribly, no, I'm not going to go there. I already made a horrible joke already. Anyways, yeah, you know what? Fine, never mind. I give up.
Okay.
Wait, I
don't know what happened, Stardust. You kind of collapse on your own weight there. Let's go to top dog.
Wow, did you just make a weight joke to Stardust? Did you just call her fat?
Let's just go to Top Dolphin. Holy shit.
I want to say, I think there's absolutely, like, people say, oh, like the cock and ball torture, answering that question is like too far. I think there's absolutely a way you can answer it. Like if a 10-year-old comes up to you, it's talking about torture. It's super easy.
Thank you.
Especially if like 10 years old, like 5th grade, this is a lot of time when like for me at least, this is when we have the sex talk in school, right? So the teacher says, when the like student comes up, like, hey, remember that thing that we talked about, that sex thing that we talked about? It's something that people sometimes like do during the sex thing. And if like not to where that said, like, very well said, like, obviously you ask a lot about like what, like how where did you learn about this, who told you all this, stuff like that. But you say, like, this is something that happens in sex. If you want to know more, like, I don't feel comfortable telling you about this is something you should go talk to your parents about. That's like you don't not answer the question. You answer it at like a level that's appropriate and that they can go into. And it's a perfectly reasonable answer.
And what you're comfortable going into with the child, right? Like the teacher's also going to know the rapport they have with the child. Like if it's a random fucking kid that you've literally never talked to before, there's going to be a different way that you answer that than if they've been in like your classroom for now a year straight and you know the kid pretty well because you're gonna have way more context into where that question could be coming from, right? Like acting like it's just like this robotic thing and people don't like fucking think on the fly is like it just wild. Lots of teachers won't be comfortable answering it, so they might defer out. I think it's better broadly to answer it, but like fuck, this is insane.
Okay, if I could just ask a question to Erudite and Top Dolphin, because I'm very curious, actually. In these cases where a child comes up with something that you would consider extreme, like an extreme question, like cock and ball torture or some other kind of thing, what is there value in? And I don't know. I'm genuinely curious to your answers of also talking to the counselors about that and saying, hey, bringing this up with a counselor or something, because schools have those, and saying, hey, this kid asked me about this. Should we look into this? Is there value in that? I don't know.
It might be like you might just have like an edgy kid who's got like a 14-year-old brother who you like know is like really into like weird shit as well, but like it doesn't like I don't want to be like, oh, it's abuse, right? Like I don't want to start like running around and flagging abuse immediately, but like it might be worth flagging if you're concerned about it. But it's like at the end of the day, like cock and ball torture isn't inherently a bad thing. It's just a kink, and you can explain that to a kid in a pretty simple way. It's just a kink, right?
Dog, if you start explaining kinks to kids instead of telling them to go to their parents, that's a really good way to get Chris rocked by most normal Americans.
Oh boy. Let's so Katie, finish us out on this topic. We're gonna move on to the next one.
Well, I think Fabian really set it up for me, didn't he? I think the fact that that would be a reason for most normal Americans to like clock your teacher when they're trying to answer appropriately to a question that a kid is asked. Yeah, that's why the education system isn't really doing a lot of what it should be doing, because parents are very unwilling to give they're giving the kids, they're giving the time, they're putting them in daycare, they're just not willing for daycare to actually do anything for that time and actually teach their children something beyond like basic shit that you already agree with. Yeah. That wasn't really what I was going to say, but I guess we shit on Americans now.
Just remember, if you don't answer these questions, they're looking it up at home, and they're
Someone
probably
else
not
will.
asking.
And
their
they're getting
parents.
educated by some random person on the internet.
Probably their
Fabian.
14-year-old
Would be
brother,
really
right?
fucking bad.
Like,
Yeah.
Oh boy. So
Their
You don't
14-year-old
have to
brother or
explain
a
kinks
predator.
either.
Or a predator. So, I mean.
Yeah, like to pretend that like half of us weren't in fucking COD lobbies at 10 and 11 years old, screaming like fucking
Yo,
cock and ball torture at people.
I'm older than most of the people here. At 13 years old, I was in AOL chat rooms pretending to be a sexy vampire. Okay, like
that's not too far away from cock and ball torture.
That explains a lot.
We learned so much about each other today. And I have when I wrote this question, I did not expect the count of the phrase cock and ball torture to go so high. Like I didn't see that coming, right? But I like where this is going. Right?
That's why you bring me prime guys. This is why you bring me prime guys.
Exactly, right? Like this is oh boy. All right, so and if you don't know what CBT is, DM us and we'll explain it to you.
Do not DM me. I don't want it. No, thank you.
Therapy. I
Ask
thought we were
somebody
talking
else.
about cock and ball torture. Like what?
I just you meant cock and ball torture. I was like, why are you bringing up CBT?
Different kind of CBT.
Yeah.
Therapeutic in other ways.
Mindfulness, cognitive.
I was
better.
talking to someone about
Throwing that out there.
CBT before, and this is literally all I could think of. I was trying to like keep a straight face.
Wait, you're talking to someone
when this
about
happened.
cock and ball torture earlier? What?
Yes. Okay. All right, we're moving on. All right.
We know what Prime does
two-
in his spare time.
Last panel was Dommy Mommy, and
Hey,
now we're
no-
getting into
no,
yeah, we're
CBT.
learning.
Yeah,
We're learning
he's
so
the
much.
sexy vampire.
We are learning so much about each other. As
Not
Prime
so
said.
early. This is you. This is your effect on the, on the community.
True.
Erudite makes you talk about cock and ball torture.
She makes me
Is
talk
that what
about
you're saying?
kinks.
I force
She
him
brings
to.
them up.
I blackmail him.
Oh.
I've got a picture from when he was being a sexy vampire when he was 13, and I say, if you don't talk about CBT, I'm going to release it.
Why are we talking about cognitive behavioral therapy? I thought we were talking about cock and ball torture.
Okay, all right. moving on. So, to my audience, we're going to have another topic just a second. But if you're enjoying this topic, right, if you came in and at some point, I think if there's multiple points you might have come in here and it got progressively weirder, so hopefully you came in at the beginning and like saw where this conversation came from. But anyway.
No, I hope they didn't. I hope they just joined as you're talking about cock and
boy.
balls.
Okay. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications on so you know I'm going live. I do this 7 nights a week. 7 nights a week we're streaming, okay? All right? We're either here or on YouTube. So follow the channel. Exclamation for social and chat for our social media. We got Twitter, where we tweet things. We tweeted about this, right? So if you didn't know about it, it's because it's not part of our Twitter. Discord, where everything happens, right? So the community, be a part of the Discord. We'd love to see you there. Jump on in. And then YouTube is where you'll find the VODs. If you missed anything, check out the VODs, like, comment, subscribe, consider becoming a YouTube member. Supporting us that way by hitting that join button. It means a lot, does a lot, allows us to have this daily content. So support us that way. Thank you. Also sub to the channel, to this channel. Okay, thank you so much. Moving on. Oh boy. All right. I thought this would be the second topic, the more interesting topic. Like, how are we gonna get through the first one? All right. Topic 2. At the Oscars, Chris Rock made a joke about Jada Pinkett Smith concerning her alopecia condition, which is a condition where you lose your hair. Her husband Will Smith then strolled to the stage and slapped Chris Rock in retaliation. Is there ever any good excuse to lay hands on someone for insulting you? What about insulting a close loved one? What about insulting children? Or are some words too incendiary? So a violent reaction should be forgiven. All right. You guys all fucking know what happened. It was a thing. The slap heard around the world. An instant meme. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. But, I do want to expand the conversation, not just from this particular incident, but, the idea in general. Is it okay to hit ever? Right? So let's go to Top Dolphin.
All right. So first off, I just want to start off that his joke was not about her alopecia condition. I hate this framing of things because if he made a joke about her bald head, okay? If somebody made a joke about a man's bald head, we wouldn't be on fucking Twitter being like, "Oh my god, he made a joke about his male pattern baldness." People are just mad because some strong black woman got a little bit offended at a little very, very, very slightly edgy humor, and it's really stupid. Not enough people are pointing and laughing. It's just funny. It's fucking comedians and celebrities doing their thing, and people get offended. It's a joke, and people are way too mad about this.
All right.
I'm sorry, is it my turn? I apologize. Yeah, so I kind of agree with everything.
Cock and ball torture.
Oh, cock and ball torture, yes. Unfortunately, my chat has devolved for a moment into saying that they want CBT therapy from Not So Erudite, and I don't think they're talking about cognitive behavioral therapy. That being said, when it comes to this Will Smith thing, I mean, I think it is just funny. Assuming that it's real, I mean, it appears to be real. It could have just been a publicity stunt because the Oscars is a trash show that only lefties watch at this point, and most of America is tuned out because it's stupid and everybody knows that the awards are mostly meaningless anyways. That being said, I think if it is real, what we're really seeing that I think is sadder than anything is the kind of devolution of Will Smith and his inability to just divorce this horrible woman, right? I mean, she's obviously fucking other dudes and then making him go into podcasts talking about how he's totally okay with it. And you can see he looks like a fucking hostage in the entire situation. And, and then going out there and publicly saying that Will Smith doesn't please her in bed. And any other dude should have just left this fucking bitch. Just leave her. She's not good for you. She's got you totally cucked out and you're buying into it because you want to be the good guy. Right. And it's sad. And of course, he thought the joke was funny and then she didn't. And so he felt like he needed to defend her honor. Fuck her honor. She has no honor. She's not a fucking worthwhile woman to keep around. You're fucking Will Smith. Go get somebody that actually gives a fuck about you. And, it's sad to see this kind of occur to this man. So that's what I would say.
Okay. Let's go to Kay, please.
So Vivian kind of hit it right on the dot. There's a lot of speculation about the fact that he really thought the joke was funny. He laughed, and then you see her face go down, and she is not happy with the joke. And then he looks over, and then all of a sudden, he's storming onto the stage. So you don't think there's any correlation with the fact that originally he thought the joke was funny, but now that his wife is upset about it, now
Thanks for the sub.
In that situation, I think it's definitely, like Fabian said, she has cheated on him several times. There's been a lot of if he loved me more, I wouldn't cheat on him. These type of statements being made. Clearly, he's trying to defend some type of honor he has, that she stays with him or something. I don't know. She's trying to please him in that moment. And I think he kind of put himself in a bad fucking situation. Onto the other part of the topic, I do believe there are certain situations that when you say something out of pocket that you do deserve to probably get punched in the face. There's some people who clearly haven't had that happen enough, or clearly haven't had anyone stand up for them when they say some stupid ass shit, because they continue to say some stupid ass shit. I was bullied for a majority of my life, and I've watched people say the wrong shit to the wrong person, and then you get fucking rocked, and then, hey, you don't say that shit anymore. You learn your lesson not to be a douchebag and make comments that you shouldn't be making towards people. So I think, yeah, there's certain points. If somebody made a comment about me at this day and age, I probably wouldn't give a fuck, because I can care less about what people think about me. You say something about my family, more particularly my grandfather or my younger sisters, yeah, we're probably going to square up. There's going to be an issue going on. But yeah, that's about it.
Thank you. Next, Erudite.
Okay, yeah. Pretty simply, I think we should be careful to not make like a ton of assumptions about the relationship. I think like Jada probably could have just taken an L. I think it's like you can be offended, more or less, but like comedians at Oscars and Golden Globes gonna do what they do, which is that they roast people. Sucks that she was so insecure about it, but that's the end of it. To presume like this weird thing between her and Will, like, to be honest, like it cuts out right before he actually gets up, so we have no idea how she reacted to him getting up, like none. And there's no clip back to her. We don't know if she was like, no, stop, Will, like don't, or if she was being like, yeah, get up there and punch him in the face. Like we don't know. And so I don't want to like assume anything other than being like, Will's an adult, he's responsible for his actions, and I'm not going to put his actions on Jada. I'm very dubious if somebody tried to argue that she was like the cause and like spurring that on. I don't think that's really on her. I think hitting a comedian over, like, to be honest, not that bad of a roast is pretty silly. And I think anyone defending Will Smith is delusional, or just like, I don't know, maybe they're just like broadly pro-violence. And then I guess say it with your chest. I disagree, but I guess at least you're being consistent. But overall, yeah, I think if you're like defending Will Smith in any of this, especially after his apology, after he was like sobbing on thing, it's just like, obviously like he felt like it was the incorrect action. And I wouldn't say anyone would argue that it's appropriate to run on stage after like a pretty light tier roast and physically assault somebody on public national television. Like, that was a little cringe. Didn't love the standing ovation afterwards for him. That was also pretty cringy. So yeah, pretty simple.
Peace, go.
Yeah, I think it's weird to like presume aspects about the relationship that, you know, there could be more that we're not aware of, just on the basis of like a couple interviews. To me, seems like super wild and unjustified, but you don't need to know all that stuff to sort of analyze the morality or ethics of what's going on here. It's absolutely unjustifiable, that hit. And weird people like Sharpie in the chat who try to defend it are violent assholes who support violent conduct from others in a country that celebrates critique and satire and insulting jokes. Like, this is a country where you're allowed to say vile shit, and you're not supposed to be able to hit people on the basis of that. I totally disagree with some of the Supreme Court precedent on like fighting words and that stuff, and even that sort of narrow category of words where which can be sort of like, you know, outlawed or prescribed, is super, super, super narrow, and it would encompass what was done by Chris Rock. And so I think anyone who's defending this violent, aggressive act, this battery from Will Smith, is just like super weird, and like doesn't respect what America's about, or care about protecting others from violent assholes.
Pisco, I've been meaning to say like literally the entire stream. Are you using the right mic?
Oh, maybe not. Damn.
I've been meaning to say the entire goddamn time. I keep getting distracted. So there it is. I said it. All right. Would you say it again?
Is that better? Testing.
It's much better. I'm sorry. I mean to tell you.
Oh my god, yes, that's my fault. That's my fault.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to Wick.
Okay, so real quick, our line cannot be, I feel offended so I'm going to physically hurt you. That cannot be our line. And if you pretend like, oh, well, there's a system of oppression in place, and what he did was violence, and what he did was all bad, and it hurt her so much, and we have to stand up against it. Trust me, if you go on Twitter and make fun of someone for being an incel, and then they beat you up because they felt offended, I'm going to be the first to say that's wrong, that they should not have done that. Because, again, this normalization of violence disturbs me greatly. We cannot do this. It's going to hurt minorities more than anyone else. It's going to hurt the powerless more than anyone else. It's going to hurt those without strength more than anyone else. And if we continue to do this, if we continue to pretend like yes, Queen Slay, when Will Smith goes up and in an unhinged moment, physically beats someone for making a joke at a comedy show about his wife, that's okay, or wasn't some sort of mental kind of breakdown in that moment, it frustrates me so much. And to use this as an excuse to engage in this really misogynistic rant about, well, it's actually Jada's fault, is also disgusting.
Okay. Let's go to Katie.
Yeah. I'm not big on violence for any reason. Personally, there are even few reasons why I'd ever say it's okay, if at all. And social prescription wise, my line is definitely not at they heard my fifis or my waifu's fifis. I'm more at the point of like, we're being oppressed for generations and now we're going to violently revolt. And even then I have some critiques. So I don't think Jada was at that point. But I actually would like to pose a counter argument and say that she should leave him, because if somebody makes a joke about you and your husband gets up and chooses to physically assault the person who did that, then I don't think they're a very good husband and you shouldn't be with them and they're an embarrassment to you. So that would be my counter argument. Also, yeah, that's that.
Dust.
All right. So I pretty much agree with what people are saying. There's no reason for somebody to act out in violence, right? But on Twitter, I've seen plenty of people pointing the finger at Jada Pinkett Smith for the altercation between Will Smith and Chris Rock, and I don't like that. I think that's borderline conspiratorial. I also have seen plenty of dudes on Twitter with the take that, plenty of men go bald, and we don't get offended when people make jokes about it. I don't think it's fair to be comparing male societal norms to female societal norms, right? It was clearly something that she was self-conscious about. It's a condition that she has been somewhat public about, although not everybody knew about it. And it's pretty much commonly accepted that men do lose their hair. It's not so much for women, right? We know that typically in our society, men are valued for their accomplishments over their looks, whereas women are valued for their looks over their accomplishments. That's just the way it is. Say what you will, but that's just the way it is. And I also think it's weird that everyone's bringing up their relationship status and the nature of their relationship into this. That's also conspiratorial, in my opinion. Just because Will Smith laughed at the joke doesn't mean that he wasn't angry. Plenty of people laugh at things that make them angry. Plenty of people laugh in a response, in an anger response, right? End of the day, yeah, it's unacceptable for him to have hit Chris Rock. But I just don't like all of the finger pointing at Jada Pinkett Smith, and I don't like all of the, let's hold this weird expectation to her when we clearly know that she's in a public facing role, right? And we know that women in general are generally more valued for their looks. So.
I think there's a major misunderstanding.
We can go straight to you. But and then we'll do Adam and then Wick. And Erudite. So I just want to say I looked it up because I hadn't heard about this whole Jada cheating on Will thing until like the start of the stream, the very start, where someone said that.
You never heard about the entanglement?
Dude, she does Facebook Live broadcasts all the time. She has her own podcast where she talks about the men she sleeps with.
Pop culture. But like I just looked into the interview when they talk about it, and it's clear that they were having a separation, and then they, she reached out. She was having a hard time, a bad time in the marriage. They had a thing, and I'm not sure if that ended at that point, but like they might have an open marriage. Like clearly, it's not a problem for them. I don't know why people are just assuming this is cheating. Like Pisco said, like we don't know the fucking marriage. Like it's weird. But anyway,
weird to bring in the nature of their relationship into this one altercation.
This is the point. This is the point because there's an opinion that is held by probably predominantly conservatives, right? And I think maybe this is what is being missed. Is that there is an opinion of an old school form of chivalry, right? An old school form of honoring, like protecting the honor of your relationship and your marriage. And that's very clearly what is the point here, right? Like we're talking about someone making fun of someone else's wife, and then that person feeling like, no, I need to do something as the man in this relationship to defend her honor because it's my role as a man to not let that occur, right? And
they shouldn't because they're not monogamous. So no.
What I'm saying is that this woman is not some chaste fucking, like, you know what I mean? Like this isn't some chivalrous fucking chaste woman. Chaste woman, that it's not like their marriage is this traditional fucking marriage or anything like that, or that they're not like public figures. Like she goes out and trash talks her fucking husband regularly while talking about other dudes that she slept with. Now, he's
had a side piece for years. Like what's the big deal? They both have side pieces.
Right. The big deal.
If they were more traditional, would that change your outlook? If they were more traditional,
okay, hold up. All that matters
is an adult.
Hold up. All that matters is whether the couple at play felt like it was cheating. If you look through the actual script, they said I got into an entanglement with August, and then Will says an entanglement, a relationship, and he's clearly not happy about it. So yes, after this, they did move into a more open relationship because Will had also cheated on her in the past, right? And they had been monogamous previously, right? Like people deciding whether it was cheating or not as well based on like their open relationship and stuff feels weird because like the couple themselves seem to voice like discomfort from it.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm just being clear that when we're talking about somebody's relationship, fundamentally their perception of their relationship trumps everything else. If they felt it was cheating, it was cheating. If they didn't feel it was cheating, it wasn't cheating. Does it have anything to do with this situation? Probably not.
No, that's not the point. Is that what you guys are missing is many of you have expressed like being confounded by people that are saying that this might be some appropriate behavior. And you're wondering where the fuck is this? What I'm saying is the disconnect is that this is a value that a lot of people have of protecting your woman, of not letting somebody else talk smack about her and things like that. But it's a very traditional value that doesn't, even if
she ain't worthy of,
right? She's not fucking worthy of this shit. Right?
Wait. But would it change your opinion? Would it change your
though? Right?
Would it change your opinion of the hit if they were in a more traditional relationship?
No, ever so slightly.
Okay, I mean, like, why even bring it up then? I mean, you're saying
it wouldn't change. It wouldn't change the opinion. It wouldn't change my opinion about whether or not what he did was moral or whether or not he should have done that thing. Right? It would change my opinion about the reasoning that he had and whether or not I doubt his reasoning and whether or not it's a difference between like a man trying to be like, I'm going to protect my woman because this is bullshit, or whether or not this is like some dude that's just trying to crack one to some.
This is a doormat. It bothers him.
Let's go to Top Dolphin and.
Dude, he is a doormat.
So
he is a fucking doormat.
So first, I don't know. So this is like a traditional thing, but like in the black community, I'm gonna say this. I don't speak for the whole black community right now because I'm obviously representative of every single black person on the planet.
He's my guy.
Yeah, like black women, even really far like leftist black women, are like all for this idea that like if like you like I get offended or some guy like pisses me off in a bar that you like that her man is gonna confront him. That's like totally like a normal thing that happens in black spaces. Just in case anybody didn't know, like him like getting up there and like hitting Chris Rock, really not that extreme when it comes to like what black women expect from their partners. Also, I want to like poke at Stardust when she said that like all the people, like maybe she wasn't talking about what I said, but like the idea that like men don't get mad when you make fun of us for getting bald. I'm not is mad about that or like upset or not really talking about that. No one really cares about like men getting mad about people talking about it. It's the outrage of everybody. It's the
Why don't you care?
outrage. What?
Why don't you care about the double? I think the double standard is totally legitimate to bring up.
Wait, no. Yeah, so you're right. I don't care about the individual getting upset at a joke, is what I'm saying. What I do care about is not that like a man wouldn't have got mad, but the societal outrage that like if a man had got mad, people wouldn't be like on Twitter posting about it, being like, oh my God, like her hair condition, like this is the big issue is that like the societal outrage on her getting mad about her hair condition versus men who might get upset about or offended by their hair condition. Whereas like this is also like people say, oh, like no one cares about, like men don't care about their look. Losing your hair as a man is like one of the like worst things that a lot of men go
There's
through.
a whole
It's, like,
industry
awful.
dedicated to it. I mean,
I'm sure it is, but I would still argue that like there's still more of like a societal standard for women to like women are more valued for their looks in general. That's just what it is, you know?
But shouldn't we fight that societal standard?
We should. I'm not, and again, I'm not justifying. I'm not justifying him hitting him. I'm
Her
just saying
alocasia's
that
not that
I can
bad.
understand
She's got
like
areata.
being
It's just like
sympathetic
squat
towards
feet.
her. That's all.
I should head to toe, baby.
Cool, dude. He's bald. Yeah.
This
So,
streaming partner has LG.
She's allowed to be offended or not.
Wick and then Pisco.
She's allowed to be offended or not. That's just like her personal feelings. I've been bald as a woman. Honestly, it was like a pretty based experience. I got probably more compliments than I'd ever gotten in my life because I would say like there's actually a fair bit of deference, but like fair enough. If she's embarrassed about it, like a couple of people brought about specifically like black women and hair, and there's like a unique relationship there, I'm willing to defer. Like you get to be offended. Like your feelings are your feelings, right? It's hard to like watch somebody who's like rich and famous and like powerful and all these things get like super butt mad over like, to be honest, being compared to G.I. Jane, who's like a fucking yoked boss as well. Like again, she gets to be offended. It's just why the part where I'm like, I don't really care. That's why I'm like, I don't really care about the joke. I think it's fine.
I get that.
Go ahead. Wick has been waiting.
We're talking about everything but the actual point here. It doesn't fucking matter what their relationship is. It really doesn't. It doesn't fucking matter if they were offended. It doesn't matter if the joke was offensive. It doesn't matter if Chris Rock was appropriate in saying that joke or not. You can have your opinions on that. They're perfectly valid too. But it really doesn't matter. The only thing that matters here is that one individual, Will Smith in this case, decided because some words were used against him that it was okay to do physical violence to someone else. And yes, I understand it's just a slap, but we cannot normalize it. We have to draw a hard line against these things because we cannot just allow individuals to decide it's okay to do violence when someone insults them. That is a road we do not want to go down. Again, we're dancing all around this issue, and it's a distraction to talk about like, well, her relationship and their open relationship and maybe what he's gone through.
Sure.
Okay, I can understand. Like, I can understand, but I cannot condone. I can understand, like, okay, he was very mad. Okay, he was very upset. I understand that. I've gotten mad. I've gotten upset. And when I was a kid, when I was 10, yeah, I would give in to those emotions. I'd let the rage take control. I would throw fists and stuff. But now that I'm a grown-ass adult, I don't do that because I'm not fucking childish.
Okay, so
Will Smith was fucking childish.
So
agree to disagree on that last bit.
I'm gonna let Katie in, and Stardust and Pisco then, because I don't know if Pisco's birth cancer seems. But there's so many aspects to this that we're not touching on. I want to expand this because I think we were missing a lot of this interaction. Go ahead, Katie.
Didn't you want to top Dolphin first? You kept
Top
saying
Dolphin already went.
Okay. Yeah, Wick, I get it, but I feel like everyone has explicitly said like that was uncalled for, right? So I don't know what else the panel could say about it, because I'm really not sure anyone objected. I actually thought, and you kind of agreed with me earlier,
Well,
like
Fabian,
a
as
lot
I
of
understand it, Fabian and K Buckoff were both like, yeah, it's okay sometimes.
I never said that.
I could be wrong.
literally never said that.
No,
I guess Kay said something like,
I think
yeah.
there's certain points that, like, if you press on somebody's nerve, shit's gonna go down, and you got to watch what you fucking say. And depending on the situation you're in, shit's gonna go, and you're gonna have to deal with that consequences for the shit you said.
And plus the audience as well. and the audience as well. It's not just us that we're speaking to. We're speaking to the chat. We're speaking to our individual chats, and there are plenty of people, at least in my chat, who would defend this. So I'm not just talking to the panel. I'm talking to the audience as well. And
Okay, that's fair. I was just gonna say that for me, it's pretty open and shut, and I don't really I have a lot of interest in talking about like why punching people or like hitting people or slapping people is somehow reasonable to any capacity. And I thought like the amount of like misogynistic shit that just like rose right at the beginning for no reason was a lot more interesting, I guess, to discuss. And I would like to engage with Stardust on like the double standard thing, because I understand the issue that I have with what you're saying is that like when people say that's just how the world is, it's kind of confusing to me, because it's kind of like, well, what do you want to do about that? What we're obviously talking about stuff that we want changed, or unless we're saying that how we see the world is fine the way that it is right now. And I don't think you're saying that. I think it's going to, I guess I would like you to talk about that more, because I think you were making an interesting point and I'd like to hear more about it. So that was what I was going to say.
Honest?
Yeah, so basically I just wanted to say, like, I think we all agree that the violence was, violence is never the answer, right? But my main thing is that with this story coming up, what I find problematic is I see all these things on Twitter, either blaming Jada immediately for this, right? Pointing the finger at her, saying that she made him go up there and do it. Like, we don't know that. Like, we really don't know that. He laughed at it. Plenty of people laugh at things in anger. I mean, I've laughed at things when I've gotten angry, right? But like you're saying, there is like obviously it's a sensitive spot for men and for women. I'm just trying to be a little bit more sympathetic towards her. I get it that yes, she's like rich and famous. What is there to be sympathetic over? But like it is a pretty we see it here every time she's up in the media, like she's getting dogged on, right? And like it looks are so important to a woman, especially in a woman who's aging, right?
So, I guess I understand that. It's just like, because it's him that like did the inappropriate thing, then it feels to me maybe like extending sympathy to her feels a little bit like unrelated to the topic.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And it is unrelated to the topic, but the only reason why I'm extending sympathy to her is because even if she is unrelated to him hitting Chris, well, I guess only like it's partially related, but like everybody else has made it so much more related than it actually is, right? That's what the discourse has been.
That's very much true. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So it's like a counter reaction to how everybody made it about her.
I'm just gonna push back on that. I just don't think that's right. Who knows if she actually approved of that? Like maybe she watched him going up there and she was like, "Oh God, like don't do that. Like this is your night."
Which is what I think is the appropriate reaction, to just be like, you're tying her into this where it's like you don't know any of these things. But I wouldn't necessarily like extend empathy in the way that you are, because, well, first of all, I think the double standard is very problematic, and also
I think it's problematic too. I think it's problematic too, but like I'm just saying, like I understand where it's I understand, like she like Natsu Erudite said, she has the right to be offended, right? But nobody has the right to hit somebody over being offended.
So I'm gonna go to Pisco. I'm gonna jump in because I want to say something. The Natsu Erudite top dolphin.
Yeah, it's so silly. No one's like crying when Donald Trump is made fun of when his hair is like thinning out, and no one is saying, "Oh, well, what about how sensitive he is?" You could say that on average, women are more respected for their looks or whatever. But why would you want to like formalize that and provide support to that by like feeding into it and accepting that as a norm and thinking that it's okay to have this disparity in treatment in looks between men and women? So I think the comparisons to men and women, the double standard there is absolutely legitimate to bring up. And the fact that no one really cares if you're making fun of bald men or short men. How many times on this platform has there been this like never-ending discourse about how short men are, which is absolutely a sensitive subject for a lot of guys? And so I don't take to heart this oh boo-hoo, poor women have it so hard, and we should like maintain that approach that women are only valued for their looks and have a disparate treatment in how we react to insults against appearance from one and not the other.
We should maintain it. The only reason why I'm providing that pushback is just because there was already this wave of like what it seems like directed anger at her, and it just doesn't make sense to me, right?
It's
just doesn't make-
misogyny, right?
Yeah.
There's a word for it. It's called misogyny. Yeah.
So, okay. It's interesting because I wanted Pisco here for a very specific reason. When I was thinking of this topic, it's because we've had similar conversations before in the past.
The criminal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it's. There have been a lot of conversations as to why Will Smith did the thing that he did, right? So I want to look at that, but I want to use that to expand the conversation past this incident, because it seemed to me, right, like after thinking about it for like fucking 4 seconds, right, that that slap at Chris Rock was not direct for Chris Rock, right? Especially when you hear Will's speech afterwards, talking about like how when you're famous, people say all kinds of crazy shit about you, right? Craziness comes at you. I am not famous. Craziness comes at me, right? And when you're in the public eye, people say the meanest things to you, and not just to you, about your appearance, about your wife, about your kids, right? They say all kinds of stuff, and then you just got to sit there and take it, right? And at this moment, he don't want to take it anymore, right? Now, whether you found it funny before or not, I can't adjudicate that part. But like he marched up there, and so I wanted to relate that to like legally, where it's called, I think it's inciting words or fighting words, whatever the term is, right? Where we understand that there are some certain words that cause a reaction. Right. We talk, and the reason I wanted to do this topic here instead of what everyone's suggesting, doing all black everything, it's because we actually talked about this issue many times. The N-word discussion, right? And that being an inciting word. And I don't want to do the N-word discussion here, but the point is like if there exist words in the black community, right, where people kind of say, "Oh yeah, I guess it's okay that you react violently to that," then why not for other people? So, Pisco, do you want to?
So the first part of that was like this whole celebrity disparate treatment in terms of how much insults that they're sort of subject to. I think you have to play both sides of that there, because on the one hand, yeah, you're more subject to attacks, but look at this unequal treatment of justice. Try slapping someone like that in the middle of the street in front of a cop or in front of, tons of people. You're going to get arrested because guess what? That's battery. And I'm
Wait,
sure
this
it's not
is
a
just
felony.
not true.
but
People slap each other
about?
all the time. It's not like he like went in the street and like whooped Chris Rock's ass and like beat him.
What
into
do you
the
think?
ground.
He went on a public
What do you think
stage
battery
in
is?
front of
Never been out in real
thousands
life,
of
but
people and did it.
slap each other all the time and don't go to jail for it.
Are
Like,
you
saying that-
trying to
saying that
lecture
because
me?
this happened on a stage, dog? Because like, oh my god.
What do you think battery is? What's the definition of battery?
I don't
Tell me.
care what the
You
legal
don't
definition
care.
of battery is. Yes, people
That's a
could
battery.
get in trouble. I don't care if it's a battery. Okay, people could get in trouble. There's a lot of things people could get
So
in
if you
trouble with.
slapped your wife like that, do you think you should go to jail?
Oh, wait, hold on. One,
yes
it
or no?
depends on the context, okay? But two, slapping people and like.
You think
a
there should
lot
be an
of people-
investigation into you if you slap your wife like that?
Oh my gosh, I don't give a fuck. Okay, there's a lot.
You're not going to
of-
answer the question.
If she feels there needs to be an investigation, sure.
You
But
think that there
there's a
should
lot
be an
of-
investigation into something like that? You feel?
Sometimes, sure.
When don't you feel that there should be an investigation into
There's
someone
lots of
slapping their wife
cases-
like that?
There's lots of cases where people slap each other that we like as a society say, okay, like it's not that bad. People don't need to go over to jail over this. This
Not
is like
necessarily, but-
this is like a non-controversial thing. Like if a guy hit on a girl
Yeah.
in a bar and she felt a little bit uncomfortable, like threw a drink in his face, but like he wasn't being like mean or rapey or anything. A lot of or if she slapped him, a lot of people would be like, it's okay. Like obviously, like she probably shouldn't hit him, but like I don't think we need to call the cops and like take him
Okay,
to jail
but
over
if that's
this,
up to the person
right?
being slapped to decide. If the person slapped decides they want to press charges, then the other person will go to jail.
People have gone to jail
Yeah,
for
100%.
much less. For
Look,
much
can
less.
we
So
listen?
that, right?
Can we just say that like the law is black and white?
Wait,
right?
hold on. Wait.
Now the
I wanna-
enforcement
wait,
of
wait,
it
wait,
isn't
wait.
always
I want to
black
respond
and
to what
white.
Wick said because I literally just said before when he brought up the wife example. If the wife feels that charges need to be pressed, they should be pressed. Right? That was literally my words, dog.
But I just want to say, like the law is black and white. Now, obviously, there's different enforcement of the law. I mean, like the law isn't always equal to everyone. Obviously, there's systems of like representation in court, et cetera, et cetera. But for the most part, the law is designed to be black and white. And I think we do need to recognize that like morality isn't always something that we can say is black and white, right? I mean, people attempt to make it black and white, but there are gray lines sometimes in like what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable. And so I think sometimes it can be a personal choice for people to accept the consequences of their actions, but feel so strongly that they need to do something regardless of what the law says. Right. And that is in sometimes those areas where something is morally gray, right? Like they're like, using the bar example is kind of the inverse of this, right? Where like a guy is hitting on you and like she feels really offended and she wants this guy out of her fucking space. And so maybe she overreacts a little bit. This is an area where it's like, how do we deal with that situation? Or let's say, someone is trash talking your fucking wife at a bar. Right. So somebody's saying horrible, just terrible shit to your wife. Like there are plenty of men out there that would do the calculation and say, you know what, motherfucker needs to get slapped. And then they do so. And then they accept the consequences of that action. Right. And so I think sometimes we muddy the waters a little bit when we get too much into like what is legal and what is illegal, and not necessarily understanding that sometimes it can be a perceived moral action to break the law and to accept the consequences, knowing that when you broke the law that you were going to face those consequences.
Okay, Erudite, and one second, because I want to finish this point, and then I want to move on to Erudite, and Topped Off, and you had a point you want to finish, and then we'll go to Wick. Okay. All right. So Pisco, right? Is there not like some sort of not quite exception or something?
Yeah,
like
I was going to
some
get
sort
to
of
that.
mitigating circumstances when someone says an inciting word to you.
So I was going to get to that. First of all, I don't think that he should go to jail and be in prison for all this time. I'm just saying this is a battery, and I was just merely saying that he goes on stage, slaps a very famous person in the middle of an audience, and everyone just walks it off like it's nothing. That's a second sort of system of justice as opposed to the rest of us. And I was just merely saying that in the context of, well, he complains about all the scrutiny from the media. Well, he gets the benefit of being very famous and powerful too. That's all I said. And on the question of what is fighting words is a category of quote unquote unprotected speech. And so there's case law going back where if a certain level of kind of words that are by their nature, likely to get someone to just hit you right away, that so inflame and excite the passions, you could get like arrested for those words. But that's more looking at kind of like the relationship between the government and the people who said the words, as opposed to the two private individuals who are engaged in that discourse. But certainly there are some in the context of self-defense, there are words you could say which would make it so that any attack towards you wouldn't be criminal. So if you said,
I'm going to kill you,
I'm going to kill you, I have a bomb right now, or I'm going to go hurt you right now, those would be the kind of words where you might put someone in reasonable fear that, unlawful force is going to be applied to them. And then any attack towards them is going to be justified and not unlawful.
What about
but
hit
the
me?
question is like, what's that?
What about something like hit me?
Hit me, maybe that's like, consent to that, maybe, but again, I don't know. Like
an aggressive way, like, you fucking hit me. Hit me if you fucking want to.
I'm not sure about the particulars, but I think that the question about whether or not we should excuse this behavior should do with like how reasonable is the apprehension of legitimate fear, and not like how insulting was the word. That seems to be more like where Wick is very, very uncomfortable for us to like base on how insulting the word as opposed to how indicative is it of a mindset that's about to attack you.
Not to Erudite, and then Topped Off, you have anything to finish off your thoughts, and then Wick.
I think you guys are hitting on actually a really important part of this, because when we say like violence is never the answer, that's not always true, because like when it comes to like mass shooters in schools, we do want violence. We want the cops to get there, and ideally if they're going to keep shooting, we want them to kill the person who's doing a mass shooting, right? There are absolutely times where we need to have an integrated theory of violence. Absolutely. If somebody is running up and trying to like take my kid from my arms, for example, which is an extreme case, let's say there's like a violent kidnapping that's taking place, I am going to be as violent as I possibly can with my tiny tiny little hands and my brain injured fucking head to try to get my kid from being kidnapped, right? So there is this space where we need to have a theory of violence, and our society doesn't quite know what to do with that. There's kind of this tension that happens, for example, if you've ever been in a bar between men, where most men know that if they're screaming at each other to a point, there's a point where it might type in to physical violence, right? And sometimes that can be warranted, more or less, depending on those parties, right? The issue is that as a society as a whole, we don't really have a good integrated theory of violence. Broadly, I would agree. Okay, so in the case of this specific example, I don't think the violence was warranted at all. I think the idea of like going up on a public stage, disrespecting the producers of the show, disrespecting the host who's just doing comedy and had already made multiple other like jokes about other people's hairline, a whole bunch of other things. I'm not for the violence in that situation, but I think referring to the question that we were given by I guess Prime here is, at what point is violence warranted, and how do we integrate a healthy theory of violence? Because I'd say broadly I'm not for violence either, but I think taking a staunch violence is never the answer isn't really true, because sometimes you get into really extreme circumstances. For example, in a case where I had a kid actively trying to jump off of a 60-foot tower, we ran and tackled that motherfucker as hard as we could and pinned her. You could argue that that was a violent action, but it was done in a desperate attempt to save somebody's life, right? There are cases where people restrain violent people to prevent them from doing other harm. You could argue that the restraint can be violent because restraints can be super dangerous as well. And so like there are times where violence is warranted, and as a culture we need to integrate when that is and also when it isn't. And in the case of Will Smith, I would say it wasn't warranted.
Can I add something here?
No. We got to move it. Top Dolphin.
Well, I guess like to piggyback on what Nacho says, like I think the law kind of covers a little bit with like self-defense laws and stuff like that. But I'm not like Keithco could probably talk about that better than I could. But I just want to like the point I want to make earlier is that there are probably like out there unwarranted slaps that like we wouldn't consider that we like as a society probably wouldn't consider a battery. Like if I'm sitting in the living room with my friends and like he makes a bad joke and I give him like a heavy-handed like tap on the shoulder that like maybe it like barely hurts, I don't think anybody in society would call that a battery. Now, could he like technically like press charges? Maybe not. I don't know how that works. But like there are levels of like slaps that like as society like we see as like okay as long as people are like not generally harmed. This is like
well, that,
you don't even
my biggest
pushback. My biggest pushback was the idea that like because he's a celebrity, like he got away with this, because there's tons of normal people who slap people every day, even probably more violent. There's people who get in fights who like nothing happens because it's and I would agree that sometimes nothing should happen, right?
Okay. First of all,
okay. Just to quickly address Erudite's point, that I think that yes, there are situations where violence is acceptable. In fact, there are situations where preemptive violence would be acceptable. But none of those situations involve someone insulting you.
No,
None of those
I've
situations
agreed to that.
involve someone using words, except for maybe a threat of harm and saying like, I have a bomb, or I'm going to stab you now, and they have a knife and they're coming out. Okay, fair enough. But when it talks, well, I think the level I'll go is in my view, we need to use the minimum amount of force to stop whatever we want to stop from happening. The minimum amount of force, ideally. So when we're doing policing, obviously, if someone is stealing, I do not think it's warranted or okay. Even though I would think, yeah, stop the stealing. But if someone's going out and cops draw their guns, start shooting wildly, that's not okay. So I do agree with you. There's a conversation to be had. But words ain't it. And to address Top Dolphin's point, I'm sure they do. I'm sure that people get away with it all the time. But the question isn't do they get away with it? It's should they? And I'm kind of pissed at Chris Rock for not pressing charges. I don't think he should have gone to jail, but he should have gotten some kind of consequence, because that's the only way we're going to.
With society, I just want to say that.
What are you talking about? You're endorsing this violent slap?
Can I?
Can I finish my point and then yes? But the reason I think Chris Rock should have pressed charges is because the only way we could denormalize this violence is by showing that there are consequences to actions, and even if it's just a fine, even if it's just like this kind of honorary, I forget the word. That's not the word I want. This kind of like a show kind of consequence, it's important that we do it so that
Top
no
Dolphin,
one is
if that was Sarah Silverman making that joke, would you come here and would you really tell us, the cops should investigate this? If he came up and Sarah Silverman made the same joke and he just slapped Sarah Silverman in the face, what would you say then?
Depending on how he slapped her, probably not.
Okay, can
Really?
I just want to say
honestly
this?
don't think
Okay.
he would have gone up and slapped a girl. If it was a girl,
probably
she
not.
probably would have gotten up and
Chris
slapped her.
Rock
Like
is
it would have been a
fine,
girl
Doug.
fight.
He's okay. He doesn't need to
no,
press
you're-
charges.
Listen,
We
listen.
don't need to go to
I'm
the
not
court
saying he
system.
needs to go
We
to
don't need
jail.
to
Guys,
go to the court. No.
but
I'm
that
not saying
is a
jail.
battery. It's
We don't need to go
serious.
to- We don't need to go to the
It's
court
serious.
system. We don't need to go to the court system to talk about every little discrepancy that two people have between each other.
Okay,
This
but,
is a little
but
dis-
wait, but
this is a
Top,
little
you can,
interaction.
Top
Chris
would
Rock is
wait.
cool.
Top, would you agree that the insult that was levied was not overly serious of an insult?
No, I agree that the response wasn't proportional, but I also agree that he got slapped. Things seem okay now. If there's
I guess
more of a
when
problem,
I've
let me just
seen
check, charges pressed.
when I've seen escalation between men when it comes to insult, my understanding is it tends to go insult, and it's this gradual escalation, not this insult, slap, right? And I think that's where I'm saying I think it's indefensible. I'm not sure if he should have pressed charges. I honestly think that's up to Chris Rock exclusively. I'm very big on people who have been assaulted or had anything happen to them. They get to choose because going through the court process can be a nightmare in and of itself, right? And he might have a personal relationship. I have no idea of his relationship with these people, right? So it's as far as pressing charges, it is exclusively only up to Chris Rock to decide that. I don't think
That's
anyone
true, but I can give my opinion. I can give my
Yeah.
opinion on whether I think he made the right choice or the wrong choice in this case. And I think he made the wrong choice. And the reason I think he made the wrong choice is because this was a very public action. Millions and millions of people saw this. Millions and millions more are going to see it again over
and he
and
was
over
shamed
and over
for it,
again.
and he publicly released an apology, and then the day after he also apologized.
This was a great opportunity to show publicly that there would be a consequence for this. It was a great example opportunity. It was a teaching moment.
I don't agree.
We gotta listen.
I
This is we gotta stop this fucking this is so sad. Okay, what we need to focus. This is not a fucking legal discussion, right? We were talking about is this okay? Pressing charges and all this shit. That's not what this fucking debate topic is. Okay, this isn't interesting.
You can decide what this debate topic is. Prime literally was asking about the legal stuff.
Relax.
You don't get to decide what this whole panel's
no,
about.
This is the key takeaway. Okay, the key takeaway is that Will Smith is a fucking bitch that was trying to defend Tupac's girlfriend, all right, and wanted to look like a fucking man and prove that he fucking wasn't. And Chris Rock proved that he wasn't.
This is
Chris
much
Rock
more interesting.
Okay, here's a better narrative. Will Smith appears to be a man who probably is pretty mentally unwell, and in the case of this thing, he was pushed so far that he reacted hugely disproportionately, which resulted in him being publicly shamed.
And the reason that he proved that
he's a cuck, right? Because he's a cuck.
It resulted in him being publicly shamed and then later publicly coming out and apologizing
Chris Rock is
again.
a fucking bitch. And the manliest person on this fucking panel right now is not so erudite. And even still, all right, look, Chris Rock had 3 fucking choices, okay? He could stand there and fucking be shocked like a little fucking pussy and fucking take it on his chin. B, he could have defended himself. And even if he got his fucking ass beat, at least show that he wasn't such a bitch that he was willing to let a man fucking
You could
slap him
argue
over
he
a
was
joke.
a stoic
Or
because he got
3,
slapped in the face and then continued with the
3,
show anyways. This
or 3,
kind of
if he wanted
toxic
to
masculine characterization is not the narrative that we should be
if he
putting
wanted
in
to be a 3, if he really wanted to be a fucking man, he would have taken the fucking slap and then he would have done 2 to 5 minutes of material just digging at fucking Jada Pinkett Smith for being such a dumb fucking gross whore.
Great.
And he would
Now
have
that
done it
we're
until
moving
they
on,
shut
for
him up.
fuck's
Then
sake.
he
You
would
didn't
have
want
fucking
me there, Katie.
I'm glad we went there.
Every opportunity to call this woman a whore. That's all you've done all day is call this woman a whore. That's all you've done.
Okay,
That's all you've done.
this is clearly the case. This is clearly
over and over again.
Okay. Okay. All right. Look. So why I asked Pisco that question about in legal terms, at least here in the States, obviously people are from different countries here, is that here we have a bit of a carve out, right? We understand that there are some words that will drive a person to take an action, right? Whether that's justified or not, this on a societal level, we get it. And I wanted to like really expand on this because again, I've had this conversation about the N-word like multiple times, right? And if Destiny wasn't banned, he'd be here like bringing it to the N-word. But it seems like for other people, right? There are other triggers. So talking about a person's kids, right? It drives a person to do things, right? Talking about that theory of violence, I guess Erudite was saying, right? Like, should that be something integrated into our society? Look, you open your mouth, you talk crazy about his little girl, right? And then you got fucking smacked. It is what it is, right? Like, should we actually take seriously and attach that? That like don't open your mouth about these certain things, right? Because maybe if you do, you might get assaulted, right? Like it might happen. So I'm trying to like work with that. I hope this makes sense.
Yeah, we live in America. You're allowed to say outrageous, insulting things, and if I don't know, I guess Top Dolphin wants to live in a world where if I go up and just slap Chris Rock out of the blue, like nothing should happen to me, and like I don't know. I feel like especially
in level there. I think
understand,
those are
Pisco,
two
that you don't live in
celebrities,
the
and
real world
you're
because
not.
you've been
So I
locked
think
in law
that's a
school for
completely
the
different
past 300
circumstance.
Yeah,
years or
no,
whatever
yeah,
now.
no,
But, like,
yeah,
come
no.
on. Wait, come on. Okay, I hate the framing that everybody uses for this like situation that happened, right? Like what happened was like they're at a orchard or whatever. Like he made a joke, right? That was edgy and targeted at one person. The joke went a little bit too far. Someone gave him a "Hey, don't do that" slap on the face, and they all went back to being normal, right? Like
That's
this is
such a
something that
weird
like, kind of
characterization.
happens. Wait,
That's
no,
literally
it's
what
normal.
happened, though.
This is literally what happens. Like it wasn't like
It
he
didn't
got
go back to
destroyed and
normal. Holy
eviscerated.
shit. It didn't go back to normal. That's such a
basically
mischaracterization.
went back
What happened is Will Smith went up on stage fucking sobbing, by the way, because he's clearly not doing well. I don't know what's going on in his life, but to react that way and then go up when you're receiving a standing ovation and sob, and then the next day release a very long form apology of saying basically everything I did was really fucking wrong, just to be like, oh, it was just normal. No, for Jada, that thing that she was really embarrassed about is now fucking memorialized for the rest of her fucking life, okay?
She talks about it on her fucking talk show.
Yeah,
all the
but she's
time.
embarrassed, and then her husband went up and slapped somebody as a result. So now it's even more embarrassing, which just sucks. And I already said that I don't even have that much sympathy overall for Jada Pinkett, but it sucks, right? This idea that like, yeah, you should just go on it. Okay, there's a difference. I'm even for a theory of violence. There's a difference between being in a street, chatting with your bros, he keeps throwing some shady shit, being a fucking dickhead, and you whack him upside the head, versus being on an Academy presentation in front of a public audience with a very select style of how they present, a standard of roasting comedians, and then to go and slap somebody on public media. It's rude to the Academy that's organizing things. It's rude to all the people watching it. There are people who have kids watching this shit who might not want their kids, blah, 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 right? It's disrespectful in that space, and even Will Smith fucking agrees. So sure, there's a time where a theory of violence is valid. For example, when Fabian Scott goes on and on and on about how Jada Pinkett is a whore and how all these things, somebody in a bar might fucking punch Fabian Scott. And most of us would feel pretty fucking satisfied with that because of the toxic masculinity that was coming out of his fucking mouth, right? There might be a time. So I'm not saying violence is never the answer, but holy fuck, that certainly wasn't the situation. Obviously.
I'm not saying that like I mostly agree with you. I think the response was a little bit like disproportional, and it was obviously like out of place. It was really weird. I'll use the word weird that he like went up stage, like did the whole thing where he like walked up on stage and like walked towards Chris Rock and like slapped him in the face. That was like a very strange thing. It's very out of place. You use the word rude. I don't think that's out of context here, but the way that everyone frames this conversation is like we go like to so many different extremes that I think it's just like a little bit like disconnected from like the reality of like.
No one's
how
saying you should go to
violence
prison,
exists in
but it
society.
was a violent, aggressive
I never said
act.
that people were saying he's going to prison.
Okay.
I said the idea that like we start using legal terms and we start
It's
fucking,
a battery. It is a battery. What else do you
I
want?
don't care. It's
Okay.
not a battery. No one cares. all
What do you
right?
mean it's not a
Like,
battery?
He's not pressing charges. It's not a battery. That's what it is. That's
Is that
actually
your
the case,
so
right?
if so if
He
someone
didn't
kills
press
someone and no
charges,
one
it's not a battery.
so if someone kills someone and you're not around to see it and never gets charged, it wasn't a murder?
Sure, it's not a murder. No, okay. If
How-
someone,
that's the
if
stupidest thing
someone
I've ever heard in
if
my
someone
life.
killed someone and the person who got
Is it-
killed didn't want to
is it
press
the dumbest
charges,
thing
yes,
you've
it's not a
ever heard in
murder.
your
How
Well,
about
no,
that?
what you
Yeah.
just
It's a
said
battery.
was
The
among
question
dumbest
is
things
What
I've
it
I
ever
a
heard.
said was
tolerable
analogous thing,
battery?
okay?
It is obviously not a tolerable battery. Obviously, definitively and denotatively, it's obviously a battery, right? Whether or not Chris Rock chooses to pursue charges is going to determine whether that's obviously an offense against. And I mean, he's going to fucking lose that court case. Obviously, the evidence is everywhere, right? And that's up to Chris Rock. I'm very opposed to this idea of we can tell victims whether or not they like press charges or not to like set some like social precedent, because charges and everything is like such an intimate thing. I have no fucking idea about the relationship. But just to be clear, it's a battery. It obviously was intolerable. And the question is, are there times where as a society, we actually put up with certain levels of essentially battery? And I would say the answer is sometimes, yeah.
I think the punishment should be social. I really do. I mean,
Me
I don't,
too.
I
Me
don't
too.
think-
I totally
I don't
agree.
think that like we need to fucking go to court or like have. I don't even know that the police should press charges in this incident. You know, I do agree that prosecutors have discretion and that we should like obviously charge the batteries that matter the most. But I think that like this is a pretty bad battery, and the people in the crowd just let it go on. You know, yes, they were like a little uncomfortable. It wasn't the same, but you know, he got his award. Everything was hunky dory.
They applauded him.
And I don't like that. I think that's stupid. And I think that
Maybe
like
the
we
fact
shouldn't.
that everything was hunky dory and everything like went on relatively okay was a sign that it wasn't actually that bad, and like people should chill the fuck out.
Wait, no, we can't take that as evidence, though.
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Okay,
Yes,
but if we
we
look
can.
at the case,
Simply
if we
because there's
look
a
at
script
the
to
like
this.
scope of battery, it's obviously not that bad of battery. The issue is it was on a public thing. It was rude to the Academy Awards. It was fucking unprecedented, unreasonable. Like we're like, I feel like we're getting so lost in the sauce. here.
So I don't want to like focus like just on whether this is battery or not, right? Like,
Well, it is. So there's no question.
It
about
is battery. It's just whether it's tolerable
What
battery.
just said was
Absolute
like,
battery.
well, he's not going to get charged, so is it really a battery? Is like, I don't know. I don't know how he. You have to retract that, right? The Top Dolphin, because that's really stupid,
I
right?
stick to it. If
Oh,
Chris
okay.
Rock doesn't
You
feel that
stick
it was
to
a
it.
battery, it's not a battery. That's
no,
all I'm
that's
gonna
not
say.
how
Top
it
Dolphin, I'm
works.
doing so much
right?
heavy lifting for you, man. Just
Top
own that
Dolphin,
it's
how are
battery.
you?
It's
'Cause you seem
obviously
pretty dumb
battery.
right now.
All right, I got
Okay.
it, dude. All right, if I like say a bunch of mean things to my friend and he punches me in the face, and I'm like, you know what?
Oh, it's not battery?
Yeah,
Okay.
It's still
We're having
technically
a
battery.
definitional
It just
definition
might
on
be
battery.
tolerable battery.
That's not what I wanted, right? Okay, let's try it again. Let's try it again. All right. Look, I want to know.
Please let me hear.
Starters wants to know
If
too.
you're sexually assaulted and no one presses charges, you were never sexually assaulted.
Oh my God! All right, let's go. Please go.
That's absolutely wrong. Okay.
No, he said
No,
it.
no, no.
Do
Oh,
He said it.
Charges
pull
were
it back.
passed.
Pull it back. Pull it
Person
back.
who
Pull
was
it back.
assaulted.
Pull
That
it
was
back. If I have to
okay.
mute you, I will.
Shit.
Pull it back. Thank you. All right. Try it again. We are moving away from Will Smith, right? Will Smith did not happen for something else inspired me to ask this question, right? And we are ignoring Will Smith. Great. So, making up a hypothetical, right? Someone comes like someone comes
Someone did
to
stupid shit and won a stupid prize.
you go like parents out of school, right? And
Nice.
they're picking up their child. There's another parent B, right? A separate parent who says words about parent A's child, right? Like oh, I think your kid is slow or something or another, right? And there's an altercation, right? Does it make sense that society would step in, right? Like if we're saying that the consequences should be social, right? How far should that expand, right? Like what can count as incendiary? And again, the reason why this fascinates me is because I'm on the other side of this when it comes to the N-word, right? Other people, I've argued many times, will say, well, you know, they said the N-word, and so I guess you should expect to be assaulted. Like that should be the thing, right? I know these things aren't equivalent. I know the N-word is different from, insulting someone's kid. I get that. However, if it's the case that for some group of people, there's a thing that can set them off, and that violence makes sense at that point, right? It seems to be that would be the truth for other people. So, like in the hypothetical I drew, right? Does it make sense that a person should be able to smack the other guy, right?
No.
like,
And I'll
so
tell you
fuck.
why. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
I
real
think
quick.
I
So
think
the
the
reason
thing
it's
here
not
is
true, or that we should not accept it, is twofold. One, unless it's a direct threat to to the child in question, or it's a call to violence, then there is no moral justification for that person to go off. Because again, we cannot set as a societal standard. Me being triggered about something emotionally cannot be the line, because people go off on their emotions all the time in very unreasonable ways. And while it might be, again, people can feel however they want to feel, they cannot act however they want to act, especially when it comes to doing violence towards other people. We have a societal standard for a reason. It is, legality aside, it is immoral to do violence because of words that are not a direct call to violence and are not a direct threat of harm.
That's Stardust, Katie.
Okay, so
No,
I
Scott
would
said
like
Scott,
to pose.
Stardust, Katie. Scott, Stardust, Katie.
I would like.
I just want to
like to
reiterate
pose-
again that I do appreciate Wick has drawn his moral line in the sand, right? That like there is no such thing as words, where it is his belief that there is a moral kind of situation here. But I would say that isn't necessarily how everyone feels, right? I do think that there is a difference sometimes between what we need to maintain order in our society in terms of laws and what might be considered moral or immoral, right? So myself as a parent, right? If I have a get together with some other kids, right? And some guy's like, haha, your kid's ugly. I'm gonna be like, yo, that's a dick thing to say. But if some guy rails on about my child at a fucking like birthday party or something, right? And just won't shut the fuck up saying horrible, mean shit about my kid, at a certain point, I'm gonna smack the fuck out of the dude. And then we're like, hey, you want to keep talking shit? And I understand that what I just did broke the law. I understand that I now have possible repercussions under the law that I have to face, that I may have to face. But at a certain point, there is a large group of people that would look at that situation. And if it was the first situation where someone's just like, oh, haha, your kid's fat, they'd be like, dude, you fucking hit that guy over that? Or if we explain the situation or they're there and this guy's like talking about like, my kid's such a piece of shit and like he's such a fat little fuck and just like goes on and on and on. People are like, yeah, I understand why you hit that guy. I'd hit that guy too. And we have to understand that that's
like a medical condition or something of that sort that like hits the line a little
right.
harder.
Well, I mean, since you said it, right? Like my son's autistic, right? So like, let's say they just kept making fun of his autism for like 20 fucking minutes. At a certain point, I'd be like, this guy's getting slapped in the fucking mouth. And like that you may say, well, that's just the worst thing ever and we could never do that. It's like, nah, I'm willing to take a fucking battery charge in that situation to let my kid know that like if somebody's going to do that, daddy's going to be there to make sure that nobody does that shit to his son.
Wait,
I would like to say.
Wait, can I? Oh my god.
Okay. I'm glad that Fabian brought up that point about somebody talking like trash about your kid at a birthday party or in public or something, like at a parents meeting or something, and somebody's saying like, oh, this person's kid is such a fucking idiot. Like, I can't believe that they're not in like a special school. Like, oh my god, they're so fucking dumb. Did you take meth while you were having that kid? Like, at a certain point, I think that there are social consequences, and I think that sometimes social consequences can, if the words are inflammatory enough, I do think that sometimes social consequences include escalating to a physical act. It's rare occasions. It's very rare occasions. But if somebody were saying like, oh, your kid looks really fucked up, are they a crack baby? And they kept, I'd probably think it's funny the first time, but then they kept going on about it for like 10 minutes. I would probably be like, okay, what the fuck's wrong with you? Stop. And if they don't stop, then yeah, you're going to get smacked, So, yeah.
Katie topped off in K.
Yeah. I think it's really unfortunate that panel got so lost on this. I don't really know why anyone would think it's reasonable to physically assault someone unless it's to defend yourself. That would be self-defense would be my only my only caveat for that. I actually respected like Fabian's take, which is like he said, I know that I'll be breaking the law at that point, and that's just a hit I'm willing to take. And I'm like, good for you. Luckily for my position, it's kind of like, well, the law says you can't do shit like that. So when people are going to talk about like changing the law and shit, like the stupid words that suddenly allow you to punch people, then that's a big problem. I don't like that at all. But currently, if people are willing to punch someone because they got super triggered that they were insulted in some way, and they're willing to pay a big fine or get dragged to court or like be handled by the justice system, yeah, good for you. As long as it's illegal, then I think society is doing something right. It shouldn't be legal. Will Smith should have been persecuted.
Prosecuted.
And persecuted.
And both. Okay.
Both.
Top dolphin, and then Kate, and then Natsurodite.
I think there's something that's missing that Fabian included this very well in his story that I think is like missing from the rest of this conversation, and this is kind of where I think it's kind of like we're missing the point. I don't like the word violence here, or maybe like not all physical acts are violence. Maybe is what I'm trying to say. But like there, like when Fabian told the story about like he's talking, so this guy like parent won't stop talking trash about his kid, so he like hits the parent and says, "Hey, do you want to keep doing that?" Right? There's a difference between like, "Hey, I'm mad and I'm going to hurt you," and like a slap that's like, "Hey, whoa, wake the fuck up. This is not okay," right? Like, I don't think maybe he is, but I don't think Fabian in that case, it kind of like his story says, he's not trying to hurt, he's not trying to injure the guy, he's not trying to put the guy in the hospital. He's trying to like communicate to this guy that like it's not okay. And there's this realm of like physical acts, or maybe you could call it violence or something like that. But there's this realm in the middle here that I feel like people generally very well understand, even though it's not like really in our legal system, where you're like not necessarily trying to hurt somebody. You're not like it's not like someone to the N word, and you're like,
what if he's hitting someone? Just get him to stop, and then they don't stop. They keep going. Do you keep hitting them? Do you escalate? Do you kill them?
Well, no, you don't.
No.
Kill them, right?
So where do you stop? But that's the problem with violence. That's the problem with violence because it escalates. Because as soon as Fabian lays hands on someone for talking shit, the other person is justified to lay hands back. And it will escalate.
Yeah, this is why we need a good theory of violence, because the idea that you can just like spew toxic shit.
I'll move your little ass from the fucking playground.
When somebody is repeatedly, I think there's a point to be made here. When somebody is repeatedly insulting a family member and they won't stop after you've told them several times to stop, I think the act of giving them a backhanded slap is not so much even like to start a full-on fist fight with the person. It's just
but you don't get to decide that.
Wait a minute.
Yes,
let me
you
finish.
do.
But people absolutely
Let me finish. Wait. Okay. The point is not to start a full-on physical fight with them. You're just giving them a backhand slap to communicate that you are not going to take that type of disrespect. And if my kid were watching me interact with this person who kept talking trash about my kid, I'm not going to let my kid think that I'm okay with them being disrespected.
But you can communicate that in so many other ways. I really want to push back against this because, again, if you slap someone, it doesn't matter what you intend to happen.
Okay,
But
you have to think about this when you're getting like verbally assaulted.
We'll get to you. Erudite. We'll get to you. Sure. We're going to go to Kay.
Finish?
You're not finished.
Yeah, because Wick like fucking jumped in and like can't control himself for some reason. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
It was a very controlled
people don't know this.
It was a very controlled
people don't know this. You're saying like people don't like you hit someone. People like you can't control that. But like in general, right? And I'm speaking to like experience in society. People know the difference, right? Like intuitively, the difference between a hey, stop that slap and a hey, I'm trying to hurt you slap. People understand, like fundamentally, like I know this because I've been slapped a lot of times because I make a lot of fucking like edgy jokes at people and like piss a lot of people off. And I know the difference between like somebody hits me and it's like, hey, I overstepped the line and they're trying to like, I don't know, like assert that I'm crossing boundaries and stuff like that. And hey, like this person is trying to hit me and I need to defend myself because I'm hurt.
I don't think
like,
everyone
Chris
knows
Rock
that.
can do the difference, and like most people in society can tell the difference when this happens.
No,
And, like obviously our legal system doesn't like accommodate this, but like it's something that's understood.
Okay, K, not Erudite, then Pisco. He's bursting. It's okay.
I feel like the point that Top Dolphin's trying to say, like, I don't want to compare it or take words and put words in your mouth, and I also don't want to compare this comparison, but I feel like this kind of road we're kind of like delving down on is more of like a punishment thing. It's like, hey, knock your shit off. Like when you have a kid and your kid touches something they're not supposed to, you slap their hand, you say, hey, stop doing that shit. Like, and your kid goes, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't be doing that. Or your kid says something and you punish them for it. You're not probably going to smack them for it because it's a word. You're going to tell them like, hey, go sit in timeout. You shouldn't be saying that word. That's kind of the situation we're in. Somebody said something out of pocket that they shouldn't be saying in that situation, and they need to get punished for it if they're going to keep doing it. When you tell them, hey, don't do that, there's a point in time where just you telling them not to do it isn't going to stop that situation.
America. He has a right to say. He has a right to insult.
All
him.
right, but he also I also have a right to defend myself in that situation. And if I feel like you're offending somebody that I love and hold dear to me that I know is not going to say anything, I'm going to stand up for you. I was at a point in time where I was bullied. I have scars all over my face. I was called Scarface all through middle school. There was a point in time where my brother went and punched a kid in the face. And after that point, guess what? No one called me Scarface anymore. They all realized, hey, you probably shouldn't be fucking saying that shit. And guess what? It stopped. One punch was all it took. Like, sometimes that's all it takes to get a realization in some people that you shouldn't be saying the shit that you're fucking saying, and you're gonna get more hurt if you keep saying the shit you're saying.
One punch woman. All right, we'll go to Erudite, then Pisco.
Sure. So the line at which I would say like violence is appropriate is going to be very, 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 very far back. Like you have to be basically exhausting all of your other solutions before you ever escalate to that. Just to be clear, that's my stance on it, which I think probably differs me from other people who are maybe have a further line along, right? I think there is a place in time though, for example, where when like this idea, the reason why a theory of violence for culture can be helpful is it sets that line of saying you don't just get to say whatever the shit you want to me and have no recourse no matter what. Like there is this line. And I think that line needs to be really far back, probably further back than even people who are like agreeing with me on this. Like I don't engage in violence because anytime you do, that threat can be given back to you and I'm gonna fucking die. So I'm not doing that, right? But I'm trying to get into the minds of like, there is a time, for example, with men, there is absolutely a threat of violence to some extent that actually deters some of the like toxic shit talk. For example, if you're walking down a street and somebody's pestering and pestering and pestering and pestering and pestering and pestering, and then they are texting you and they're calling you and they're constantly like blowing up all of your social media and everything. There might be a time when you've tried every other recourse where, like Kay said, one punch to the face might actually solve all the problems. Now, I think that is a rare case, and it's not something I'm broadly going to educate and encourage people to do. But I think like we have to have that nuance of space of saying, yeah, there of course there are times where things go to violence. I just think it really shouldn't be a reactive violence.
Pisco, and then
so what Erudite said is absolutely true. Like no one is saying that violence is never justified. No one is saying that any and all physical touch amounts to a battery. It has to be an offensive touching. And what does that mean? That's up to the police and the jury to determine. The problem with all of your analyses, those of you who are on the Top Dolphin path to anarchy, is it's all ex post. The reason why we stop and why we criminalize certain conduct or why we prescribe certain conduct is because in the moment, you don't know how it's going to end up. And if you analyze after the fact, fine, that like, okay, afterwards, turns out the slap was no big deal. And so what do you know? What if that slap, now I'm not saying that slap was ever going to seriously hurt Chris Rock. Think about how your opinion would be different if that slap just was the magical slap, just landed him in the right place where he like landed weird and like he broke his back or he broke his arm or something. Just because of the random chance related to an outcome, now you guys all think that he should be going to jail. That would change your total perspective on this conduct just based on the harm that was by chance caused.
Just to be
The
clear,
reason why-
I am opposed to what Will Smith did.
Yeah, I know.
Vehemently.
I
I just
totally
want to make that really clear because I don't want to get lumped into.
I'm in the
certain
top
groups that are
dolphin.
not.
Yeah, I'm in the top dolphin world.
Okay.
Where you're analyzing everything after the fact. We prescribe malicious intent before the fact and the act itself, because in the average case, you're not going to know ahead of time all the consequences of your actions. And one little push off a bus turns out an old lady dies. And so yeah, that conduct is bad, even if by mere chance it turns out that like the harm wasn't great. Does that mean that Will Smith should be in jail? Probably not, given this conduct. But we shouldn't take it lightly and just be like, oh, this is a playful slap. This was a violent, aggressive act, and it should be condemned full force.
Okay,
Hey,
so
Wick.
yeah, so Erida actually brought up a really good point, where she said, "I would never do this because I can't." And this is a problem with this kind of talk. This is a problem with this kind of fuck around, find out mentality. It only works if you are stronger than the person doing the thing to you. To act as if everyone knows and everyone's going to act reasonable and they can just mentally know what kind of slap it is, I think is very facetious. That's a very, very dangerous way of thinking, because you don't, especially if it's a stranger, especially if it's someone at a party or someone at a bar you may not have met. Maybe this is your first social interaction with them. You don't know their life. You don't know them. You don't know what's going to upset them. So you're a
They have a
slap.
gun.
You're
but
slapped.
Here's the difference, Wick,
Just let me
because I
finish.
know that
Just
I
let me
can't have the
finish.
threat of violence, I don't fucking say some shit. Like, I'm mindful about, in part, what I say, because, like, the reality is, like, yeah, I can't
This
go
is
there.
America. This is America.
Yeah,
We're here
you
to
should
protect
not have
your
to
right
live under that
insult
threat
people,
of the
to yell at
mighty.
people. I mean, not to harass people, not to stalk people, but to be like, yeah, I think Donald Trump, you're a piece of crap. I think your family's this, then whatever. Half of the people right now, are totally fine with saying horrible, vicious things about conservatives. And you know what? I've said some vicious things about conservatives too. But like the second it's someone that you like more like agree with, then it's like, oh, we have to do hands off. Oh, you should watch what you say. No, this is America. We care about your right to like say things and to be insulting and to be outrageous even, and to burn the flag if you want to. And so like we should not be allowing these brigands and these like people who want, I don't know, like a system of vigilante justice to be like, talk shit, get hit. No, that's not the principle of America.
Yeah,
Wick,
it's
go
terrible.
ahead.
So I wanna- Yeah, it's just a terrible-
Wick and then Scott.
It's just a terrible precedent set. It's going to cause huge amounts of societal harm if we normalize this. We have been moving away from this, from dual culture, from honor culture for hundreds of years. We've been moving steadily away. Society has improved because of it. And so and I fear this. I don't know this. I don't have data to back this up. But from what I see and what I hear online, it's starting to kind of turn the other way, and I'm pushing it back against that as hard as I fucking can, because I've seen the harm it's done. I know what violence fucking looks like, gang. It's horrific.
Sure.
And fuck around, find out. Yeah.
I agree.
It's not going to go how you want it to do.
Wholeheartedly. What I'm trying to say is when people are advocating for like say shit, get hit, it's often largely culturally informed, right? And I'm trying to say, is there nuance in there? If all of these people think that there's some merit to it, there might be something in there that we shouldn't just toss out. We should look for it, right? I've already said I'm broadly wholly against violence. I'm almost completely on your side. I'm just saying, let's not be unnuanced and throw everything out. Let's like look for the piece that's valuable here.
I think I've given several exceptions to what I would say. I would say again, direct calls to violence and threats. I've been pretty nuanced. I've been pretty things, but I just reject wholeheartedly the idea that.
All right, so
yeah, it's an exception.
Everyone here that's saying they're against violence is feeding into a bullshit mythology. Every single one of you are
against violence. No one. Not a single fucking person.
Wick, shut up for just a second. Listen. Every single time you advocate for a law, you are advocating for violence. Okay? Just because we have taken violence that used to be done by individuals and then given them authority by the state to commit violence on your behalf doesn't mean that you're not, it doesn't mean that you're not violent. Okay. The fact of the matter is that when you say there should be a new street traffic law, when you say that the speed limit should be changed, when you say that we should ban cigarette smoking in this area, you are advocating that if someone says, fuck you, I'm not going to do this.
When you ban murder, it's violence. When you ban rape,
Pisco,
it's
shut
violence.
the fuck up.
When you
Shut the
ban
fuck-
anything,
Pisco,
it's violence.
Shut the fuck up.
This is
That
such
it is
Fabian, I'm
violent.
trying to
It
find
is
you on, and I'm
violent.
just like, now I just want to be like, fine, fuck it, say it.
Go
Violence
off
is
your
always bad
income
because
plan,
holy
bro.
fuck, what is this argument? Like, fuck.
Pisco, yes, all of those things are advocating
Absurdity.
for violence because humans are violent by our very nature. Order and stability demands that armed men willing to commit violence will do so on your behalf if you're unable to protect yourself. That's what police are. Okay, so this idea that like, oh, we just, violence is always bad and violence is always
No
wrong.
one said
Motherfucker,
that.
you're supporting violence
No one
every day.
said that violence is always
right?
bad.
When you
But-
say
we're talking about interpersonal violence from
when you say that Chris Rock should like press charges, right? You're saying that you support the
say that.
idea of violence.
Bro,
That
none of
that
us think
someone will
violence is
forcibly-
never justified. I don't know what got in your head. I support the Ukrainians right now being very violent in their struggle. I support
Pisco,
the violence inherent
Pisco,
in the
that's
state.
not what
I
that
support
one
the
said.
I support the
Pisco,
violence inherent
Pisco,
in the
are you
in a
ever
national
able?
government.
Are you ever able to like make your own arguments, or do you just try and find a hole in whatever someone is saying?
I'm making
and then
my
yell
own
and
argument.
interrupt
Yes,
them?
yes.
Just literally
So
make
I
his argument right
support-
now.
I support the
Right.
violence inherent in having a government.
He's making an argument that apparently isn't about him, right? But what I'm saying, if you need me to be more specific, I'll tailor it to Wick, right? So that you're not so offended here. This idea that we don't understand that we are a violent people, and then if you
Yeah,
are
we
not
are.
willing
No one
to
denies
commit
that.
violence yourself,
We're all
you are
willing
weak.
to commit violence.
Okay,
We're
and,
all willing
and
to
you
commit
need to
violence.
you need to
Who are you
understand.
talking to?
Oh my God, Scott,
Pisco,
Scott.
I've literally already said who I'm talking to. Will you shut the fuck up?
No one's saying violence is never justified.
Wick
Scott,
is saying that regularly.
No, he's
No, he
not.
didn't.
No, I'm not.
He didn't say
Yes,
that.
you are. He said
No,
you
he's
can't
not.
commit
He's
violence.
not. You're just
You
making
said
a straw
that
man. It
multiple
doesn't
You need to go
exist.
back to the schools
It doesn't
where
exist.
there's no Romeo
The
and Juliet.
schools.
There's
Wick
no Bible.
explicitly
And-
said
and-
that there are absolutely times even for preemptive violence. He's just
This is
arguing
satire.
He said
that in
preemptive
some of
violence
these
is sometimes
cases,
justified.
yeah, he's
You're
saying
just
in
not
an
listening 'cause
interpersonal,
you're-
his
you're
view is
high
in
on yourself and
interpersonal,
you're
there's never space for it.
anarcho-capitalist, libertarianism.
Right, I
bullshit.
get
You didn't-
that
no
you
one.
can say the key words about my ideology, and then people can meme and
No,
laugh.
no, sorry.
and
You,
made a fucking
you're
point.
addressing no
Make a
one.
point.
Everyone here who isn't
There's
you
only one
agrees
type
with
of
the
deal.
violence inherent in a fucking government because we're not crazy. Everyone here agrees that sometimes, I'm assuming sometimes violence is justified to defend yourself. No one here has said self-defense is not justified. No one here has said that war is never justified. So you're talking to
you're
no
not.
one.
You're saying words that I didn't say, and then saying no one is saying those things that the people didn't
You're
say.
like, how can you
Pisco,
guys support like laws about roads? That's violent too, bro. Like, yeah, if
Nobody
there's
fucking
violence
said
in-
that. Pisco.
Can we just
Shut
get
the
back
fuck
to
up.
the actual point,
And I
which is
just-
basically the
but the point that
question
I'm
of
trying-
in
no, my
interpersonal
point-
situations,
no.
is there ever a time where verbal aggression is enough to allow for physical aggression? Is that
That's
is
not
that
my fucking point, not so.
I know. I'm trying to get to a more meaningful point.
No,
In very rare situations, I think it's morally
I am
neutral.
fucking making.
You know what?
is that
Violence is
everyone
morally
keeps
neutral,
saying-
guys.
Everyone
all right.
keeps saying like, "Oh, we don't
It
want
is.
to be violent. We need to get away from violence." Wick is saying like,
I
we've
have a
gotten rid
question.
of violence.
Personal violence.
Let him
better
finish. Let him
for it.
finish.
And it's
then
like,
start
no,
us.
we have not gotten rid of violence in our society. What we have
Can I
done
res-
is we have moved violence from interpersonal violence, and we've given that power and ceded that authority
Yo,
over
you
to
haven't
Where it
listened to
should be,
what
where
I
it should be.
said.
Yeah.
We have minutes, and
until
you're not
fuck
gonna
around
make
and
them.
find
You're not
out
gonna.
happens, and
it's
your
not-
fucking government has some issues. and
Okay,
all of a sudden you're not prepared to commit
start
violence.
us, start us,
It's
start
so
us,
good. It's such a good
start us.
question. Okay. All right. First off, I think. Well, never mind. Everybody's heard my take, but okay. My question is, let's say you're walking to your car at night, okay, and some guy comes up in a trench coat and shows his dick to you. He just flashes you with his dick and just waves it around at you. Do you have a right to enact violence on this man for having shown his dick to you? He
I'm
didn't
just
even
gonna tell him
say
how
anything.
small his penis is.
Wait a minute. I didn't finish. He didn't even say anything to you. All he did is run up to you and show his dick to you. That's all he
Depends.
did.
Do you think do you fear for that unlawful force is going to be applied to you?
I mean,
but
I
it's
don't know.
fucking gross. I might want to like
We
kick
don't-
him in the
we
dick.
don't know. Here's the thing. In the moment when he runs up to you with his dick exposed, you don't know what he's gonna do.
Okay, so if you're in fear, if you're in a legitimate, reasonable fear that you're going to be subjected to unlawful force, that's called self-defense. And so we'd be okay with that. Depends on what this, the objective,
he's done
rational
so far is
person.
wave his dick at you.
Can you argue that somebody verbally harassing you over and over could potentially be a space where an escalation of force might be warranted?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
If
that's
you're
all
in
I'm trying.
fear-
That's literally all I'm trying to
First
say.
of all, that conduct is illegal, and so the proper
And more like
course of
meet
action-
online or
if-
something like that, like where you just can't. They're
Okay,
calling your
the-
telephone over and over and
Well,
over.
the thing
from
about
different numbers.
self-defense is one of the key principles is imminence, right? It's a license from the state who usually we endow with the power of violence to be the person who's ultimately enacting the violence because we believe in that violence. Unlike Fabian Liberty Scott, we believe in the state enacting violence actually. But the self-defense is an exception to the general rule, which is the state is the one that conducts the violence. And it's saying when the state can't get to you in time, when you need to fend for yourself, we're going to carve out this exception, but the exception is going to be narrow. And the threat to your life has to be imminent. And it's right here and it's in your face. That's when you're allowed to enact force against someone else. But, just general insulting, when we're talking about violence in the context interpersonally, what we're saying is we don't want people to resort to self-help. We don't want, as a general rule, as a general matter, if there's illegal speech going on or something, you call the government, you call the police. That's what they're there for. It's not saying that we have a problem with all violence inherently. It's saying we agree with violence as channeled through certain institutions that we believe are institutionally competent to handle violence.
Nice.
And we aren't in that world where in an anarcho-capitalist world where violence is going to come upon you anyway, because people with big guns and big private military corporations, they're going to enact their own violence on you, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
I
we
wanted
can-
to ask the dick question for everybody on the panel. Would you guys all simultaneously agree about using violence on the dick waiver?
I mean, I think I would say that
Really?
I would say yes, and I would say that that's probably, as John Locke would describe it, a state of war, because you don't really know what the fuck this person is going to do, right? So they've put themselves in a state of war because you're dealing with this like irrational person, and at this point, you have to use violence as a means of stopping whatever
You're
the fuck.
trying to unlock your car door, and this guy runs up to you and just shows
It's
his junk. to you.
self-defense. I don't want to say. It depends
What
on
if
your
it's
mindset.
clear from his body
Yeah,
language
he's
that he's
running
not
at
going to do
you,
anything?
dude, with his
Then
dick.
no, it's
But
not
what if it's
justified.
clear, right? Like, what if it's
Then
like
no,
he
then
seems
no.
like on drugs? You can tell he's not going to grab you. He's just kind of like,
Then no.
"Ooh, look at my dick,"
Then
and you're like,
no.
I don't really want to. But there's
Then
no
no.
threat of violence.
But
No,
What
then
if
no
the
in
dick
that case.
touches
Okay.
you?
But
What if
Pisco,
his
what
dick
difference does it
touches
make?
you?
Oh my God.
Then I'm
That
gonna
is
fucking hit him in the face, dude.
That's unlawful application of force, right? Or it's an unlawful touching. That's a battery. That's an offensive touching. A battery is not just guys like hitting someone with force and causing them injury. It's an offensive touching. And so you would be enacting self-defense
thrusting,
to
and
prevent
it
that
accidentally
unlawful.
hitting
What
you.
if it's your father?
Yeah,
Stardust?
But
What if it's your
Pisco,
dad?
Pisco,
What?
He's not my dad.
But
What is
Pisco,
your dad?
but Pisco, what? Oh my God, Pisco. You're saying that like it matters whether you think force will be applied afterwards, right? Well, this is about to escalate
Couldn't I
to
just
force, right?
justify that I thought it was, even if I
but I'm
wasn't
saying that like
worried about
if there
it?
is two different people, right, and the exact same situation, whether it's the waving dick situation, I don't know, whatever, right? But two different people, right? It's me, and then it's I'm not gonna say Erudite. I'll say Top Dolphin, right? So me and Top Dolphin, right? Top Dolphin thinks it's like no big thing, and then me, and again the exact situation I do, right? Is it suddenly justified just because I felt that way? Like
No, it
even
has
though
to
that
be it has to be reasonable, right? So if someone is coming at you with like a bag of groceries, and you in your own subjective mindset think that they're about to attack you, but no reasonable person would think that, then no, of course not. It has to be both your subjective thought pattern, this person is a threat, and also a reasonable one. And people who are in the chat saying some assholes like you have never been outside. The reason why we have these rules is because they make sense. Because we want to carve out a space where private violence is allowed. And that space is self-defense. But that space is not wide and plastic enough to include someone making fun of you for your shirt or because you're bald. That's the only difference here. And in a world, I don't know, in a country, I thought Fabian Liberty Scott was a libertarian. And surely he thinks that freedom of speech is an important value, or that people should have the right to say what they want. So I have no idea why I don't know. Is he supporting the view that self-help in the form of violence against private speech is acceptable?
I guess the issue is that like I
Yeah,
feel like there's a difference between like the letter of the law and like the world that we kind of operate within, right? Like in the case of a man like running up, swinging his willy around, and me being like,
Jesus
oh, this
Christ.
is kind of fucking gross, I might kick him in the balls, right? I might not. But if I heard of a woman doing that, I honestly wouldn't be like, oh, that was morally bad. Like, I'd be like, oh, that's probably neutral. Like, there was probably other things you could have done, but I don't think anyone would actually like hold anything to her and be like, oh, you probably should have been charged
Why
with
not
like
kill
assault.
him? Why not kill him?
All right, so Pisco, yeah.
Why
So
not?
you keep asking me why I support things that I don't support and straw manning me. So if you could just like listen, I would really appreciate that because supposedly
Just like you
you're
listened
smart.
with Wick, right? When you like
Right,
totally
like-
mischaracterized him.
No, I didn't. It's just you like to yell and scream and lie.
Oh, you didn't mischaracterize Wick?
I did
Remember
not
when you said
mischaracterize Wick.
you were
And
like,
again,
Wick
you're
is funny.
mischaracterizing this idea that I'm
Wow.
against freedom
The
of
copium.
speech. You're mischaracterizing this idea that I'm somehow not libertarian because of what I stated. I didn't say it's morally justified always to fucking go around hitting people. What I said is there's a difference between law and there's a difference between morality, and sometimes those areas are gray. And when individuals step into those gray areas, they should expect to receive the appropriate punishment for going against those things and transgressing them. But there are certain situations where even that is morally acceptable to a certain degree, but not necessarily legally acceptable.
Okay. All right. So we gotta we've hit the end of our time. This was
Wait,
really
what
intense.
if you kick them, but they're into cock and ball torture, so they like it?
There we go. Thank you. There's Erudite doing the hard work, right? Like a teacher, bring it back, right? Like so circles back.
We've squared this circle. I think we've.
Think we did, right?
Stardust. It's what we've
Stardust
done.
is amazed at your skill, Erudite. All right, so thanks so much. To my audience, we will continue on. We'll continue on with the content. We have a walk on panel right after this. No need to go away. More content as always. 7 days a week of content, right? Exclamation point social and chat. For our social media, in case you don't have it already, right? We got Twitter, we got Discord, we got YouTube. Fuck, I'm saying Facebook. YouTube, where you find the bots. If you missed anything, you missed a lot, right? So check it out. Like, comment, subscribe, consider becoming a YouTube member by hitting that join button. Also, just hit the follow button here. Hit the follow button. You haven't done so yet, right? Make sure notifications are on 7 nights a week. Either here on YouTube. We're always doing something, all right? So stick around for that. Consider subbing, gifting bits or gifting subs to this community and keeping us up and running. All right. I'm going to give an outro to all these amazing individuals. But again, we still have more content coming for you. So stick around. Top Dolphin. I didn't expect your fight with Pisco. I didn't see that one coming on these grounds. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. I was I don't know. I think all the yelling fixed my stomach ache, so I'm feeling pretty great right now. No, like obviously, like Pisco, respect the fuck out of you. All of you guys seem pretty great. Like it's fun to talk to people. I had a great time on this panel. I think it was a lot of fun, and I think cock and ball torture is based. And if you, there's no cock and ball torture there, but if you want a cock and ball torture free space, you can find me at twitch.tv/topdolphin or twitter.com/topdolphin_.
That's CBT free space. That's not where I'm at.
Cock and ball torture, not CBT. We're being very clear with our language.
All right, Scott. As you never feel, you are the most effective lightning rod. Like you manage it. You exist in a space, and the attacks come. So,
yeah, it's okay. I'm used to it. Yeah, so I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're a duo anarcho-capitalist stream. Check us out on YouTube under the same name, Rumble, same name. Recently just made a Twitter. Apparently, like, I can't talk to any fucking like big name libertarians. They won't fucking answer their emails or anything unless you have a following on Twitter. So much for fucking alt tech boys. We're on Twitter and talking shit. So follow us on Twitter. Yeah, it's always fun coming here. It's nice to come into like just like kind of a den of lefties from time to time and just like, get the hate thrown at you and then like, go somewhere else for like a more like balanced debate. It's fun. So I had fun. Also, I would suggest if people were like not quite understanding the point that I was trying to make about violence and things like that, there's a really good article by Jack Donovan called "Violence is Golden." It's a great read and just worth it if you're just interested in learning more kind of about what I was talking about. Wild fucking dude, Jack Donovan, though.
Thank you so much. All right, K Buck off. I've been calling you Bucko literally the entire time.
I don't care. I've been called Bucko, Bucka off, Buckets, whatever. It doesn't matter.
I was
K-Buck,
looking at your name when I invited you, and it only just clicked. Oh, that's what she was trying to do. She's doing a funny there.
Well,
all
my
right,
fiance's last name is Buck, and every username he's ever had on anything is Buckoff69. And so when I was thinking of a name, he was like, "Why don't you just put K? Because your name's Kaylee." And I was like, "Sounds good." And it actually plays better because it's kind of like K fuck off instead of just Buck off. So
yeah.
But yeah, K Buck off on Twitch, Twitter, and Instagram. I stream when I want to. It's kind of interesting to see Fabian say the same thing I said, but I just said it after him. Or me agree with everything Fabian said and everyone dogpile on him, and then one person attack me and then everyone go right back onto Fabian. It was kind of funny, and I kind of interjected when I could to try to take some of the heat off, but it was everyone against Fabian and there was no point of even getting in. So I was just like, I'm sorry, Fabian, but you're the one getting hit on today. Like,
I'm sorry, but you're just not quite on this level. All right,
no, I'm not on Fabian's level of pissing everyone off yet. I'll get there eventually.
Yeah. You haven't Fabian. He knows the dark secrets of pissing off liberals, right?
Yeah.
He's amassed them. So.
I'm the only liberal here. None of you are liberal.
Oh boy! Oh my God! Anyway, moving on. We have Not So Erudite. Oh man, it was a lot of fun having you, Erudite. You were great. Tonight, seriously, thank you for being a part of this, making this chat better, buddy. So, Erudite, tell the world about yourself.
Yeah, my name's Not So Erudite. I stream pretty much every day of the week now, for the most part. I do lots of psychosocial stuff. I've been in a lot of debates recently, so you'll probably see more of those. But I do a lot of psychology. I've got degrees in psychology and stuff, so that tends to be where I focus. I mostly just roast pop psychologists who spread misinformation on psychology. But yeah, if you're ever interested in that kind of stuff, check any of my socials out.
No, seriously, seriously, I hate fucking pop psychology. I hate it. I hate armchair psychology. People think they know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes. I know I don't know what I'm talking about, but I recognize that. But people are just saying, "Oh yeah, this person definitely schizophrenic." I mean, I would know. I'm an asshole who watched a YouTube video, and so I got it. It pisses me off. So. But yeah, thank you so much for that, and keep up the good work. Next, we have my man Pisco. Pisco coming in, swinging as always. That's what he does, right? You're catching rhetorical blows, right? If you messing on my man Pisco. Pisco, thank you for coming through.
It was a pleasure to be on. It was a wild panel. We're banning the Bible. If you get assaulted and no one reports it, I guess you didn't get assaulted. But overall, fun times. Always fun to hash it out with Fabian. I think, despite my utter bemusement and utter I can't believe his ideology is something that is popular in some circle of the internet. He does bring the content, and so we should for sure respect people who are willing to come on here and take ridiculous views for the sake of the content. And for that, I thank Fabian.
Okay. Next we go to Wick. Wick is again, you're just a good guy, and I appreciate you coming on and just being so passionate about everything, literally everything. It's amazing. No, seriously. So Wick, thank you so much. Tell the world about yourself.
Well, I'm Wick. I run the Death of Certainty show at twitch.tv/Death of Certainty. I think this tonight was an important discussion. The two things that I think I'm most passionate about in the world are anti-censorship and anti-violence. I think that if I'm going to talk about something, it's going to be those two topics. A lot of cases, as my audience can probably tell you, I care. I very much care about the societal stance on that, and I advocate for what I believe. You can disagree with me, though. That's part of being anti-censorship, right? So if you hate my takes, if you were like, that's a dog shit opinion, please, come on. We'll talk about it. We will. And I won't tell you you're a bad person. I'll just tell you your ideas are bad, because they are, and that's okay. And we should normalize having bad takes. Sometimes, believe it or not, gang, I'm wrong. And when I know I'm wrong, And when I realize I'm wrong, I admit it. That's like a fucking superpower here, though. So you know what it is. But anyway, that's me. Twitch.tv/Death of Certainty. Tomorrow we have an open call-in show with Kaylee Marie. Come check us out. It's great. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, buddy. All right. Next we have our friend Katie. Katie, for coming through. Thanks. Thank you for coming through. Thanks for being around, being a part of all of this. Katie, tell a little about yourself.
Yeah, so Wick gets it confused, but I'm actually not Kaylee. I'm a whole new separate person that is not Kaylee. I wish I was her though. She's very pretty. Hi Kaylee, I'm sure you're watching. Yeah, I'm me. I just started doing an interview series when I stream about sex. It's very interesting. I interview people with a number of set questions, and then we do a Q&A. We did the first one, and it was really cool. I upload it to YouTube, so that's cool as well. And I'm going to start streaming a lot more soon. And you can catch me on Wick a lot because he thinks I'm Kaylee, so he invites me.
Okay. All right. Love it. White women all looking the same. Much appreciated.
Yep. Yep.
Let's finally we have Stardust. Stardust, a good friend of the channel. Happy that she was able to be a part of this. Stardust, you add a special type of spice to whatever debate you're in. So thank you for being around and making this spicier. I don't know where I'm going with this.
Is that racist comment?
It is racist. It's because she's Indian.
Wow.
Jesus, Prime.
I did it. You got me. Mask off.
Okay, well, thank you for having me. I just want to say, if Dick Waver ever runs at me in the parking lot, I'm hitting him with my fucking car. And then secondly, I appreciate Fabian for taking all the heat. I was trying to be more controversial today, but it just wasn't happening. People weren't taking the bait, so I just got to try harder next time. But yeah, it is what it is. So almost got there with the woman balding. It hurts more women than it hurts men. So almost got there one day. So yeah.
I'm sure Pisco could tell you that this will be used in court against you in the future. All right. We love it. All right. So. Incriminating ourselves, hooray! To my audience, we will continue on for Open Walk On panel right after this. If anyone here on this panel would like to join us, that's okay. But if not, thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate you so much as I do. Have a good one. Goodbye. This is fucking crazy. Bye.
See ya.
You guys doing okay? Everyone's alive?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Top Dolphin, we need to have you on and have you on and talk to you. I'll DM you. Don't worry. But anyway, it was
We
fun.
were in hell
appreciate
for
it.
a little
That'd be
bit,
awesome.
but that was fun.
Okay,
Rick,
gang.
when are you inviting me to your show?
You can come on anytime you want. Friday, we're having a panel on end of life care if you'd like to join us.
Okay, that sounds
And I do want to interview at some point. I don't know. You saw when I did
Stardust.
Lady Ramoth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you'd like to do that, that'd be
Stardust.
great. Anyway,
Can I ever come on your show?
Of course, yeah.
I'd really love.
Okay. Well, guys, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. 277 of you left. We got up to 400 tonight. Plus YouTube put us at about 550, which is really exciting. I really appreciate you guys being here and supporting. Thanks for watching me screech about the injustices that are being levied against Destiny right now and my feelings about that. I need to change my name on the grounds of false. You're very erudite. Aw, thanks. Thanks for being smarter than most. I don't know if I'm smarter, but I feel like I've not just touched grass, but rolled in it many times. And while I don't love violence myself, I can understand for many people why a theory of violence is valuable. So, yeah. I think I'm going to toss you guys. Is your Destiny Discord on YouTube already? If you go to YouTube, this has been streamed. You can find it in the playlist of like live streams and just play it back. If you catch it before I log off, you can just be right there. Your lighting is darker. It's obvious this was the dark times. Yeah. Yeah, I like the puppy shadow too. It's kind of cool. She looks like a spoopy monster in the background. Just don't mute the panels when thanking for donos or subscriptions. That's fair. Usually I try to thank and then I like give a bit of comment and I get yelled at for not muting it. So I'm still figuring it out. Go easy on me. Grass is a privilege too. What does erudite mean? Erudite technically means scholarly and learned, which is why I felt uncomfortable calling myself just erudite. So I went with not so erudite. But you chose the name before you interacted. I didn't choose the name at all. It was actually my husband who purely chose it. Yeah, if you're new, I appreciate you being around. You can check me out on all sorts of socials. I do a little bit of fitness stuff as well. We're going to finish the gym in our basement, and then I'll do some fitness streams and stuff as well. My husband's a personal trainer, and he's actually really good at it. So it's not just going to be like you watching my ass move up and down. It's going to be an actual personal training being like, hey, if you have issues when you're bench pressing, this is how you fix it. Because I'm super fucked up. So I have lots of problems. Also, one last thing. In 3 days, there is going to be a clip contest. So there were some incredible clippable moments. I don't know if you saw my dick spin moment, but if you clip those things and you post it in my Discord channel in the emote vote section, we're going to do a whole stream where we cover them. I'm going to have people from my channel actually come in and like engaging with me and stuff. It'll be super fun. So yeah, make sure you check that out and submit anything in my Discord. If you want access to my Discord, if you're in Twitch, just type !Discord. I'm going to toss you off to Prime. I'm a big fan of Prime. I do my best to support my buddy. He helped boost my career, and I'm going to boost him back. Have fun, guys. Have a good night. And if you're on YouTube, I'll continue to chat with you for like 2 seconds. Oh, and thanks for the sub, Envisage. Appreciate it. And remember, when we raid, we scream, Trash Goblins. And if you've been subbed, there's some fun new emotes that you can use. So use those. Okay. And for you, my little buddies that are still listening, let me turn this on for you so you can hear it.
Consider that. Also, gifting bits. Gifting bits is a huge help. Gifting bits helps us go
There's only one type of
a long, long way. Thank you. Not so erudite. Oh, man. Well, the raid. Not so erudite. We love having her around. She's a lot of fun. She's a lot of fun. Actually, I like her a lot. So thank you, Not So Erudite. Shout out to you for coming on, for being a part of all of this, right? Thank you, Not So Erudite. Thank you, the whole crew, for coming in, right? So anyway, we were telling people that you can you can just consider something to channel emotes, right? You got your emotes.
John, try this. See if it tastes
we got your emotes and we got your attitude viewing, right? We got all of that. So consider anyone who's coming into that kind raid of 187 souls
Thanks for stopping by.
or degenerates from Erudite. Consider helping out the channel. Substitute channel, gift bits, or gift